The world is big and dangerous, and there's not much reason to love it, especially if you live in a dormant jungle of glass and concrete, populated by people indifferent to everything but their own skin. In the sticky web of daytime streets and under the rays of icy neon light at night. Such was the fate of the hero of this story, searing anger and hatred toward the reality around him. What else can you expect when a child is abandoned as soon as he is born? When they treat them all their lives as if they had been raised as slaughter animals. There are not many options left. Either surrender, let everything go on its own and die, or to become stronger, clinging to the possibility of survival, and not trust people, no matter what happens. Be a loner. It culminated in an ordinary walk through the city, but it ended in a confrontation with 3 opponents at the same time. Too confident. They were counting on easy prey when they rounded up a slender kid in a dark sweatshirt. They knocked him to the ground with powerful blows that rained down from all sides. But no one expected him to get up. He wiped his bloody face and shouted furiously, attracting the attention of his opponents, who had already begun to retreat. And then he would attack and, with a series of lightning strokes, smash the smug faces of his opponents in blood and break the teeth of the hapless thrill-seekers. Even the board one of them was holding in his hands didn't help. The opponents were left lying on the asphalt, moaning while they tried to figure out what had happened. And their failed trophy put on his hood, gave the place a contemptuous glance, and walked away. But this case was soon forgotten amidst much bigger problems. After all, on January 1, 2020, the world turned into a game and was filled with dungeons, bright portals, from which all sorts of monsters began to emerge on Earth. Goblins, orcs, skeletons that suddenly came to life for unknown reasons, bloodthirsty werewolves, and even voracious dragons. Big cities were plunged into total chaos. Fire and destruction filled them with the many deaths of ordinary citizens. Bodies filled the streets. Blood poured in rivers over the once gray asphalt. And over the fires was the suffocating stench of soot and decay. It seemed that hope had abandoned this world, until divine beings began to appear in it, and they began to be called Shining Ones. The light of the distant stars emanated from the huge humanoid figures, and they themselves transmitted their power to a small group of people. Thanks to these abilities, the lucky ones learned how to destroy dungeons and transform themselves into players. People believed that the players who possessed special powers would save the world. After all, there was nothing else left but that hope. And who better to count on than heroes capable of single-handedly slaying a giant troll and thereby inspiring the admiration of the crowd? Except that the players took advantage of the chaos around them and were only busy lining their own pockets with money. And more talk about the end of the world began to circulate among the common people. But the hero of the story was not interested in talk. After all, the world as he saw it was still a place in which no one could be trusted. Until, by chance, he met Si-Jun Lee, one of the first 7 players, an invincible warrior, heir to the sacred light, and the strongest player in the world. He unselfishly helped all those who needed protection from the bloodthirsty monsters of the many dungeons. And so he earned the love and adoration of all the common people. For the sake of saving the world, Si-Jun Lee, like the hero of the legend of King Arthur, drew his sword from the stone, and with it he began to destroy the numerous evil that disturbed the peace of the commoners. The heir of the sacred light set himself the goal of destroying all the monsters the game had created, to put an end to the endless raids of the monsters, and thus save his world from destruction. Si-Jun Lee created the Messiah Guild to gather under its banner brave men who wanted the same thing. This was the first time such a thing had happened, and the hero of this story also decided to join their ranks, finally meeting people he could trust. The soldiers, led by a blonde knight in shining armor, had many hard battles ahead of them. And after the battles, the warriors, tired but satisfied with their victories, could rest in a tavern. And, looking at such a picture, the hero of this story smiled softly, feeling his own involvement in something more than endless loneliness. Together with the other members of the guild, he hoped to be able to change the world for the better. And the possibility of that was slowly approaching. For now, the guild had a final goal, a final battle, after which life could finally go back to the way it used to be. However, these plans were not destined to come to fruition. Before the fight, the hero decided to go to the Temple of the Sacred Light, where he knew Si Junli was now, and spent time praying for victory. Chapter The Last Battle is Left. A member of the guild spoke softly to the leader, to which the latter indefinitely hummed, which caused mute puzzlement fellow. The last battle. Yes, perhaps it will be the last. The next second he drew his sword from its sheath and plunged it into the body of his hapless comrade in arms. The sharp metal ripped through the sturdy armor like thin tin, plunged into the body at the hilt, and ripped a desperate cry from the victim's throat. Well done, Woo Jin Kim. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish all this. Sejun Lee sarcastically stretched out and stepped away from the warrior, who had fallen to his knees, and then put a Balmune curse on him, and it almost completely removed the player's resilience and protection. Was it from the beginning? Have you been plotting this? Woo Jin Kim grunted with difficulty and clutched at the floor of the temple with his fingertips in rage. But why? He was answered by quiet footsteps and the voice of another companion, who suddenly came closer, and then the girl mockingly muttered, "Why? Don't you still understand? When the game ends, everything will be gone. Our power, the items, the dungeons, the monsters." After explaining her own motives to her dim-witted colleague, she approached the heir of the Sacred Light, lightly tapped his shoulder pad, and added, "The reason to honor us will also disappear." Shinhai Park. Woo Jin Kim breathed out with difficulty and looked at the girl in disbelief. She leaned toward his ear and whispered, "We can't even take over the world." Because of that phrase, Woo Jin Kim found the strength to raise his head and glare furiously at the guild members with whom he had to go through so much, and shouted the name of its head, then coughed up the black slime that hissed on the stone floor. Shinhee Park watched his suffering for a while. She couldn't hide her surprise or even delight as she began to speculate that the now unnecessary comrade in arms was really cool, since Balmun's curse had only caused the poisoning. After all, it was only enough poison for the others to cease to exist. At these words, the black-haired warrior's eyes began to flicker to the faces of the men he'd fought alongside. The men had disappeared without a trace, leaving no clue as to their fate. This made Woo Jin Kim feel wildly angry, slamming his fist into the stones of the floor and screaming that he believed in the guild members and wanted to save the world, that now he was in the way, and so they decided to get him out of the way, just like the other colleagues with whom he had risked his own life together. After that, the guild leader and his girlfriend left, and Woo Jin Kim shouted after them that the heir of the Sacred Light should at least try to make excuses for his own actions and voice them with his shitty and vain mouth. But no one would listen to him. The warrior swore and finally caught himself thinking that no one in this world could be trusted. And then he fell to the cold floor, ended his existence, and at the same time started a new game. Other people's voices were annoying. They belonged to different people, because there was no other way to explain the differences in intonation and timbre. And they weren't talking about the same things. Some wondered if it was necessary to go back to some pudge, and persisted in saying that the monsters were appearing too often. Some, no less insistently, advised me to shut up and not complain. Some, in human nature, rejoiced at the fact that they could still make money today. Others worried that their lives were at stake, and that they should be paid more for such work. Then the light at the end of the tunnel flashed in my field of vision. and it was real. And then a truck flew out of the tunnel at full speed. In the back of the truck, Woo Jin Kim suddenly came to his senses and immediately began to look around. Next to him sat the men whose voices he heard. The companions, like the boy himself, wore dark blue uniforms and body armor. Then Woo Jin Kim started groping for himself, causing the men traveling with him to sneer. And he began to think about what had happened. He was stabbed to death by Balmun, causing the brunette to depart safely into the next world. But it didn't feel like a dream at all. And then the young man remembered the place where he was now. Meanwhile, the truck driver hit the brake pedal sharply and pressed it to the floor, which caused the car to skid, and the sharp sound of tires scraped against the asphalt spread across the road. The reason for such an abrupt stop was several flaming cars, over which columns of black smoke and soot were rising. Bodies were lying around the cars. But even that wasn't the worst of it. After all, there was a crowd of orcs near the battered cars, which the driver immediately reported and ordered everyone to leave the body with their weapons at the ready. The orcs reacted to this too, and rushed to the new as they thought prey. At the same time, they roared and grinned furiously, causing the driver to shout nervously and demand that the passengers move. The men immediately began to follow orders while their commander gave a brief briefing. The point of the briefing was that the men didn't have much ammunition. Therefore, they should only fire when they were sure they would not miss. However, a few seconds later, he was interrupted by the dumbfounded shouts of the fighters. This reaction was caused by the fact that Woo Jin Kim did not wait for the end of the briefing and moved forward. Afterwards, he shot at the nearest enemy. The green-skinned monster collapsed on the pavement and poured blood from the hole in his head. Meanwhile, the brunette fired another round, which immediately found another target. The other orcs were not happy about it. They immediately pounced on the overly bold man and used their heavy clubs, but that did not save them, for the bullets were faster than muscle strength, even if it was monstrous. The last warrior of the orc squad was suddenly alone and managed only to bark something frightened. But a second later, he joined his comrades in arms, when a new shot sent him to his death. When the crackling of the machine guns subsided and the dust on the road settled, the witnesses to the orcs' massacre began to make noise. The men began talking among themselves and only stared dumbfounded at their brother, who had managed to do all the work by himself. They had never seen anything like this before that day. Woo Jin Kim himself caught himself thinking that everything around him was too real for an ordinary dream. And, in all likelihood, he was somehow in the past. The feeling was reinforced by the commander, who came up and immediately yelled at the overactive subordinate. However, the guy did not pay attention to the man and walked past him. Neither did he pay attention to the astonished exclamations of his colleagues, who were trying to understand what exactly was going on with him now. Instead, the brunette went back to the car. He settled down on some crate beside it, sighed, and plunged into his memories. The faces of Sejun Lee and Shinhai Park immediately flashed before his eyes, causing a vicious grimace to appear on their victim's face. But Woo Jin Kim didn't have time to think about the betrayal for long, because he was plucked from his poisonous thoughts by the piercing sound of an announcement that came literally out of nowhere. It said that he was now a gambler. The entire field of vision was immediately occupied by a glowing window, which shimmered in all shades of blue, with 3 possible choices of development in the game. One of them didn't get any attention, neither in the past nor now that by chance Woo Jin Kim is in it again. After all, he had never been interested in the role of an archer. He had chosen the role of stern fighter for life the last time, and became a warrior who was very skillful with sword and shield. But he didn't want to make the same mistakes again. So the brunette rejected that option as well. But he did not have a third choice before. For this reason, the young man, second to the one day he had already lived, decided to focus on this one: the role of a representative of the dark world. This role gave you the ability to control different types of curses, or use dead monsters as material and create a dark army. Unlike the other classes, it gave cheating abilities. After all, the player who followed this path could gain all the skills. The most powerful player who received the favor of the Dark World spokesman and all of his abilities was Johann George, the so-called Immortal King. At the time when Si-Jun Lee was a hero, the Immortal King was among the monsters. And in order to find this monster, Woo Jin Kim decided to choose precisely the role of the representative of the Dark World, and with a soft click on the right glowing window to do so. To become a monster and thus begin his own hunt. Since the emergence of the dungeons and the heroes who began to fight their spawn, various guilds began to emerge all over the world. They were commercial organizations created with the aim of gathering under their banners players who were united by one or another ideology. Of all the organizations of this kind, the Phoenix Guild stood out. It was different in that its members could get money and power in any way they had the strength to do, and at the same time do not care about the correctness of their own methods. This approach made the Phoenix the second most powerful guild in Korea, against the background of the corruption that was spreading in its ranks. The Messiah Guild made a perfect impression. The Phoenix Guild headquarters was located in a fairly ordinary skyscraper. There were plenty of such buildings in this reality. The more so since it was much more convenient to accept new recruits in an office environment. That's where Woo Jin Kim went. An important-looking man was waiting for him in the sunlit office. He immediately handed the boy a contract to join the Phoenix Guild with a quiet rustle. And then he began to tell him that every sweep of the dungeon entailed additional expenses. Brunette immersed himself in studying the documents, after which he came to the conclusion that it was clearly not enough to buy certain items that were needed for the game. But there was nothing to be done in this situation. When the young man had finished reading, he asked how he could prove his own qualifications as a player. After all, only he himself could see the windows of state, while other people had no such ability. His interlocutor grinned at this and straightened his jacket, then handed him several pages of Dark World skills. The guild candidate had to choose one of them and then tear it apart to prove his abilities. Thanks to this, the office worker got an opportunity to see everything with his own eyes. A representative of the Dark World from level 1 and up, it consisted in the fact that the blood of its owner turned into poison. Its destructive power increased along with the growth of the skill rank and the level of the player himself. Resisting the effects of the poison was extremely problematic. It was a fairly simple skill. However, when I was able to summon and work with blood golems, its effect increased noticeably. This made it an incredibly useful ability. After a moment's hesitation, Woo Jin Kim chose a sheet of paper with the hemotoxin skill on it, took it in his hands, and immediately tore it up. The office was filled with a bright flash of sapphire light, which caused the guild member to adjust his glasses again and replace his contemptuous grin with a grimace of surprise, bordering on fear. The representative of the Dark World himself saw the status window, which informed him that he had acquired a new skill. The morning after the confirmation of the player's qualifications, the boy woke up not without difficulty, and immediately plunged into thinking about the fact that he had once already ceased to exist in this world. But for some unknown reason he was reborn again, though dreams of his former life still haunted him. It was from one of these that the young man awoke. He was dreaming of his former associates and one of the many sweeps of dungeon. In the course of it, the blonde, violet-eyed sorceress had the temerity to ask another colleague, the muscular, razor-headed warrior, why Woo Jin Kim had been chosen as a bloodhound. After all, his class was not well suited for such a role. To this, the knight whispered that of all the guild, their commander had the most canine character. The girl gave a surprised exclamation. Then her interlocutor explained that the sorceress herself would see that he was right if she stayed in the company of the commander long enough. At this point, Woo Jin Kim woke up, and he caught himself thinking that if he somehow managed to be in the past, his comrades in arms must still be alive, and he might even be able to meet them. The only question was when that meeting would happen. Meanwhile, in the Gwangmun Sports Park, another event began. In the underground parking lot of the place, guarded by armed men, 4 players gathered. A dark-haired girl, a smiling blonde in a red turtleneck, and a brunette in a gray coat. A shaved-headed man in a white shirt greeted them. He immediately asked if everyone had gathered early today. The gray-eyed young lady made a worried look on her face and spoke timidly about the fact that today was their first hunt, and that, in all likelihood, they should just trust a man named Jusup. He said confidently that this was his 4th trip to the dungeons, so the rest of the guys should really trust him and just follow him. After that, the man asked when the last member of today's hunt would arrive. The response was an unimaginable rumble. It was coming from a car that had some difficulty pulling into the parking lot. Witnesses to its appearance were dumbfounded. Unlike the other cars that had been left in the parking lot, this one was old as hell, and it kept spewing puffs of smoke into the air, as if it might just fall apart on the move at any moment. The blonde man watched for a while, and then grimaced as if he'd taken a bite of half a lemon at once, and began to reason about what the driver of the vehicle had said about this being his first hunt. But he was beginning to get annoyed by his slowness, and in general, this rookie needed to become more disciplined. At the same time, the car finally stopped, and then Woo Jin Kim, dressed in his usual sweatshirt, almost fell out of it in front of the participants of the future hike. The girl began to look at her future co-conspirator, after which she grinned contemptuously and agreed with the blonde, and then said that the kid who had come here in his wreck should be grateful that they'd let him join the outing in the first place. Also, she characterized the last car as terrible. Next, the brunette joined the conversation. He said that, judging by the newcomer's appearance, he hadn't even had time to get his guild gear, and, it seems, he decided to focus only on survival during his first operation. But then this conversation was interrupted by Jusup. The man suggested that his colleagues simply forget about the new guy, and pretend that they were missing one member. Then the skinhead began to talk on the fly about the new weapon he had recently purchased. The others took his idea with enthusiasm, followed their mentor, and left the last classmate behind. After that, the team went to the guild office, where a brief briefing on dungeons was given to its members. It was about the things that were not mentioned in the briefing. That did not matter. All that mattered was to remember the purpose of each mission and the conditions under which it was to be carried out. The location to which the newcomers were to go today was the Goblin Cave. It had to be cleared of all monsters, and when the main task was over, the office worker reminded the men to double-check everything. If any of the fighters had any questions or decided to refuse the mission, they had to say so now. If there were none, all the players had to check their equipment again. The rest of the team reacted to this advice very lightly and immediately started joking and laughing. And Woo Jin Kim caught himself thinking that he didn't know any of the players, so he didn't have to worry about any of them. Next came the command that the players could enter the dungeon, and all the players headed toward the glowing portal that led to the location they were to sweep. As they approached it, a girl excitedly rambled on about how this was the first time she'd ever seen the crossing. So close. And Jusup mockingly replied that she would be even more surprised when she was in the location itself. Woo Jin Kim reacted the most calmly to the portal. The hunt was already underway in the dungeon, where the glowing gap led. Upon arriving in the other dimension, the dark-haired girl, who was in fact a witch, exclaimed in amazement that she had indeed entered the other world, and immediately she began to look around in rapt fascination at the age-old forest in which the players had been trapped. The blonde guy, who turned out to be an archer, mumbled about how he felt like he was in some computer game. He was interrupted by Jusup, who snarled that it wasn't a game at all, but real reality. He was in the middle of a game. Woo Jin Kim, meanwhile, paid little attention to the chattering of his forced classmates. He concentrated on looking around the immediate area for traces. He found many trees that had been torn apart by someone's sharp claws, and he came to the conclusion that the entire dungeon was literally crawling with goblins. When he was done with that, Jusup called him over and offered to take a look around while the others set up camp. The young man calmly agreed and left the clearing where the other players had settled. They immediately began discussing their comrade in arms who had gone into the woods. The archer grumbled that he was sure his forced colleague was clingy, but he fell for the commander's ploy surprisingly easily, as if he didn't know how dangerous it was, and probably just turned out to be blithely stupid. The squad leader listened to this monologue for a while, but then he got bored. Then the shaved-headed swordsman grinned and talked about how they needed to be well prepared for the hunt, and then all the items they could find during it would belong only to them. Woo Jin Kim, on the other hand, didn't go far all this time, and now he was speculating that the commander's use of him as bait was entirely expected. And then the gambler grinned predatorily and began to consider his actions for the future. The full moon stood out brightly against the sky, which seemed bottomless at this time of day. It was a silver light that diluted the inky darkness of the city at night, and the skyscraper that housed the guild's office, called Messiah, was brightly illuminated. The dark room had several tall windows through which the moonlight penetrated. The room was lit by a circle of blue light on the table, where the guild members sat in high throne like armchairs. Shinhee Park was the first to speak, as she had new information for the rest of her colleagues. And now that everyone was here, she asked for permission to introduce the new member for the next mission. The large man, who was sitting at the same table with the girl, decided to clarify exactly who he was talking about. A second later, he turned around when, beside him, in a patch of bright light, falling to the floor from an unexpectedly open door, appeared the silhouette of someone's shadow. Next, Yang Ji-hoo grimaced and roared that their new guest was among the arrogant. Bastards. The guest slapped the base of his hand with the folded fan he held in his other hand. But he politely replied that it was a pleasure to meet the players who were here, and then called his own name. As it turned out, the man's name was Suzuki Ichi. After that, the guest noticed that there were many familiar faces around him, and, accordingly, it is even possible not to introduce himself. The head of the Messiah Guild, Si-jun Lee, reacted to the last remark. He grinned and said that the new member clearly had big ambitions. The newcomer, on the other hand, was impatient to clarify exactly what he was going to do. A large man with a fan in his hand stood beside him, slapped the table angrily with his palm, and shouted about how this scoundrel dared to talk to the head guild in that tone of voice. But all he got in return was a contemptuous squint. Next, the other guild members spoke up. Noda Haidaro, the master archer, and Sukahara Ken, the master swordsman, began to resent why the head had invited the bastard, whom they were now forced to listen to. Meanwhile, the large man next to whom the guest was now standing jumped up in anger, waving his hands vigorously and, at the same time, wailing in an attempt to figure out what it was all about. But the guest contradicted him by saying that everyone who was here was simply crazy. Yang Ji-hoo reached out his hand to, presumably grabbed the visitor by the scruff of the neck. But the latter stopped him with a fan on his fingers and asked if the man was annoyed by his intonation, or memories of the previous time. Suzuki Ichi then squinted his eyes and asked caustically if this left him with any unpleasant residue. After that, the bully started to ask quite loudly what exactly the guild visitor had asked, and then proceeded to call him a jerk and threatened that he would finally be with him today. Another guild member, Kim Jae-hoon, agreed with him and said that their guild visitor was just a jerk. However, all the arguers were interrupted by the angry cry of the head of Messiah, who ordered to stop the wrangling. Si-jun Lee gave them a contemptuous squint, which made Yang Ji-hoo's face look frightened. After that, the player sat back in his seat and began to grumble that this was all just because of last time, and he would soon be able to beat the arrogance out of a visitor who was not too pleasant to him. Then Shinhai Park spoke again. She smiled and noted that the greetings had already been dealt with, and then asked about the work that had been agreed upon earlier, and how long the guild member would have to wait to do it. Suzuki Ichi responded by slapping his hand with his fan again, after which a glowing sword image appeared above the table, where the guild members were gathered. After that, the guest confidently stated that if it was a matter of searching for material now, it would take no more than 3 days. Si Junli quite folded his arms at this, and added that this result is quite good and quite satisfactory to him. Further events of the story unfolded already in the dungeon, where Woo Jin Kim was now going through the first, as other members of the Phoenix Guild thought, mission. The guy had climbed a rather large tree and once again found deep grooves on its bark from goblin claws. Because of this, the player was once again inclined to think that the talk about this location didn't lie, and there really are a lot of monsters here. This observation made the brunette smile predatory. After that, the young man began to speculate that the situation in which he now found himself was in some ways even amusing. After all, the type of reconnaissance and fighting style that he was now using had been taught to him by none other than Suzuki Ichi. Next, Woo Jin Kim began to recall the lessons of his mentor. He insisted that every trace contained information that would help him survive in the underworld. The apprentice didn't share his confidence and wondered if simply becoming stronger wasn't enough. However, he was reminded that this was not the most important condition. After all, no matter how strong he was, he would always have weaknesses. Then the brunette went back to examining the marks on the bark, and at the same time he thought that he had naively thought that his teacher's words would be a good lesson for him. But the mentor was not at all what the student thought he was. Suzuki Ichi has not only killed for the Messiah Guild, but has become its most loyal dog. But now all the knowledge he has taught his mentee in the past will be used against him, and will become a knife in the mentor's back. With that thought, Woo Jin Kim jumped down from the tree to the ground, and the next second he recoiled as he heard a loud whistling and a rock hitting the tree trunk. He turned around and saw 3 goblins, one of whom was swinging a sling in his hand, and the other 2 of whom were lunging at the guy with clubs, which amused him a bit and made him smile evocatively. A bluish fire erupted in the boy's hand, and then turned into a curved dagger, which he immediately sliced his hand with. After that, he smiled even wider and thought of the fact that not long ago he had to hide from goblins in the 7-story dungeons. But now these monsters were just targets for hemotoxin. The goblins, meanwhile, were rapidly approaching the follower of the Dark World, and at the same time were shrieking and waving their weapons furiously. But then Woo Jin Kim slashed one of them with his bloody knife, causing the green-skinned man to immediately foam from his mouth, and make it clear that goblins are quite vulnerable to blood poisoning. Nevertheless, the enemy still continued to strike, and the brunette noticed it. He was forced to conclude that since the goblin was poisoned and still moving, the poison wasn't working as fast as he would have liked. The next moment, however, another goblin distracted him from his thoughts. The monster jumped toward him and tried to strike him with its club, causing the boy to move out of his way as quickly as possible. Woo Jin Kim didn't wait for another attack, and grabbed the dagger and threw it. The blade stabbed the goblin squarely in the forehead, causing it to drop its snag and drop dead, while its tribesman screamed angrily again. Then he watched as the other green-skinned creatures began to gather around him, which gave the boy a wry grin. He also thought that the goblin's strategy wasn't hard to anticipate. Accordingly, it would be easy enough to deal with them too. Next, the boy extended his arm forward, and it flashed again in a bright blue light, which then turned into a long, heavy whip woven of leather. When it did, the brunette struck the goblins closest to him, sharply, knocking them to the ground and filling the air with a loud clang. Because of the effect of the Goblin King's whip, all the opponents froze in their seats and started trembling in terror, and they started tapping their teeth, almost drumming, as if they were suffering from severe chills. And Woo Jin Kim smiled thoughtfully and thought that he had not prepared the weapon in vain. A detachment of 4 Phoenix Guild players made their way through the dense forest of a goblin dungeon. At the back of the procession was an enchantress in a wide-brimmed hat with an elongated cap. The next second, she turned around as she heard a suspicious noise. As it turned out, on the heels of the players with all the speed possible rushed quite a large group of goblins, which made the face witch expression of genuine horror. The girl screamed and put her staff out in front of her in an attempt to shield herself from the goblin, who jumped up to her and was about to strike her with his heavy club, while growling loudly. A second later, however, someone else's blood splashed on the witch's face and the ground in front of her, causing the witch to be truly dazed. As it turned out, the green-skinned monster was thwarted by Jusup. The warrior struck it with his half-sword and cut it almost in half, and then yelled at the sorceress because of what she was doing, and pointed out to the girl the fact that mere goblins need not fear. The witch wept in great fright and gratitude for her mentor, and clung even more tightly to her staff. But the fair-haired archer and the black-haired warrior were genuinely delighted when they saw their eldest comrade in arms massacre what they thought was a terrible monster. Meanwhile, Jusup grinned and watched the other goblins, who were already racing toward him. The warrior also shared with his teammates that he had prepared a long sword for this mission, for nothing short of good fortune. His hapless opponents, on the other hand, were nothing more than sacks of meat. A second later, however, the smug smile on the man's face was replaced by a grimace of simultaneous fright and surprise. It was because Jusup was about to pull the sword blade out of the goblin carcass that now lay motionless on the ground. He failed, however, as the blade was surprisingly stuck. And while the warrior was trying at least somehow to solve this problem, another goblin ran up to him and hit the swordsman on the head with his club in a jump. The hard blow drove the skinhead to the ground while his sword remained protruding from the goblin's body. Next, the man frowned at his bloody face and saw more monsters rushing toward him. Then the swordsman tried to get up and turn toward his other guildmates, then yelled to be rescued, and that only complete idiots would stand and watch in such a situation. Not to say that such an order from their mentor made the new members of the Phoenix Guild ecstatic, but they had no other options now, so they began to swear and shout, but rushed to attack the green-skinned foes. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a goblin growled as well. It was interrupted quickly enough, however, as the green-skinned silencer dropped his club from his hands and practically fell in half due to someone else's blow, then collapsed to the ground. Woo Jin Kim grinned at the sight, but the other goblins stared at him with horror on their faces. He was in the middle of a fight, and then the rest of the goblins were staring at him with horrified muzzles. But the player didn't stop there and struck back with the whip. The weapon immediately found a new target and wrapped itself around the sluggish foe's neck. The goblin's fangy mouth sputtered with choking foam, and he clutched at the leather lash with his fingers before collapsing dead on the ground. After that, there was a flash of blue light around him, and a column of blue light flashed around the brunette. It happened because his level had increased. After that, a status window appeared in front of the player's eyes, informing him about the new achievement attracting attention. This made Woo Jin Kim grin quite a bit, and think that the goblins in this dungeon were much weaker than he had thought. He grabbed his whip and strode away, while the clearing he'd left was filled with bloody green-skinned bodies. The boy also noted that with so many enemies defeated, he was even beginning to attract attention. Then Woo Jin Kim took another look at the Goblin King's whip, and came to the conclusion that only fools swing heavy swords, while his weapons were enough to clean up this dungeon, and that, on the whole, there was no point in wasting time here anymore. Meanwhile, the rest of the Phoenix Guild was sitting on the ground after their skirmish with the goblins, bickering wearily. The black-haired knight, with his face bloody from the fight, hesitantly wondered what might have happened to the newcomer Jusup had sent to survey the area. The swordsman, who had already had a bandage put on his club-injured head, replied in a crushing manner that, since he had not been heard from yet, he was probably dead. The witch hugged her arms tightly around herself and shuddered. The archer, on the other hand, got very angry and started screaming that it would have been much better if someone else had been with them. After all, he had done just as Jusip had said, but in the end, things were not as rosy as their mentor had promised. The swordsman responded by cursing at his charges, who accused him of lying to them, by and large. However, a few seconds later, the quarrel was interrupted by another goblin invasion. Because of this, the most senior member of the squad exclaimed disbelievingly that this could not be, but there was no time to think about it. The players stood back to back and prepared their weapons for another battle, even though they were trembling with terror. Meanwhile, in another part of the location, Woo Jin Kim once again destroyed another squad of goblins. The creatures fled from him, and the player aptly stopped them with a flexible whip, and then was able to get another level upgrade. But after that, something unexpected happened. The guy received a message about acquiring a new skill called Skeleton Warrior. He was very surprised by this, and immediately called up a reference book to see which skill was mentioned in the status window. And as soon as the glowing book appeared in front of him, he began to read. Next, Woo Jin Kim took the skill page in his hand and thought incredulously that acquiring such a skill was a real stroke of luck. After all, it was possessed by Johann Jorg, the immortal king, who could control an army of the dead with his own hands. Summoning skeleton warriors was his strongest skill, but, on the other hand, this skill was imperfect, which was a major mistake for the immortal king, and allowed, in the end, him to be dealt with. Moreover, it was only possible to sacrifice creatures that were killed by the caster to create a skeleton. But there were other great limitations to the ability. After reading the information about the new available skill, Woo Jin Kim smiled and decided that such a skill would at least save him some time. And then he ripped open the skill page, whereupon he received a notification about the new ability. Then the brunette thought, quite rightly, that now it would be much easier for him to distract his enemies and hunt them down at the same time. So he moved toward the nearest goblin body, in order to test his newfound ability. Next, the boy stretched his arm over the carcass of his defeated foe, causing a bright light to burst between it and his palm, like puffs of smoke. Under its effect, the goblin's flesh began to decay like shreds of old cloth in the wind. When all that was left of the body was bones, Woo Jin Kim began to stare thoughtfully at the skeleton that had slowly risen from the ground, and was staring at its creator through the gaps in its skull. And he caught himself thinking that he definitely liked the ominous blue gleam in the dead entity's eyes. Still, the dungeon that the Phoenix Guild unit had fallen into was certainly beautiful. There was a colorful forest, rich in greenery, and a bright blue sky, and even high mountains whose slopes rose picturesquely above all that natural diversity, in which, nevertheless, one could easily die. Woo Jin Kim, however, was not busy contemplating the deadly beauty of the location in which he was, or was not, fortunate enough to find himself. He was watching the goblin skeleton he had summoned use some kind of sword to take out some not-so-lucky tribesmen. At the same time, the hero had to deal with the fact that his ward was not as strong as he had initially assumed. After all, the brunette's magical powers were too low. And then the boy began to think how he could influence this unfortunate circumstance. Meanwhile, the skeleton turned to the necromancer who had created it, and the brunette walked over to the dark creature and patted its smooth skull, and then muttered that it would be difficult enough to use his creature as a primary weapon. After that, the brunette stared at something he didn't expect to find, namely the remains of other players who had had the misfortune to enter this location long before him. And he noted the resemblance of the rotting bodies that hung from the tree to the puppets. Then the boy began to examine his find in more detail. He came to the conclusion that all monsters, from the weakest goblins to the strongest dragons, had one thing in common, and that was that all monsters from the dungeons wished to harm humans. But, unfortunately, Usually newbies don't take this fact into account, for which, more often than not, they pay the price when they find death. Then Woo Jin Kim thought to himself that in this case, he had no reason to be merciful to these monsters. So he moved toward the tunnel in the mountain he saw nearby, and the faithful skeleton replaced following his maker. At the same time, the other 4 members of the Phoenix Guild were sitting on the floor of some cave around a small fire. Jusup began to grumble about how they'd only gotten goblins. The witch cried again, and the archer asked his tutor what they should do now. And then he added grudgingly that they'd clearly underestimated the dungeon they were in. The warrior with the bandaged head talked about how he couldn't die like that, and wouldn't lose to the damn green-skinned freaks. And then he jumped to his feet and yelled that they couldn't all die in this location. The archer froze in shock at his action. The sorceress began to wipe the tears that gushed from her eyes with renewed force, and the black-haired warrior mumbled his mentor's name fearfully. Meanwhile, the swordsman continued to shout. He asked what was wrong with his comrades in arms, and angrily added that despite the complexity of the situation they were in, it was still possible to cope with it if they tried. Except the blonde muttered that that wasn't what he was talking about, and pointed his finger at something above the senior teammate's head. He lifted his face up and asked what exactly the archer was talking about. And the fair-haired man jumped up from the ground, causing the swordsman to repeat the question. At the same time, the other members of the squad were staring upward fearfully. Jusup followed their lead and saw the blue light on the sign about the level increase. This fact raised a lot of new questions about what exactly was going on, because the warrior was not in combat at the moment. However, after a couple of seconds, the man came to the conclusion that the level is raised only when someone from the team is fighting. Accordingly, the newcomer who had fought off their squad was still alive. Meanwhile, Woo Jin Kim was walking down the tunnel with a torch in his hand. Ahead of him, he saw goblin bodies and a large pile of logs. Next, the necromancer thought that from his experience, the most effective way to deal with a crowd of goblins was to set them on fire. This thought brought a predatory grin to the boy's face, and then the player threw his torch into the pile of timbers, causing the mountain of old wood to quickly catch fire and illuminate the entire tunnel space with purple fire and begin to fill it with acrid, dark smoke. The goblins in the cave quickly sensed this and began to sniff to understand the nature of the suffocating smell. But then they were no longer bothered by it. The monsters began coughing and falling to the ground, as the stench made them short of breath, and the more comprehensible creatures ran away to escape the poisonous smoke. The green-skinned monsters were unaware that their way was blocked by the burning barricade that Woo Jin Kim and his skeleton had set on fire, and was now behind. The goblins began to bang against the obstacle, and in doing so, screamed in a frantic attempt to break through it, or at least somehow get out. The brunette on the other side of the barrier smiled and decided that this way he could at least bury the fallen players along with the monsters who had taken their lives, and continued to watch as the fire consumed the evil creatures one by one. And the glow of the fire became visible almost all over the dungeon. After that, Woo Jin Kim saw a new status window. It reported that the Dark World representative was satisfied with the cruelty the guy had shown to his opponents. Then player frowned at the fire and thought that the situation was rather strange, because the guy expected at least to see the face of the head of the local goblins. After that, the brunette turned away from the fireplace and walked in the opposite direction to find his main adversary, and the skeleton followed him. As soon as this happened, the remains of the burned timbers rattled, causing the skeleton to look around in fright and see a huge green-skinned monster, which broke the floor of the cave with its weight. Shards of stone fell on the undead's head, and meanwhile the monster grinned its crooked fangs. Woo Jin Kim unfolded his whip and grumbled about how he had waited a long time for the main enemy to appear, and was even starting to get tired of the place. Then the guy squinted and thanked the chief goblin for showing up on his own, and not even having to look for him for a long time. and the dungeon boss rose to his full height and stared back with a burning gaze. The huge goblin grinned, its mouth full of curved fangs, and began to climb out of the gap in the cave floor, so that with an equally impressive club, he could get the chance to deal with the troublemaker. However, Woo Jin Kim didn't seem the least bit frightened by this. Instead, the boy began to remember that before the Messiah Guild intervened in this matter, millions of newcomers had died in the dungeon, which now also included the necromancer and the skeleton he had summoned from oblivion. The culprit of this circumstance was a green-skinned monster, because in a location with enemies of the first level meeting with the hidden Goblin King is tantamount to the end of the game, which stands on the line of life. Then the young man waved his hand, and a bright white light flashed in his palm, turning into a sharply honed sword a few seconds later, and at the same time, he decided that he would no longer allow the bloodthirsty monster to take the lives of other players. As soon as the weapon appeared in the dark-haired mage's palm, the skeleton looked back at his maker with interest, and began to shift impatiently from foot to foot. The fact that his ward was so eager to fight was rather surprising, which the lad even asked the little undead about. But the skeleton only growled and jumped up and down, like a guard dog that saw a thief or other intruder in its territory. Next, the bone creature looked back at the boy, and a menacing blue fire flashed in his eyes, subtly resembling two small ball lightning bolts. Woo Jin Kim couldn't help but notice this, which he even told the skeleton and smiled in surprise at the same time. Finally, the boy handed his sword to the little warrior and stepped aside, then folded his arms across his chest, leaned his shoulder against the trunk of a tree, and watched the aggressive creature. The Goblin King, on the other hand, grinned his head contentedly and roared something that sounded remotely like a mixture of snarling and laughter. The bony fighter stomped his foot irritably at this, and thus assumed a more stable position, and then he rushed out of the way, causing the huge foe to be first dazed and then disappointed, because compared to the miniature and very agile skeleton, he was very clumsy himself. The undead, meanwhile, got under the monster's feet and turned sharply, and then, with swift and strong enough sword strokes, she began to cut the main goblin of the dungeon's leg tendons, spraying thick blood in all directions. The brunette's skeleton tactics made him dumbfounded, and then, unexpectedly for himself, plunged into memories from the past, in which he fought among the ranks of the Messiah Guild. Their squad was then faced with a huge monster that looked like a fire-breathing dragon, only without wings. The ground beneath the monster's massive paws was ablaze with almost hellish fire, sparks flying in all directions and falling on the frightened faces of the other members of the squad. My companions looked at the enemy and began to shout amongst themselves, trying to figure out how exactly they could defeat a very dangerous foe. Because of its great height, its tremendous strength, and the wall of fire that spread out in waves in every direction, the monster gave the impression of total invulnerability. However, Woo Jin Kim unexpectedly came up with a solution to this problem, and ordered his teammates to attack the legs of the huge monster. After all, if they succeeded in knocking the monster to the ground, their chances of winning would skyrocket. Then the warrior drew his sword from its sheath and gave his opponent a tense squint. And then he rushed to the attack, ran up to the massive paws of the bloodthirsty reptile, and began to chop them. The brunette tried to put all his strength and weight into each blow, which soon enough he managed to cut through the tough scales, and blood poured to the ground from the broken vessels of the blade. At the same time, the other comrades in arms followed the boy's example, and began to kick the monster in the legs as well, rendering it completely immobile. Then the necromancer woke up from his memories and continued to observe the skeleton's further tactics, first knocking the Goblin King to one knee with a series of swift blows, and then dropping him on the stones of the cave. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise at the sight, and in the movements of the bone warrior, which he used to leap to deal with the monster, he recognized his own style of combat. Next, the boy rubbed his chin, chuckled, and wondered about the skeleton maid's fighting strength. He had assumed that his own strength would affect the undead, but he never thought that the dark creature would copy his style of movement. The last thought even brought a predatory chuckle to the mage's face. And then he remembered the fact that before he returned to the past, he had been free to handle almost any kind of weapon that existed, and that even in the Messiah Guild there were at most a few people who could fight him one-on-one. The skeleton, meanwhile, threw a questioning look at the creator. The necromancer replied that at this rate he would have to reconsider his plan. Then, however, it was time for the brunette to be surprised. First, a bright white light caught his attention, and then a status window appeared before the player's eyes. It said that the representative of the Dark World appreciated his achievements and was sending him a legendary skills page as a reward for his efforts. Then Woo Jin Kim clutched the generous gift in his fingers, and then grinned rather grimly and muttered that he hadn't expected to receive such a valuable purchase here. Meanwhile, in the real world, on the grounds of the Phoenix Guild, there was a real commotion. An armed soldier in a helmet and bulletproof vest shouted about clearing the dungeon, the entrance and exit of which he was guarding. The guild officer jumped up from his seat and stared at the portal, which burst into a bright blue flame that made his eyes behind his glasses even more rounded. Then, like the other guild workers, he moved rather hastily toward the portal, from which spirals of blue light streamed in all directions. And then 4 players appeared in the blinding light, one of whom was moving forward only with the help of an associate who supported him by the shoulder. As it turned out, it was the blonde man who was practically dragging his mentor around with his head bandaged. Meanwhile, there was babble among the Phoenix Guild staff that the players were back, and the staff member who had briefed them before the mission began to yell about how this was possible, since the dungeon had already been cleared, and it had only taken a day for the fighters to do so. Next, the squad members began to be treated by the ambulance crew, and while this was happening, the manager who had sent them to the dungeon scurried to the car. At the same time, he began to shout for the return of all the mission participants. But then the man saw his mistake and began to ask why there were only 4 of them and where Woo Jin Kim was now. The answer was grim silence, causing the staff member to adjust his glasses and start muttering that he understood everything, and that the newcomer probably wouldn't be coming back. But rather quickly he was interrupted by a new cry that someone else was returning from dungeon. The instructor turned around in a daze, and the players froze in astonishment. Even Jusup, who was very experienced with words, could only wag his finger at the newly triggered portal in mute amazement. And he opened his mouth wide, which made his face look incredulous. In the meantime, a guy in a dark hoodie slowly emerged from a bright portal, and the office worker first called his name incredulously, and then ran closer to him, while the brunette seemed to notice neither him nor the other players who had been sent with him to sweep dungeon. The unsuccessful tutor began to argue angrily that, as he supposed, the impudent man who had successfully pretended to be a novice for all to see was still alive, and then he questioned what dirty tricks he'd used to sweep the dungeon. Woo Jin Kim gave him a surprised and then disdainful look in response, and the hapless squad leader snarled about who the bastard was to have cleared the area all by himself. The headlines of numerous newspapers were full of the new demands of the players, while the rest of the population of the planet had to continue to listen to them. So did the news, which was broadcast on every television channel. According to research, only players could sweep dungeons. For this reason, this category of people, also not too numerous, began to abuse their power in every way. As a consequence of this policy, scandals caused by the despotism of the players constantly erupted. However, among the many other guilds that have put the dungeons in business, the Messiah Guild of Korea stands out. For example, its members valiantly terminated the 5-story dungeon without any conditions or requirements. Because of this unconventional incident, the news services turned their attention to the organization of brave fighters, who, for the first time in the world, performed such a feat completely free of charge. They were discussing the identity of its leader, Sejun Lee, and the fact that the guild's sponsor, Han Seong Corporation, had seen its stock price skyrocket after successfully sweeping the 5-story dungeon. Jusup picked up the phone and saw the same headline on the screen, which caused him to growl angrily about the goddamn bastards from Messiah and how all the news was about them now. Then the man threw the phone on the table, which made a rather loud rumble. After that, the man with the bandaged head grumbled grimly about how the Phoenix members looked like freaks who did everything just for the money. But his blonde-haired, multicolored-eyed companion argued that he should forget that fact, for this was not the first time they'd been treated that way. Next, the blonde raised his glass and asked, with a white-toothed smile, what exactly had happened in the dungeon? Jusup hurriedly muttered that he didn't want to talk about it, and then reluctantly added that their entire squad had almost stayed in the dungeon forever, because of a newcomer named Woo Jin Kim. His mute companion cautiously inquired as to what had happened, and for what reason. The most experienced member of the squad poked his finger at the bandage around his head and explained that it was the newcomer's fault he'd acquired it. The blonde frowned in surprise and asked if the rumors about the newcomer were true, to which the player with the bandaged head covered his eyes with the palm of his hand and began to tell that the rookie had joined their squad at the last moment and not other than for a common misfortune. What's more, the lad was so eager to get the new dungeon items that he even ran into the goblin crowd for them. After that, the man stirred an iced whiskey into his glass and began reluctantly recounting how he had followed the newcomer to save him from the evil greenhorns. And then he got hit on the head. Blondie was genuinely outraged by this injustice, which he reported immediately, and then added that for such willfulness the guild should have punished the insolent member of their squad. Jusup responded by wistfully telling him to forget about it, and then sharing that he now felt as if he'd gotten himself into a lot of shit, and that, in all likelihood, the newcomer really needed the money, since he had acted so recklessly. But the blonde fellow disagreed and went on to insist that no matter how much money someone needed, such behavior wasn't wrong. And then he added that he would talk to his friends. And after that, the dodgy newcomer would not be able to repeat such sabotage anywhere. Meanwhile, Woo Jin Kim was looking at a board with various information about the Messiah Guild and a picture of its head. And then he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and began to reflect on the fact that now he didn't have to meet him in the same way as he had in the past. Next, the boy began to reason that he had to get stronger in order for the treacherous head to take an interest in him. Then he tore a page off the wall with some data, and someone's picture crossed out, and then added that he had to start in the most forgotten corner of his life. After some time, Woo Jin Kim made his way to the sunlit office of the Phoenix Guild. There he was met with a perplexed question from the manager, as he informed him of his intention to clean up the Orcish Hunter dungeon. The man went on to explain his own reaction and argued that, most likely, the guy was now trying to refute the rumors that were spreading about him in the guild, and to solve it as quickly as possible. The guy responded by wondering exactly what rumors he was talking about, and then added that he hadn't heard any rumors about himself, and just needed some money. After that, an elderly bearded man with glasses intervened in the conversation. He clasped his fingers together and carefully looked at the interlocutor, and then asked if he was going to this location just for the money. The gray-haired guildmaster went on to explain that life is priceless. Even though money is important, you should always think about that too. And then the man added that in case of extreme or urgent need of money, the guild could borrow it from its members. He was surprised that the conversation had taken such an unexpected turn, but then he stopped the older man and explained that everything was all right, and that the only thing he wanted was to be given a date for the cleanup, and that he would deal with the rest himself. At the same time, The young man thought that this inappropriate and unpleasant rumor, which had spread about him for some unknown reason, was now playing into his hands, for such slander was the perfect argument for going on a dungeon sweep alone. After talking to the Phoenix Guild staff, Woo Jin Kim left the office, and the manager informed the elderly supervisor that the rumors about this player were probably true. The man went to the window and folded his arms across his chest, and then thoughtfully countered that the rumors weren't the main factor, but that the fact that the guy didn't know his place was really annoying. Then the chief inquired about the status of the dungeon the guy was going to clean up. The answer was that a group of young Gaiyu Johns had recently gone there, but it had been a month since she died, and no one had applied to go there. This fact surprised the chief. He turned to his subordinate again and clarified exactly who the missing participant was. As it turned out, it was a very talented fighter who was a member of the gamblers group named Yong Won Park. Then the chief went back to watching the newcomer through the office window, who was just approaching his car parked nearby. And then he asked his subordinate what they should do now, because the guy was trying to get into the underground, which even the specialists could not manage to clean up. Next, the bearded man voiced his own doubts that the young player might not survive the sweep, and that the guild should at least give the boy some support, just in case. At the same time, Woo Jin Kim pulled out his phone and began to search for something on it. But then it was as if he felt a stare directed at him from the office window, and looked up to understand the nature of his own strange sensation that the alien and attentive gaze was causing. Next, the player smiled at his own thought that in order to deal with the hero, it was necessary to make friends with the villain. Then he dialed the number of a man named Yong Won Park on his phone. After the matter was settled, the brunette drove to Chuncheon City Hall. As soon as he got out of the car, a stout-looking man in a suit and round glasses, which were barely hanging on his sweaty, fast-moving face, came running up to him. The office clerk immediately inquired about the visitor's name, and then asked if the guy had really come to the place alone, which caused mute surprise on his face. At the same time, the red-haired employee caught himself thinking that the young player probably could not find partners because of his own greed for money. The man immediately led his guest to the entrance to the dungeon, and gave him a disapproving squint through his glasses on the way. And at the same time, he thought that, by and large, he shouldn't care at all about this matter. And the fact whether or not this overconfident gambler survives is not his problem at all. Next, Woo Jin Kim entered a blue-lit portal and found himself in a gray and stony location, after which a status window appeared before his eyes. It said that this dungeon had only one floor, could be visited by a maximum of 3 participants, and the sum of their levels had to be 13. The prerequisite for clearing this area was the elimination of all orc hunters. After reviewing the information about the place he found himself in, the necromancer thought that he could not clear this dungeon by himself because he was too low. But he had the option of taking out an orc and using it as material to create a skeleton warrior, and, already together with the servant, to perform this task. Next, the boy prepared his sword for the fight. And, as it turned out, he did it just in time, because the next second, a rather large orc, with fiercely glowing eyes, swooped down on him. The monster roared angrily, and had already swung its weighty club to bring it down on the head of a man unprepared for such an unexpected attack, as he had hoped. But he had spotted his opponent before, and slipped under the monster's feet, rather briskly. He then braked his hand on the stony ground of dungeon, and following his usual tactics, slashed at the orc's leg with his sword. To the young man's surprise, this time such a strategy did not work as well as he would have liked. The reason was that the seemingly ordinary orc, for some reason, had tougher skin, and a hard enough blow from a sharp blade left him with only a small scrap. Meanwhile, the monster brought his club down where Woo Jin Kim had been standing until recently, causing the rocks to shatter into rubble and fly in different directions. The player smiled nervously at this and caught himself thinking that with such force, he could cease to exist after a single blow. It would also be incredibly good to take out this orc, and then summon him as a skeleton warrior, for this action would give him a chance to sweep the dungeon alone. Next, the necromancer met the orc's angry eyes and jerked aside as he was forced to dodge another blow. This action raised another stream of rubble into the air, and one of the sharp stones even slashed the player in the face until he bled. Woo Jin Kim, however, did not pay much attention to this fact and began to rush around the orc. The orc was not aware of this fact, but Woo Jin Kim was running around the orc, scrambling around and hitting it with his legs with lightning force. The monster reacted to the dance with a bewildered expression on its fanged face, and then his severed legs buckled. The monster tumbled to the stone floor and roared, this time miserably. The necromancer stepped closer to his foe and grumbled that the legless predator was no longer so terrifying. And then he thrust his sword into his body, causing the cold stones around him to turn a rusty color from the orc's blood. When the vanquished foe finally fell silent, the skeletal warrior's summoning spell rang out. Relatively low high-rise buildings were littered with numerous advertisements and strings of wires, which gave witnesses to this landscape a feeling of screaming cheapness and poverty. In a shabby office inside one of these buildings sat two men. A man with a beard was looking at a file and grinned, then mumbled that he was holding some really interesting information. His interlocutor, a skinny guy with ash-colored hair and blue eyes, asked what exactly the older member of the conversation was staring at. And then he added grudgingly that he didn't want to hear about him trying to pick out some strange object for his business again. The man responded to this claim with a sniffle and pushed the folder across the table, which made the blue-eyed man shudder nervously, and then smugly suggested that he take a look at the data, since he was so curious. The guy followed the warden's advice and took the papers in his hands, after which he determined that he was holding some player's personnel file. But just in case, he asked what it was. Then the gray-haired man began to read the information given to him. Then it became clear to him that the folder referred to a newcomer who had recently awakened and had already managed to clear the dungeon alone. The chief smiled and squinted carnivorously at this, and then began to tell me that this player had entered the second cave, and that this time he was alone in it to begin with, and that he was too arrogant for a man who had only recently acquired his abilities. The skinny guy was dumbfounded at the chief's words and objected that it couldn't be. After all, he himself at first had difficulties with the cleanup, and then he decided to ask if the man was going to say that he trusted some papers with information from an unknown source, and that he did not think that his manager was so naive. The blue-eyed man was answered by the clatter of his heels, and then the owner of the heels came into view. The red-haired girl was just bringing coffee and heard part of their conversation, and then decided to clarify what kind of problems arose regarding her report. The appearance of the assistant made the guy noticeably nervous and stared at the folder while trying to hide his eyes behind the papers. Next, the gambler mumbled frighteningly that since Lee's secretary had provided the data, it was no wonder why the report seemed so perfect to him. And then with feigned delight, he wondered how the employee could get such accurate information. She knocked loudly on the coffee tray, causing the contents of the cardboard cups to spill out, and the blue-eyed man jumped up from his seat. The girl, meanwhile, replied nonchalantly that it was her job. Meanwhile, the bearded man took one cup and sipped his coffee, after which he explained that this information was 100% reliable because it had been collected by Lee's secretary, and then began a moralizing reminder that if they couldn't trust this particular employee, then who was left to be trusted at all? However, after a second, the monologue was interrupted by the fact that the boss saw the empty packages of sticks and realized what kind of coffee his assistant had made, and began to shout that he had already told her not to buy instant coffee because he hated this drink, and then asked why the secretary had bought it. The girl also took a sip of coffee without any emotion on her face, and then explained that the coffee was left over from last week's meeting with the members of the Phoenix Guild. Then she pointed to her report and said that she had prepared it on the back of a paper that had already been used. After this rebuke, the bearded man made a satisfied look on his face and began to purr about how delicious it was, and how instant coffee was the best option. And then he repeated his own phrase about trusting Secretary Lee. It made the gray-haired player cringe and think that he was watching the most disgusting thing ever, especially at that age. Then he shifted his gaze to the dirty and wrinkled coffee cup. Meanwhile, the boss changed the subject of the conversation and asked the assistant how things were going with the purchase of the dungeon. The girl replied that she managed to find some good options, but the price was too high, so she continues to look. He was surprised by the turn of their conversation, so he asked which caves he was talking about, because there must still be some dungeons he hadn't yet cleared. The chief smiled beamingly, asked what his subordinate meant, and then added that if he started going into the dungeons, there wouldn't be enough of them. The guy apologized dumbfoundedly, and then clarified exactly what the chief wanted to say. And then he objected rather angrily that he had just returned from another sweep yesterday, and definitely deserved at least some rest. The boss looked serious because of this complaint and began to tell him that if he rested too often, he would soon become lazy. And then he switched to the fact that workaholics like his ward were prone to diseases, so that the man had to find new tasks for his own good all the time. In the end, the guy was very angry with this answer, but the girl sighed tiredly because of the unplanned lecture and finished her coffee. Meanwhile, there was a battle going on in the dungeon that Woo Jin Kim had gone to clean up. The orc barked angrily and grinned his drooling mouth with sharp, crooked fangs. He then struck with his club, causing the skeleton of his less fortunate counterpart to shatter and his bones to crash to the ground with a resounding thud, only to find themselves under the feet of a second opponent who had come to the aid of his tribesmen. The necromancer watched this scene from a quieter place. He sat on the carcass of the defeated enemy and put his palms on the hilt of his sword. He also thought sadly that because of his low level of summoning skills, the undead were not as resistant to damage as he would have liked them to be. Then, however, the player had a new idea, and he deftly jumped to the ground and smiled. John George, the king of the immortals whom the necromancer had fought in a past life, told him one thing. Next, the wizard stretched out his palm and a bright blue light flashed on it, causing the orcs to turn around, and then summoned another skeleton warrior, and the servant bellowed angrily at the still living enemies, then rose to his full height behind his creator's back. The boy's eyes lit up with blue fire, and he smiled and said solemnly that as long as his magic power allowed, he would have as many skeleton warriors as the victims had fallen on this battlefield, and there were enough orc bodies on the rocky ground of the cave. Orcs from the appearance of the new undead made dumbfounded faces and roared in surprise, which echoed through the mountainous terrain of the location. Meanwhile, status windows flashed around the fighter, telling him that he had leveled up. All his skill points had increased, and that his blood poisoning skill had also reached level 2. The guy immediately started studying the glowing window, and came to the disappointing conclusion that trying to level up in this dungeon would be difficult. He also thought that he should stop fighting regular orcs and find an orc hunter instead. After these reflections, Woo Jin Kim rubbed his chin and knelt down on one knee in concentration, then began to draw with his wand on the ground a map of the location he was to sweep. As he did so, the brunette began to ponder that, as a creature that hunts alone, he assumed that the main adversary would control the entire pack. But in all likelihood, it turned out that orc hunters do not interact with the rest of the group of monsters, and there was only one place left where it can be found. He leaned over the drawing and looked questioningly at his maker, which made the brunette wonder what was wrong. It appeared that the undead knew something. That's why they were acting this way. But then Woo Jin Kim brushed aside his own suspicions and continued to speculate about the location of his main enemy, while at the same time thoughtfully scratching his head with his wand. The skeleton, too, leaned over the map and stuck his sword in the ground, and the young man began to tell him that if the orc hunter was in any place, there would be no useful monsters that the necromancer could use as offerings. And the only useful skeleton warrior would be the one the mage could summon now. Then the dark-haired man tapped the branch already on the skull of the servant skeleton, and then added that he should think of some better idea, and then they both walked away. And in the place of their brief stay, there was a drawing of a map with a stick, which the player had stuck into it. In the meantime, crows had settled freely on the bones that now lay on the battlefield and were pecking at them. But then the sound ceased, because something very large was sniffing nearby, and so the birds hurried away from the danger. Then another orc appeared on the battlefield. He walked up to the dead tribesman and grabbed his bloody head, which opened the mouth of the less fortunate fellow, and sticky saliva flowed from it. Then the strange monster, with its eyes ablaze with purple fire, dragged its prey, which left a long trail of blood on the rocky ground. Please like and follow to watch more content about Manhwa. Thanks. There was a loud chomping sound in the cave. It was the sound of a large orc greedily munching on a piece of meat. And next to the predator was someone's carcass, which it had already stripped of its skin. I was in the middle of a gruesome still life, and next to it was a mountain of old remains. Woo Jin Kim cautiously watched the monster from ambush. He held his bow with a bloody arrow on the bowstring, and reasoned that the dungeon boss is always stronger than all the other monsters in this location, and it would be foolish to engage him without any preparation. But you could try to pierce his body with an arrow with poisoned blood on the tip. Then the player gave a glance command to his skeleton acolyte, and the latter stepped forward with sword in hand. The dungeon boss turned over his shoulder. His eyes glowed even brighter, and he growled loudly and lunged at his new adversary. The skeleton did likewise, and brought his weapon over his head on the run to deliver a powerful blow. Then the living and dead orcs clashed, and the red-eyed foe grinned, and then snapped its predatory curved fangs into the skeleton's collarbone, causing the cave to crackle with the sound of a broken bone. While the skeletons were fighting, Woo Jin Kim stepped out into the open and took aim. At the same time, the guy thought that by the burning blood-red eyes, it was clear that it was the orc hunter who was in front of him now. But he had to avoid his overly tough skin, so he only had to aim for the one weak spot. With that thought, the player unleashed an arrow from his bowstring, and the projectile glowed blue in flight and stabbed the orc hunter right in his bloodshot eye. The orc hunter was thrown back by the force of the blow. He ran his feet over the rocky ground of the cave and piled up a mountain of rubble, and then collapsed on one knee. Then the monster grabbed the arrow by the shaft and yanked it out, then threw it to the floor of the cave. Then the monster roared angrily and breathed a cloud of steam into the air, and blood gushed from its eye. Meanwhile, Woo Jin Kim saw the message that the poisonous blood had affected the orc, took the bow aside, and noted the fact that the weaker the point of impact, the faster the poison spreads through the body. Next, foam spurted from the monster's mouth, causing the player who had wounded it to smile contentedly. And then another message appeared, saying that thanks to the skill of poisonous blood, the orc's health will gradually decrease. Meanwhile, the dungeon boss stared at the young necromancer in bewilderment, with a healthy eye, and collapsed already on both knees, after which he shook his head and put his palm around it. And the player noted the fact that the second level of skill hemotoxin will not increase the chance of death, but now he is quite enough, and the action that is already there. Then the skeleton servant swung his weapon over the orc hunter and struck his opponent, causing his blade to stain with blood, and the undead creator muttered contentedly that now the task was finally done. After a couple of seconds, the guy received a notification that informed him that the orc hunter was now destroyed. The dungeon was cleared. The player's level was raised, and in 1 hour he would be able to leave this location. Because the return shipment had to wait another hour, Woo Jin Kim decided to approach the pile of remains that stood next to the body of the main boss of the entire location. and noted the fact that the monster was in all likelihood gobbling up anyone who was careless enough to get in its way. The brunette then kicked one of the skulls with his foot and wondered if the mishmash of bones contained the ashes of a member of the player group named Yongwon Park. The jolt dislodged the pile of bones with a low thud. The necromancer leaned over it just in case to take a closer look at the remains, and he stumbled upon a long, even trail of blows on the ribs of one of the skeletons with a cutting weapon. Then the boy ran his hand along the trail and concluded that such an injury was definitely not caused by an orc. Then the brunette knelt down in front of the pile of remains and began to rummage through it. At the same time, he began to speculate that, judging by the appearance of the injury, the fighter whose bones he found had been attacked from behind, and it was done by someone who was already used to killing in the dungeons. It was unknown whether the killing had been intentional or not. But if it was committed by a member of the Phoenix Guild of the player group named Yongwon Park, then someone might indeed have gone for such an act because of money and items. After a couple of minutes, Woo Jin Kim exhaled a cloud of steam into the air and began to reflect on the fact that he doesn't have much time left in this dungeon. And yet he doesn't understand how to find traces of the killer. Meanwhile, the wind rose in the location and dispersed the thick clouds behind which the full moon had been hiding up to that moment. Because of its bright light, something glittered far away from where the necromancer was, and quite visibly. This made the boy curious as to whether the strange glow would help him get closer to the player named Yongwon Park. The suspicious light grew stronger, causing the mage to cover his eyes with his palm and move in the direction from which it came. Then the brunette saw a cave that until recently he had not known existed. The tunnel was small, so only one person could get into it, which Woo Jin Kim did. In a small stone nook, he found another skeleton in armor, and with a long sword in his hands. The weapon was surprisingly clean, and the remains themselves were not as badly damaged as the others. Several deep notches could be seen on the wall beside the body, indicating that while this gambler's comrades were fighting the orcs, he escaped and counted his days in this cave, until he ceased to exist. Woo Jin Kim then noticed the phoenix brooch on the dead man's cloak and grinned incredulously at his own observation, that such an act was indeed worthy of a member of the guild that had chosen that bird as its own emblem, especially if it was a rising star of the player group named Yongwon Park, as indicated by the initials Jean-I-G on the decoration. The necromancer thought that there was no place in the world more suitable for the last resting place of such a man than here. But he was distracted from thinking about this circumstance by a soft rustling with which a small book fell out of the skeleton's hands. The player was interested in the find, took it in his hands and began to leaf through it, and then was forced to come to the not too comforting conclusion that he found an ordinary diary, and it is hardly possible to find anything interesting. But then the dark-haired man squinted intently as he saw the blacklist of a group of players named Yongwon Park on the pages of the book, and then he closed the diary with a loud clap and smiled contentedly, as he was unusually lucky to stumble upon such a find. A status window appeared before the player's eyes, telling him that a representative of the dark world congratulated him on his dazzling achievement and sent him a legendary skill page as a gift. Woo Jin Kim grinned rather grimly at this unexpected news, because he didn't expect to get such a useful thing here. Then he took the gold-lighted page in his hands and began to read the information that was written on it. As it turned out, the necromancer had managed to obtain the rare Eye of Anubis ability, which allowed him to see into the past of the dead. Then the necromancer smiled even wider, and his eyes lit up in the glow of the page. And the gambler thought to himself that having such an opportunity in his current situation would be incredibly useful, and that, whatever failures had haunted him in his past life, things were different now. The mage then tore open the page, and a blue light flashed before him about who was talking about obtaining the skill Eye of Anubis, as well as obtaining the legendary heir achievement. Woo Jin Kim stepped closer to the Skeleton Phoenix Guild member and knelt down in front of him, only to then wrap his palms around the unlucky player's skull and smile at his own thoughts that often the dead cannot speak, but that didn't matter to him now. As he did so, his eyes lit up with blue fire, and then black flashes of smoke, like light littered them. Then smoke came from the necromancer's eyes. This was due to the fact that the player had activated the skill eye of Anubis. Next, a blinding beam of light flashed between the sorcerer's eyes and the skeleton's empty sockets, causing the cave to burst into flames, and the servant skeleton looked around in an attempt to understand exactly what had happened. Meanwhile, Woo Jin Kim began to see images that, until recently, were not in his mind and could not be. First, he heard about the bloody orcs, and then some player with a bloody face called out to Yong Gai for help and reached out to him, but the latter, instead of helping, cursed and ran in the opposite direction. Next, the fugitive saw a small cave and hid in it, after which he wrapped his arms around his head and began wailing that he must not die. Then another voice was heard, saying, fearfully, that it was a crime to hunt people. But Yongju paid absolutely no attention to such an argument. Instead, he calmly strode across the puddles of blood on the stone floor and smiled, then explained that he was in absolutely no danger as long as he had an imposing patron behind him. His unknown companion only managed to round his eyes in a frightened way and guess exactly who the guy with the scars on his face was talking about. He held his sword over him, smiled even wider, and then began to tell him who would one day own the Phoenix Guild. The last conscious image the necromancer was able to see was of a man in a chair. Given the memories of the dead man whose past the boy had been able to see, this player's name was Yong Won Park. Then flashes of black smoke reached back to the wizard's eyes, and the bright stream of light that connected them and the skeleton's empty eye sockets exploded. After the Eye of Anubis ability ended, Woo Jin Kim dropped the skull of the hapless fighter from his hands, which was the last time he told anyone his story. And then with one palm he leaned rather heavily on the ground, and with the other he put his hand around his own face and grinned painfully. Then the boy began to consider the memories of the dead man he had seen, and was forced to conclude that the latter had a very painful past, but he himself had expended far more magical power than he would have liked. After that, the gambler smiled wearily and noted the fact that his training was now complete. And if he used this information, as well as the blacklist that he had recently managed to find, he would be able to get close to a player named Yong Won Park. And it doesn't really matter how careful that person might be. Meanwhile, in the cozy and bright cottage, events of a somewhat different nature were taking place. It was not that fighting over bloody fists was a rare occurrence in these walls. Not at all. But the man who now lay on the office floor would have preferred not to face it, especially on his own skin. When the undesirable employee was asked why he allowed another player to take over the dungeon, he raised his blood-stained face and began to ask loudly for forgiveness, then rather hastily added that he would take care of him, just in case. To this, the head of the office irritatedly asked what exactly his subordinate was going to do. After all, the dungeon he couldn't handle had been cleaned out by some rookie, and after that, the employee still dares to say something like that. The chief then clarified whether or not he had been heard, and then turned to his secretary by the name of Kim. The blonde girl responded by humbly bowing her head, apologizing, and saying that she would start the task right away, while the boss continued to carefully read some newspaper. At the same time, an employee who had failed in his task was picked up and dragged away by two gloomy men dressed in business suits. Their hapless ward immediately began shouting that they should wait and not take his life, and then started begging for a second chance. But then all his cries were interrupted by the loud banging of a closed door. After that, the chief began to nonchalantly speculate that a rookie who had cleared the dungeon alone was definitely interesting, though there was nothing surprising in his actions. Next, the man asked his secretary if it was true that this player had a bad reputation in his own guild. The girl confirmed this information and began to tell about the fact that in the first dungeon, this guy had abandoned his partners. She also voiced rumors that he had appropriated all the rewards in the process, although it was impossible to verify this information. The chief mumbled thoughtfully in response that, true or not, if the guy's reputation in the Phoenix Guild was really bad, it would be hard enough to move on, because it was always impossible to clean up the dungeons alone. But then the chief's musings were interrupted by a phone call. As it turned out, a man named Woo Jin Kim had requested a meeting with the boss. The man in the white suit smiled at this, and added that the newcomer never ceased to amaze him, since he himself had come to the lion's den. After that, Yang Won Park put aside the newspaper he had been reading until recently, and picked up the report on the applications for the AA Aegis-ranked dungeon suite. Based on the information it provided, 20 places had been allocated to the Phoenix Guild, although their number was evenly distributed this time. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Guild office was not too quiet either. The secretary was just making a report on the fact that 3 guilds, including a player guild named Yang Won Park, were vying for the remaining 20 spots in the AI-ranked dungeon. The biggest problem, however, was that even if they allocated 6 seats to each faction, there would still be 2 seats left to fight over. Because of this information, the chief sighed that such a fact greatly complicates the current state of affairs, with which the employee had to agree, and then he added that it was for this reason that the guilds had not yet been able to come to any compromise. Then the man adjusted his glasses and continued his report with the information that because of the rank of this dungeon, the chance of finding rare items in it is greatly increased. And since it has only 1 level, the efficiency of clearing it is also quite high. The warden listened to his subordinate and clasped his hands together, then began to reason rather tiredly that the guilds would probably not concede to each other, because all of their members were simply overwhelmed with self-confidence, though many of them don't even realize what can happen in the dungeon. And then the bearded man loosened his tie altogether, and added that all these players already reminded him of a pain in the ass. Next, the gray-haired man rubbed his forehead tiredly, and asked if there was anyone who was not a member of one guild or another, but had applied for the remaining 2 seats. The answer to this question was no, to which the chief stared at the ceiling and muttered thoughtfully that it was understandable. After all, there's no telling what might happen to you if you enter a dungeon without a group. The phone call interrupted the boss's not-so-happy musings. As it turned out, Mr. Yang Won Park was on the other end of the unseen line, waiting to talk. The manager raised his eyebrows in surprise at the news, as the situation with the new location was already complicated. At the same time, the bearded man picked up the phone and said that he was listening, but then he dazedly interrogated something, and then practically shouted the name of the new member of the Phoenix Guild, from whom, as it turned out, too much trouble had been coming lately. After that, the older man began furiously questioning exactly what it was all about. The office worker angrily questioned whether the conversation was really about an overzealous rookie, and even blushed with anger. But then his emotions faded into the background, for his boss had just finished the phone conversation, and added that he would get back to him later. The manager immediately asked what happened and got the tired answer that Woo Jin Kim wanted to take the remaining 2 spots without the knowledge of the other guild members. And the warden went on to elaborate on his own idea that if it really is about the newcomer, then the rumors about him really aren't true. And since he always goes alone, the other groups won't be too worried. The subordinate responded by asking if the guy had now become a member of a group of players named Yang Won Park. However, he could not get an exact answer from the boss, because the competitors could easily use the player to sweep the dungeon, and then get rid of him. The secretary then adjusted his glasses and clarified what would happen to the remaining 1 spot, and whether other factions would fight for it. However, the boss replied that Yang Won Park would agree to cede it to the other factions if the Phoenix Guild provided him with a newcomer for that raid. so they would simply mediate between the two remaining guilds. The man went on to argue that their competitor was an amazing strategist, and the fact that Woo Jin Kim was an ace up his sleeve was very surprising. However, sometimes it is better to back down to reap the greatest rewards later. But there was only one question, and that was exactly how the newcomer had met their rival. Meanwhile, Kim's secretary asked his superior why he had decided to accept the application of a player named Woo Jin Kim. The man with the scarred face first snickered questioningly, then pointed to his guild's blacklist book and explained that he'd had fun watching the guy make his way over here to bring such a thing, and it just so happened that there weren't a lot of good guys left. Besides, the boss was confident that he could manipulate the new guy and then get rid of him at any moment, and it would happen the second the young player stopped being useful. An hour ago, a conversation of a different nature was taking place within the walls of this office. Yang Won Park picked up the diary with the black list of his guild members and asked if his interlocutor knew what it was all about. Woo Jin Kim answered in the affirmative, and then added that he had already looked at the contents of the shabby book. After that, the office manager asked why the guy had come to him in the first place, and whether he was going to blackmail him and get money too. The man then smiled predatorily and asked if the guest was sure that blackmail would work on a player named Yang Won Park, especially with such a thing that the newcomer himself had brought into his office. At the same second, two rather imposing-looking guards hovered over the guest. However, the brunette did not pay much attention to such a frank demonstration of his own abilities, and instead told the owner of the office that he came here with a proposal, not blackmail, and then began to tell him that now everyone is talking about the AK Ranked 1 story, Dungeon, and that he himself would like to get into it. Yang Won Park was visibly surprised by such an answer and even asked what his visitor meant at first. Then the man gave a loud snort and then laughed out loud and added that Woo Jin Kim was really funny. And then he stared at him with a prickly squint and asked if the visitor understood what kind of dungeon it was to say such things to him. He scratched the back of his head and nonchalantly replied that he knew what he was talking about. "I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, because the Phoenix and Messiah guilds are competing for this location, because it has a limited number of seats." The man with the scar on his face was surprised by this remark, because the man, who knows this information, expressed his desire to go to this place, despite the possible risks to his own person. Then Yang Won Park loudly slammed the diary Woo Jin Kim had brought him onto the table beside him and added that his guest appeared to be a real lunatic. Next, the head of the office grinned bloodily and agreed to the visitor's offer. However, at the same time has a counter-condition to him, which must be fulfilled. The building of Gangbu University was illuminated by bright sunlight, but in one of its many classrooms, a lecture was taking place at the same moment. The lecturer went on to say that everyone present in the room now must be aware of the contents of the dungeon report. However, there are at least 1,000 orcs in this location. However, their number could be an order of magnitude higher. Woo Jin Kim listened to the speech with a completely calm expression on his face. From the other players, however, he did not sit, but stood at the end of the hall and propped his back against the wall. However, when the information that in past attacks on the location about 70 people survived, and half of the participants did not return from it, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and began to speculate that only elite players from each guild gathered here. After all, given this fact, it was impossible to say that all the casualties arose only by fighting monsters. Next, the boy continued to watch the lecturer with an attentive squint and thought about the fact that he had previously had to turn a blind eye to such statistics for lack of evidence. However, the chance that the struggle was not just with monsters, but also among players. After all, it was a good opportunity to get rid of opponents and steal valuable items. Then the brunette in his usual hoodie moved to leave the auditorium, and at the same time began to reason already about the fact that in this dungeon there was a reward for killing an orc warrior. That is, the boss of the location. The Fang of the Orc genus Eventually, the prize was given to the Messiah Guild for its enormous contribution to this sweep. In the past, Woo Jin Kim knew nothing. But when he thought about it now, he realized that it was very strange. It was quite possible that Si-jun Lee had already been involved in corruption at that time. After a few seconds, the boy left the lecture hall and walked down the bright corridor. At the same time, he was thinking about the fact that even if the head of the Messiah Guild was behind this incident, that the commercial organization itself had nothing to do with it, and that instead of directly influencing it, it had infiltrated spies in other guilds, and that now he needed to predict their next move based on his own memories from his past life. A huge portal to another reality glowed brightly with blue flames. A rather large crowd of players gathered in front of the location, and then all of them were ordered to enter the dungeon. At the same time, representatives of the Messiah, Phoenix, Lion, and Skull guilds had significant differences in appearance, as each participant wore a uniform, the color and cut of which depended directly on the affiliation to one or another organization. Woo Jin Kim, on the other hand, stood out noticeably in his casual clothes. Though he wasn't bothered by that fact, he walked toward the portal too, and adjusted his hood as he went. And at the same time, he thought that he would prefer to rip the orcish fang right out of the hands of his former leader. A bright blue flash of transition illuminated the forest, which was located in the dungeon. A warrior in heavy armor and a sorceress with a staff in her hands began to speculate about where the members of their guild were now, because with all those people around it was almost impossible to find them. However, they were interrupted by the head of the Messiah Guild unit. The player gave the order to line up, and his subordinates fairly quickly emerged from the crowd. The other members of the sweep had never seen anything like this before. Some looked at the picture with disapproval, some with surprise, and some did not hide their own delight and began to say that such a thing could be expected from the Messiah, that such a result was fantastic, and that the guild was praised for a reason. Such talk was rather quickly interrupted by the players, who appeared rather skeptical. After all, the fact that someone was the first to speak did not mean anything in this location, since the entire area was swarming with thousands of orcs. As if in confirmation of these words, the first orc appeared in the clearing near the portal and roared furiously, as he saw the strangers in his territory. From among the fighters in light armor, one stepped forward and declared that the Messiah would deal with the unexpected enemy, and let the others watch it carefully. Then the player activated the skill Vivacious Fighter, and it ended in a successful provocation. Next, the fighter gave a bellicose cry and slammed his shield to the ground, causing a wave of dust to rise, and an expression of malicious surprise on the face of the orc. Then the orc rushed to the warrior, and with all his inhuman strength, hit him on the shield with his fist, and then tried to throw the player aside, causing more dust and rubble in the air. The orc roared in frustration over his own failed attempt, while his opponent snidely clarified whether that was all he was capable of. In the next second, the sorceress joined the fight, her eyes and palms glowing with golden fire. The girl used the skill Lord of the Source of Wisdom. Moreover, she managed to restrain the orc, which was firmly entangled by numerous fetters that burst from somewhere under the ground. Then the glow around the sorceress intensified, and the dark green ropes reached the monster's neck and began to choke it, causing the orc to clutch at them with his hands to relieve the dangerous pressure. Then he wheezed and bared his huge fangs, which spurted out in thick foam. But further into the forest that densely covered the entire dungeon, there was a loud noise, and the ground beneath the player's feet shuddered sensibly. The less experienced members of the sweep began frightenedly asking what it was, and shouting about an earthquake. However, their more experienced colleagues countered that in all likelihood the cause of the sound and vibration was somewhere behind the forest. They prepared their weapons and waited tensely for who knows what. And then other orcs poured into the clearing they were in. A battle ensued, the air filled with the stomping of monsters, Screams, snarls, and clinking of weapons, and blood poured to the ground, tearing off the sharp blades with every blow. Next, the battle was joined by mages whose hands burst into flames of gold, visible even in spite of the clouds of dust that rose into the air. After that, a cry resounded through the ranks of the Messiah Guild warriors that the time had come, and it was time to move forward. The warriors followed it and rushed at the orcs. Meanwhile, on a branch of an old tree that grew nearby, Woo Jin Kim was nestled. He watched the players battle with the monsters, and concluded that, just as he thought, no one had noticed his absence. Next, the boy smiled contentedly, for now it was time for his turn. Woo Jin Kim stood on a tall tree branch and watched the battle between the four most famous guilds and the orcs, and came to the conclusion that the enemies would not be able to push the players back to that extent. Then the lad pushed off the branch on which he had previously settled and jumped to the next, for in this way he could avoid moving on the ground, and, as a result, unnecessary meetings with the inhabitants of this dungeon. And in the process, he began to reason that he should take advantage of the situation and locate the warrior orc. Under the terms of the dungeon cleansing, it was necessary to get rid of the warrior orc and thousands of his subordinates. Guild representatives will first try to reduce the number of rank-and-file opponents to reduce their own losses. However, after the elimination of 1,000 orcs, the players will begin to look for the boss of this location, and until that moment, he must have time to get the warrior orc Fang. With this thought, the necromancer continued his movement between branches, and smiled in anticipation of the future venture. The high peaks of sharp rocks stretched toward the full moon from somewhere behind the forest. Among these stone claws was the camp of the orcs, and the shelter of their leader. The orc warlord sat on his throne, presiding over the trial of one of his subjects, who had been defeated in a skirmish with the gamblers who had come to cleanse him. The monster was now on its knees, awaiting its fate, arrows protruding from its body, blood streaming down its chin. Then the other orc roared and swung his stone sword, causing blood to gush onto the stone floor and the hapless fellow to fall breathless. The rest of the monsters roared and stared at their leader with eyes that lit up with fierce fire. He, in turn, gripped the armrest with his fingers, then stood up and raised his axe above his head, before roaring loudly. A huge number of monstrous enemies moved away under the orders of their ruler, and Woo Jin Kim, who was watching the whole scene from one of the cliffs above the enemy camp, concluded that following the orc who had escaped from the battlefield was a good idea. Then the guy watched directly for the boss of the location that he and the other players had to clean up. He looked stronger than the necromancer had imagined, but he had sent his minions to fight the guild members, so luck was on the brunette's side now. Next, the orc warrior returned to his seat and climbed onto his stone throne, causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. And the necromancer smiled predatorily and thought that while the others were fighting on the front lines, he could get close to the main enemy while he was alone and strike first. Meanwhile, the battle in the clearing, where the players had reached immediately after the transition between realities, was over. The commander of the Messiah Guild looked at the mountains of green-skinned bodies, leaned on his sword, and declared that the orcs were not so difficult to fight, and that it was time to move on. This decision was due to the fact that there were fewer opponents than he had expected, and, in all likelihood, their main forces are in another place. Then, however, the warrior was interrupted. A scout came to him with a report that many new orcs were heading toward the players. The warrior inquired about the number of enemies, to which he received the answer of about 1,000 enemies, and by all appearances, that was their main force. Next, the commander turned to the other players who were in the clearing, including those who belonged to other guilds, and began to tell them that, as he thought, they should all stop at today's achievements. After all, it would take a lot more equipment to go up against the main force of the orcish army. But then the man was interrupted by the angry cries of those who disagreed with such arguments and declared that the representatives of the Messiah Guild were nobody and had no right to order them around. As it turned out, the Lion Guild members opposed the arrangement proposed by the fighter in the light cuirass. They confidently declared that they were not Messiah's dogs and intended to continue the offensive. The Messiah squad leader gave the daredevils a disapproving look and proceeded to explain his advice by stating that many orcs were headed their way. And while competition between the guilds was important, without harmonious work, they would all perish in this dungeon. However, the commander of the Lion Squad ecily clarified why their competitors are so unsure of their own strength. After all, if they were so afraid of ordinary orcs, then they in principle should not have entered this location. Then the golden armored warriors moved forward, while the Messiah warriors stayed in the same place and looked at them for a while. After which the scouts said that these players were real self-righteous idiots, and the squad leader instead offered to find a safe place to rest and prepare for the next battle. Woo Jin Kim cried incredulously that this could not be, and a look of great surprise appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the orc chief once again prepared to attack. However, the second skeleton roared angrily, and his eyes lit up like ball lightning. Then the dungeon boss struck again with his weapon, sending a column of pebbles and dust flying into the air. But he couldn't hit it, and the servants started running around the orc, which made the orc even angrier. However, the dark-haired mage who brought the undead back from oblivion understood that the skeleton warrior would not last long, and his only chance was to attack now, while the last skeleton distracted the orc chief. With that thought, the boy raised his bow and took aim, then released a poisoned arrow from the bowstring, and it flew toward the enemy, who at that moment was just trying to hit the overly dexterous servant of the necromancer with an axe. Except that things did not go at all the way the young player had planned. Instead of becoming an easy target, the orc leader turned around and managed to dodge the projectile at the last moment, first bewildering the necromancer, and then realizing that he had underestimated the enemy's strength. Meanwhile, the skeleton tried to use the tactic of chopping the legs of an opponent who was many times his size. However, after another such strike, the servant's sword simply broke, unpleasantly surprising the dark-haired wizard. The next second, the main enemy dropped his axe on the skeleton, causing the undead to literally crumble and scatter in all directions in small shards of bone. After that, huge orc stared burning with anger at player, who could only take his bow, and then he caught himself at the thought that it would be difficult to get out of the situation in which he was now, and most likely a change of plan would be necessary. The orc warrior stood beside his throne, and the magical fang-shaped necklace still hung around his uncircumcised neck. Woo Jin Kim had to point out the fact that it was useless to fight the boss while such a powerful artifact was in his possession, especially since his level of magical power was not enough for a full-fledged fight with the enemy. So this time, the player chose to prudently retreat, while noting that the orc warrior was not pursuing him for some reason. Meanwhile, the monster didn't even turn its head in his direction, and the necromancer surmised that it probably seemed too troublesome for him to pursue a retreating enemy. Though that was to be expected for an AI-rank dungeon boss. The boy smiled, for the circumstance played into his hands and gave him the opportunity to hide freely. But when he returned, the monster would regret having let his adversary go so easily. Then Woo Jin Kim climbed up the tree again and began to move rather quickly through the branches of the area, which was overgrown with forest. His silhouette was noticed by the other players, and they began to discuss who exactly they had just seen. As it turned out, they were members of the Lion Guild, and the head of their squad bellowed angrily that it turns out they weren't the only ones who left the battlefield. Then the other warriors joined in the conversation. They suggested that perhaps this member of the mopping up found the orc warrior faster than they had managed. However, the commander began to explain to his subordinates that this theory may or may not have been correct. After all, No one knows for sure if he is going back because he found the warrior orc. And then he added that they should not blindly believe anyone until they have seen the main adversary with their own eyes. After that, the red-haired man began to reason that the item that falls from the dungeon boss of rank A should belong to the Lion Guild no matter what. But then his emotional speech was interrupted by a sound that caused the commander and his chief aide to look around. Then, one by one, the men fell to the ground, and pools of viscous blood swarmed around their bodies. The commander's face froze with horror, and then he started screaming, trying to understand what was going on. Then the man gripped his sword more comfortably and rambled on about how he'd heard nothing about any other monsters than orcs in this location. And he added that they couldn't possibly be monsters at all. But, as if to refute his words, the darkness between the trees flashed with the twin lights of someone's eyes. Then the gambler screamed frantically for his adversary to show himself, and whether he expected to be safe after all he had just done. But the red-haired fighter's desperate cry was interrupted by a thunderous growl. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, in one of the many caves, a fire was burning. Woo Jin Kim headed towards its light, and saw other players inside, huddled around the fire. The lad saw the other members of the sweep, and was relieved to think that there were no guilds here that might be interested in his person. But then he noticed the gloomy faces and stiff postures, and noted that from the atmosphere in the cave it looked as if he were at a funeral. However, after a couple of moments the brunette stopped and understood the reason for the gloomy mood of the other players, as he saw many fresh graves and thought about how many people had ceased to exist on the first day of the raid. Next, the necromancer began to observe the other players, and thought that something was clearly wrong. Even though there were only soldiers gathered here, they were all well prepared, and most likely the battle between the guilds had already begun, just as he suspected. Meanwhile, the players who were sitting around the fire began to talk among themselves. There was talk about how some of them looked awful and had apparently overdone it, despite their own abilities. However, the observation that the same could be said of all who were present followed in response. However, the Heishi Guild representative was indignant over this wording, because he was sure that their organization was the most alive. Then he asked if there was any news about the members of the other organizations. Next, a blonde warrior entered the conversation and began to tell what he heard, as if the greatest losses suffered by the Lion Guild. Their group went into the woods to retrieve items, but disappeared. He was interrupted by a dark-skinned warrior who protested that not one group was missing, or even two, and then he asked if it was possible at all. The answer was yes, because the bodies of the players were so badly damaged that they could no longer be recognized. And in general, orcs make a living out of eating people. Meanwhile, someone mumbled about how awful it was, and even if he ceased to exist, he would not want to become food for monsters. However, the pessimist was immediately interrupted, because if you talk about such a subject, it could become a reality. Next, the players stared into the fire and began to speculate that what bothered them all was how strange things were. After all, if this had been a normal mission, there would have been far fewer casualties. No one could disagree with that fact. So they talked about the fact that maybe at least someone would survive this sweep. After all, human life should be placed above objects and the like. Woo Jin Kim sat a little aside from the other players, listening to their conversations and thinking that, given being in an 8-ranked dungeon, such a development was quite possible. However, the chances of so many groups being wiped out in one day are not that high, so there is definitely something behind so many missing participants, and his plan could fail if the soldiers became weaker. And then the necromancer decided that starting tomorrow he would work harder to solve this problem. The bright morning sun was rising over the dense forest. At first one could not suspect that the forest was in fact teeming with hordes of orcs, whose roar caused flocks of birds to fly frightened into the area. The monsters were all moving in the same direction, and that made the players, whom they were getting close to, nervous with anger and fear. But the panic was quickly suppressed by the commanders, who reminded their less experienced subordinates to keep quiet and concentrate on the battle. A wave of green-skinned men moved toward the players' squad, and then the monsters roared viciously to intimidate their human opponents. After which a battle ensued, and the battlefield was covered with the dust that was raised by thousands of pairs of feet. Woo Jin Kim stepped away from looking at his inventory window and turned around to look at the flock of birds that had flown away fearfully because of the noise that had risen in the dungeon because of the battle, and noted that the main battle with the main orc force seemed to have already begun. Next, the boy went back to his work and at the same time thought that his problem at the moment was the impossibility of striking the warrior orc as effectively as possible with the items he now had in his possession. Then player remembered how the skeleton servant he had summoned broke his sword after hitting the dungeon boss, and then he himself crumbled into tiny crumbs under the monster's huge axe. This circumstance made the use of the undead as bait unsuccessful because they were too weakly resistant to physical damage. But after that, the necromancer wondered if the skeleton warriors could shoot an arrow. And to find out the answer, the dark-haired mage began to summon a new acolyte. The orc warrior sat on his stone throne, holding a huge axe of sharply honed stone in his hand. And then Woo Jin Kim, armed with a long sword, appeared in his field of vision. He noted that the monster seemed perfectly calm today and inquired about the start of the second round of their confrontation, to which the location boss growled angrily and activated the fang that hung around his neck in the form of a pendant. Next, the artifact flashed bright blue fire, and its owner jumped on the player, sending a wall of dust and small stones into the air. Seconds later, however, the monster roared as blue lightning whizzed past it, and then shielded itself with an axe from the arrow someone had fired at it. Then someone else attacked again, and the orc warrior looked around with eyes glowing with rage at the area he was on. It appeared that two skeletal servants, armed with bows, were firing at him. Then the monster swung his axe and ripped a large stone from the ground, which immediately flew into the wall above the heads of the skeletons, causing the bone fighters hurriedly run to the side and on the move shot again at the orc. He repelled both blows with his axe again, while Woo Jin Kim jumped over his opponent's head and noted the fact that, just as he thought, skeleton warriors also knew how to shoot an arrow. So it was definitely going according to plan, which made the guy smile predatorily. Woo Jin Kim swung his sword and tumbled in flight, then darted past the warrior orc, startling the monster and cutting the lace of the necklace that was hanging around his neck. Next, the monster turned its head toward the insolent player, and the pendant slipped from its place, and the necromancer simply caught it in flight, causing him to immediately see a status window, which informed the guy about receiving the Orcish Lord's Fang, and the space around it lit up with sapphire fire. Meanwhile, the loss of the artifact weakened the orc warrior, and his strength and defense diminished. The monster roared and struck with an axe in front of him. But Woo Jin Kim managed to dodge the attack, but the beast itself had no time to do this, and a second later 2 poisoned arrows stuck in his knee, which caused the hemotoxin to enter the body of the enemy, and immediately began to take effect. The dungeon boss turned around and saw that the skeleton warriors had managed to hit him after all, and the creator smiled, for the warrior orc's fang was now in his hands, and his attacks against the green-skinned man were now more successful. Next, the player looked closely at the artifact in his hands and opened the status window, which reported that during use, the Orcish Lord's Fang increased stamina by 30 units, and increased attack and physical defense strength by 5% of the total. After that, the Necromancer got the Lord Orcish Fang Holder achievement, and activated the item, causing everything around him to burst into a blue glow, and he thought to himself that now there was only one thing he had to do. and that was to get a weapon that could take the dungeon boss's head off. To do that, the brunette cut his palm and smeared blood on the blade of his sword. Meanwhile, the skeleton servants again fired at the green-skinned leader, and he let out a loud roar and at the same time began to deflect more shots of bone warriors. However, one of the throwing projectiles still hit the monster between the ribs and caused him to get more blood poisoning. At the same time, Woo Jin Kim rushed out of his seat and where he had been standing a moment before. A blow from an orcish axe came crashing down, and the necromancer somersaulted again, in flight, and thrust his sword into the monster's body, inflicting further hemotoxin poisoning. The orc roared angrily and dropped his axe, which made his opponent smile. The weapon fell to the ground beside the skeleton servant, and the undead's eyes immediately flashed with predatory fire. And then the bony fighter dropped his bow and picked up the heavy axe, then lunged at the main monster of the location. And his maker thought it would be the perfect weapon to decapitate the boss. The desperate roar of the main enemy was heard by the scout. He began to look around for the source of the strange sound, because it was not a scream that ordinary orcs make. Then the blonde-haired player raced toward the sound, thinking that perhaps someone nearby was fighting a warrior orc. In such a situation, it was necessary to immediately figure out who this guy was and report to the guild as quickly as possible. So the scout accelerated, and after a few jumps along the branches of the huge trees, he found himself at the edge of the stone plateau. There he saw 2 skeleton warriors and 1 gambler who had already almost dealt with the main boss of dungeon, but he could not feel the presence of anyone else. And this fact indicated that the strange man is fighting against the orc champion alone. Such a scenario was almost impossible, so the scout decided to immediately report what he had seen, the guild command, and hastily rushed away, causing a mocking smile of the necromancer, who noticed him. However, just as the blonde-haired gambler jumped up to climb a nearby tree, his little flight was interrupted by an arrow that pierced the unlucky fugitive's shoulder. Next, the scout collapsed on the ground and looked around, trying to figure out exactly who had attacked him. Then he remembered the picture on the rocky wasteland and thought that someone must have seen him. And it was probably an asshole who didn't want him to blab about how someone had killed an orc warrior. But then the boy saw some movement behind him and turned around. And then he saw the figure of some fighter, whose clothes were glowing with a ghostly light. From the mask on his face, the scout could tell that a Skull Guild fighter stood before him. But a second later, his existence was terminated by a sneaky sword blow to the back, and viscous blood poured from the wound to the ground. Guys, please like and subscribe to my channel if you like Manhwa and everything related to it. I would also be very pleased if you could write a comment. Thank you. Sometimes it is necessary to destroy not only orcs that stand in their way, but also ordinary people. Because every fighter must work undercover, and no person has the right to know who he really is. In order to maintain mystery, you need to clear the battlefield of any witnesses. There are only 5 people left, whom they must find and destroy. The battle with orcs can be made much brighter and more exciting only by killing some player during the fight. The man found himself on a tree and told the newcomer that half of the items of the murdered boy belonged to the guild. Therefore, they must be shared. The novice assured him that he could not worry about it. He would do everything at the highest level and return the stolen property to the owner. The newbie asked if the teacher was going to kill that boy. He replied that he didn't have it on the list, but that he was going to destroy it and collect the award if he had the chance. It would be very foolish not to use it. But he was a monster going against an orc champion alone. Isn't that dangerous? But he will be tired enough after the battle, so eliminating him will be as easy as taking candy from a child. He will create absolutely no resistance. You just need to choose the right moment and attack. He leaves the rest to the novice. The teacher jumped from the tree and asked to follow him. The novice asked if they had not completed all the work yet. He grabbed the dead body by the collar and pulled the body. The orcs will do their job well if he throws them a body to raise their tone and spirit. The guy stopped. He looked away and thought. He saw a clearing. There the knights destroyed the orcs. The master said they were doing much faster than he expected. His fighters said they could clear this dungeon very quickly if they moved at the same pace. They manage everything very easily, and the orcs were not as strong as they expected. You just need to find an approach, and it will be very easy to destroy the orc. The master said that although things are going very well, they need not to neglect the safety rules, and they will not wriggle out of the heroes. They should turn back at the first opportunity. The knights did not understand what he meant. The infantry is almost done hunting. By tomorrow, everyone will be preparing to attack the orc champion. It's better for them to prepare for the main event and not waste too much energy here on the battlefield with ordinary orcs. At the same time, a notification came to all his soldiers. The master looked at the screen in detail. These notifications made everyone very upset. It said that someone had already defeated the orc champion, whom they were so eager to kill and enjoy such a magnificent trophy. They began to discuss this situation among themselves, and no one understood how this could happen or who had the power to kill an orc champion. How could this happen? The main groups of each guild should be busy fighting the orcs. Something is not clear here. You need to find out more information. The master was asked what was going on. Perhaps this meant that the missing people from the Lion Guild were still alive. He replied that he was not sure about that. He thought the people from the Lion Guild were bluffing. Something strange began to appear from the ground. It was a giant skeleton. The guy leveled up and got the Champion Orc Hunter achievement. He was also given a catalog as an additional reward. It would be nice if this catalog gave him a useful skill. He opened his eyes wide, but he saw the book of the gloomy priest in front of him. It had the power of a shrew and could keep 5 living dead in it. Effects: the weakened spirits packed in the book of a grim priest will help you get the power of a shrew, which increases all abilities by 5%. It was an inventory in which you can store the living dead. In addition, the abilities increase if you place them there. He decided to try, and a huge skeleton appeared in front of him. It was the living dead. He activated this skill to check and understand how it works. The earth began to split. What was happening was really unexpected for the boy. The need to use his hands to deliver the final blow will disappear. Instead, he will simply summon skeleton soldiers as soon as he enters the dungeon. With this book, the main drawback of the skill of summoning skeleton soldiers will disappear forever. Meanwhile, in the forest, the master ran forward. But his assistants did not understand where he was running because the orc champion had already been destroyed. He was angry at them for thinking he was stupid. He knew perfectly well that the orc champion no longer had. But why was he running somewhere then? He needed to at least see with his own eyes what had happened to come up with an explanation. He needed to say something to the park van master when they got out of here. He had expected a worthy trophy from them in the form of an orc champion, and now that it was destroyed, they had nothing to compensate for it. All fighters began to think, and now everything became clear. They all ran to each other after their master. The orc champion was defeated much faster than they expected. They have to change their plans. They need to leave the guy who killed the orc champion alone and deal with the other targets in the meantime. But everyone was wondering what happened to the newcomer who stayed to clear the territory. The teacher told him to follow him as soon as he finished. He would give him another lesson after this was all over. If their identities are revealed here, their superiors will be very worried. They must not allow this at any cost. In the event of a worst-case scenario, they must be ready to say goodbye to their lives. They no longer had time for idle talk. They all had to move as stealthily as possible. One of the fighters saw that someone was approaching them. It was a rookie running and doing it very loudly. Yes, it was really loud, but because he was not running alone, but with skeleton warriors. The teacher was shocked. Did he go and provoke this boy? The newcomer ran up to the rest with the skeletons. The teacher started shouting at him and asked why he brought them here. It was unclear what to do with them next. They immediately asked the master what they should do now, because this novice made it very easy to find their location. The fact that this guy was attacking them, surely he knew something and was hiding it. If the battle continued, it would attract the attention of the rest of the guilds. If it really happens, it will be over for them. Even if he had to leave the mission unfinished, he had to kill this guy and remove all traces. The master asked if everyone was ready. The rookie scattered all the fighters with one blow. They fell to the ground. None survived. Only the master, the novice, and his skeletons remained in this area. The master did not understand what had happened. Did the newcomer betray them? He approached the master, and when he got closer, the master realized that this was no ordinary novice boy. His eyes emitted some kind of black smoke. He understood whose fault only half of the people survived in the past. But in this novice's memories, he could not find any information related to the Messiah Guild. The newcomer glanced at the murdered man. Even in the past, this boy was counted among the missing persons. He took a mask for himself and said that it was time to visit the head of the Skull Guild. He was lucky enough to find a connection with the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. But first, he had to finish off the Orc champion. The master did not understand who this scum was and where he came from. The skeletons did not allow any movement. The fighters asked them to leave and not touch them. Luck was on the side of the newcomer, because all the boys from his memories have gathered here in one place. The guy looked at everyone. The skeletons kept everything under control, and no one could laugh at them. The master asked not to kill him, but he killed everyone without any hesitation. Therefore, we can conclude that he definitely killed before. He approached the master, but he told him that he would definitely not learn any information from him. It made no sense for him to tell anything if he was going to kill him anyway. But there was a question of how he would kill him, fast or slow. Even if he manages to get out of here alive, he will only become an obstacle for the leader. There was only one way out: spill blood. He decided his own fate. He stepped over himself and committed a completely stupid act. But perhaps, on the contrary, he should be grateful to him, because in this way he proved that he had important information. These great changes that have opened up to the world will enable Japan to move forward. They will work with Lee Jun of the Messiah Guild to lay the foundation, and then spread their influence. Song Chong was sent to Korea to become one of the members of the Skull Guild, and dedicate himself to serving his home country. If they can take over the dungeons and items in Japan, including everything that appears in Korea, they will be able to recreate a more powerful empire than now. It will be called the Yamato State. The man wanted to introduce Song Chong to mentors who would help him along the way. Representatives of Japan's elite. Song was shocked that these people would be his mentors. It was a great honor to meet them. He couldn't even think that he would be able to meet a master archer and a master swordsman. There is one guy you need to get rid of when the dungeon opens. Korea Dungeon Broker. Su Wang was a nice guy, but judging by everything going on, he got in the way of their Japan brokers. They must destroy him no matter what. There was also a talented broker in Korea. What was his name? The novice hoped that the reason would be something else. But it seems that it was vanity. It disgusted him. Even in the worst times, they trusted each other and fought side by side. Master Archer and Master Swordsman. Before his return, he conquered a lot of dungeons with them. They always went ahead to save the world. And he wanted to be like them. They were not only his teachers, but also his moral support. They were very valuable comrades to whom he was about to entrust his life, even in the toughest battles. But that's what he thought before. And in fact, they are no different from Lee Jun. This time, he can't let them carry out what they have planned. They said that the next target is C. Jane. It was a dungeon broker. He must have been very talented if he is on their blacklist. The fact that he is not in the memories means that the assassination was a success. If the people from Yamato take his place, Lee Jun will benefit from it. As long as he is blacklisted, attempts to kill Si-chan will continue. They will find him anywhere. Maybe he can find a way to weaken their group. The guy also needs a broker who can find dungeons for him. That's why everything is going very badly. He finished his work, so he had to prepare to enter the dungeon. Sombe was asked if it was always so quiet at the gate. There is no chance that monsters will come out of the gate, so there should be silence. As soon as they clear the dungeon, chaos will begin here. Therefore, he suggested that his partner rest for now. As soon as they clear the dungeon, everyone will interview the players. But Sanbei said it was for a different reason. Because players would be fighting each other for items. The man was surprised by such information. Apart from the Messiah Guild, everyone will try to get at least one additional item. But in any case, nothing has started yet. It was necessary to sleep because they won't be able to do it in the near future. The man saw something nearby and pointed with his finger. Sombe was very angry with his partner because he was bothering him with questions and kept him awake. But he wanted to say that the gate from the dungeon had appeared. His face was pale and petrified. A player left the portal. The dungeon was cleared and the wounded had to be taken care of. Other players will now start coming out of the gate. You need to carry the stretchers faster. It seems that the situation is worse than before. The news reported that 31 people were killed. The members of the Skull Guild were all killed, and no one came back. Fights begin between guild members. The man crumpled the newspaper. He didn't understand why they couldn't find whoever killed the orc champion. How can he believe the words in the newspaper? One of the soldiers said that he is very sorry that this happened. In the future, he will do everything possible to prevent this from happening. But he didn't understand how they were going to compensate him for his lost strength and resources, as well as the disappointment he now feels. This is not a charity business where he can give endless chances to ants like them. He demanded that they return 5 times more than he spent in a week. It would be better if they did it while he was giving them a chance. They were at a loss as to how to bring them 5 times more loot. The man asked his secretary if the boy was being treated and in which hospital. She replied that he was injured in the dungeon. He was upset because there were no useful guys left. How could you get a tram in a single-story dungeon? But he told the secretary that he was not injured by a monster. Then it meant that he was attacked by members of another guild. He asked if she was sure about that. The girl replied that over time, the truth can be hidden. But she thought it would be wise to hear the story directly from the boy. He agreed and ordered to go to the hospital. He most likely would not start talking to other people. The secretary took care of that. There were a lot of people in the hospital, because many guests came to Kim Jin to find out the truth and hear the story from him. The last man came out and asked to contact the guild as soon as he remembered something. But he understood that the boy did not remember anything. The man needed at least some information to report to the management. The elevator was going down. If everything was supposed to happen like this, then why did the Park Van faction ask to include Kim Jin in the team? The man turned his attention to an employee of another guild as he exited the elevator. Judging by the expression on his face, Kim Jin is trying to keep his mouth shut and not tell anything to extra people. Or maybe he is completely silent about everything that happened there and wants to make it his secret. The boy looked at the door. The man said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how he was feeling. He was connected to a drip. The guy had a lot of information on the Skull Guild, but it makes him suspicious. He saw them attack the orc champion. But the fact that they were destroyed means that the valuables were stolen by another group. But he remembered very well that he had destroyed them one by one. The last thing he saw was them using the Hunter Silent skill. The man knew about the skill of stealth. It allowed whoever used it to hide completely. Now it was clear that the target of those guys was the orc champion and the other players. If the boy had not been helped by the ability of infected blood, then he would not have survived and died on the spot. If the person who attacked him had not been affected by the blood that he shed, then perhaps he would already be dead. That's because he's lucky. If all the guys from the Skull Guild were destroyed, then no one else knew about what was happening there. And he was the only witness. It was true, but he thought it would be better for him to be careful for a while. In any case, the Phoenix Guild managed to get something. The president got angry every time just thinking about it. He already lost a lot because of the guys from the Skull. He can't just leave it like that. He needs to dig up more information about the Skull Guild to reduce his losses. What Kim Jin told him turned out to be much more useful than he expected. The president asked what the boy wanted. He pretended to be modest, but the man asked him to behave normally and answer the questions. He may have been spying on the players from their deal, but he came to the man from the start because he had a purpose. Kim said he needs to find one person. The president asked who the person was. The guy said he was a well-known broker, Si Chang. He is a professional in his business, but he can't find him because his connections are limited. The president was surprised that Kim knew this broker, but he remembered the request and told Kim to pick up the phone when he gets a call from an unknown number. He was a very high-minded person who chose his own clients, but he was really a professional in his field. Also, the man decided to repeat just in case that the information he told should be kept secret. Everything that happened must be hidden. If rumors start to spread, then this situation will become dangerous for Kim. The boy replied that he understood this, so he would remain silent no matter who visited him and asked. The president and his secretary left. Everything went according to plan, even though he didn't trust Kim completely. Park Van knows nothing about the connection between the Messiah Guild and the Skull Guild. As soon as he starts forcing Lee Jun's information on them, the Master Swordsman and Master Archer will turn their attention to Park Van. Who doesn't know that Kim inflicted these injuries on himself will have to suffer a little. And while Lee Jun and Park Van will compete in who is more nervous, he will be able to focus on improving his strength. Despite the fact that the Skull Guild is large enough, they did not have sponsors. That can only mean one thing. They carry out monetary transactions by selling items abroad. Black markets outside of Korea need to be explored. Then he can meet with the merchants who do business with these guys. He felt that all these merchants were the same. Kim was released from the hospital and should have been contacted a long time ago. Just at that moment, he got a call. He said he heard something and offered to make a deal. He needed more dungeons. But the deal can only happen when he sees Kim's skills. He said he will send the details later, and dropped the phone. So it was true that he chooses clients. Even despite the fact that it is one story, he used dungeons as a test. It will be very useful if you can make a deal with him. Meanwhile, in the city, the man said that he received a call from another applicant for the title of buyer. He got his contact from Park Van. But very little time has passed since the last case. If it's someone trying to get close and kill him again. But he didn't care. They could have a whole truckload of guys like that and they'd still be powerless. But the partner didn't like the fact that he was working for Park Van. But if he really worked for Park Van, he would have contacted him directly. In any case, he is useless unless he passes the test. Even if he tries to kill Hyun Nam, it will take a long time for him to acquire the necessary skills. But if he is very capable, one day they will be able to live in the dungeon and finish this game. They need guys like this. But the assistant didn't understand why Hyun Nam was saying that. If he needed guys like that, he was right in front of him. But Hyun said he still has a tough road ahead of him, because he couldn't even clear the dungeon by himself. In any case, he sent him to the Kobold dungeon. He offered to see what would happen there. Does he really have abilities that will interest Hyun, or is he just another weakling? But it was a very powerful dungeon. Hyun didn't force him to do anything, so he can surrender if he wants to. And if he succeeds, it will be a good indicator of quality and strength. The aide believed that Hyun did not think about business in such cases. But he recalled that he has a very fast metabolism, so he already wanted to eat a lot, because he recently ordered a ton of food and ate it all himself. The car drove up to a large crater. Kim came out of it. He was surprised that he was sent to the Kobold dungeon. Did they do it not to make money? It seems that the test will be difficult. For an ordinary player, it will not be easy to pass this dungeon. But this applied only to those who did not know how to overcome kobolds. It was located near the Songpo dungeon. The secretary took care of him and reported everything to the president. She asked if she should start the timer right now. Hyun was surprised that Kim was already there. What a hasty guy, thought Han. But the secretary said he didn't bring anything special with him. Hyun couldn't tell if it was stupidity or confidence. This guy was abnormal, but they can only guess. Maybe he didn't prepare anything because he was very self-confident. But if this confidence is not bluffing, considering the fact that they still do not fully understand the situation that has developed, the Messiah does not represent a big problem. You shouldn't have said that, and you should calm down. Kim Hun was talking to the assistant. He told him how difficult it is to guess what will happen in the dungeon after you get there, because of the large number of decisive factors. It was a pity that the boys returned empty-handed, but it was good that the damage was not too great. The assistant replied that 5 of his students had died. How can he even talk about small damage? The president did not try. Lee Jun probably knows about them as well, and about their connection with the Skull Guild. Isn't that why he offered the job related to the A-level dungeon to them in the first place? He said the wrong thing. Of course they agreed that no one could know about the things that could happen in the dungeon. But the man asked if Kim Hun was trying to say that his people were destroyed there, along with the orcs. The president understood that such questions cannot be ignored, but he also did not know what to answer. He fell to his knees and began apologizing. He should have thought twice before saying such things. If they gave him some time, he would investigate again. But that was no longer necessary because they started their own investigation. He asked not to worry so much and to have some drink to relax. The president was in a stupor. Regardless of what was happening now, they still remained allies of the Messiah. He just wanted the president to understand how much they were humiliated. The vessel was already full, but the man continued to pour the drink. If there are any unresolved issues between comrades, a glass of good alcohol will always help. It always helps to close all questions, if they are really friends. The president said that all his words absolutely accurately describe the current situation. The door closed. The president underestimated the master archer and the master swordsman. It was necessary to come up with another plan right now. The masters went outside and began to talk about the losses on their side. One of them was talking on the phone. They got into the car and understood that everything was happening as they expected. The guys from the list of killers were not related to it in any way. So someone with bad skills did it. Only Felix's guild remained. This was their last goal. If it's not them, then someone from the list of victims of the mines hid their forces on purpose. Probably, it could have been done by another faction that they didn't know anything about yet. Not far from the Kobold dungeon, the 2 boys on the roof were talking to each other. One said if the player came in today, then they can rest, but the other replied that he went there completely alone. In any case, they have never seen adequate players. This guy is going to die soon, so the gate will most likely be activated again, now at any time. The gate opened before them. This happened when the dungeon was cleared. They were looking through binoculars. This was not the kind of dungeon that could be cleared even by a whole team. They have to find the guy who did it. He calmly got into the car and drove away. They made a big mistake by not being able to catch him. When they told Hyun about it, he was very angry, because they received a salary and could not perform their duties well. Everyone likes to receive money, but no one wants to work. He scolded them so loudly that the secretary covered her ears. She called the boss. He responded aggressively. The girl said that they did not pay them for their work, because he said that they were from his hometown, and they came to help uselessly. Instead of payment, he promised them that they would drink together in some bar. It was bad because he planned to quit drinking from today. If it was Kim Lee, he had nothing to worry about. She needed to go. He would contact the boss soon if he planned to work together. The secretary was cold-blooded enough, but if you think about it, it was around the time he met her. An assistant came to the boss with a bunch of groceries. He asked if the secretary was okay because he offered her a snack, but she just ignored him and moved on. Hyun told him not to touch her. Maybe she has plans for today. Kim Jin single-handedly cleared the kobold dungeon in less than half a day. He completely lived up to his expectations. Hyun saw how much his assistant bought at the 24-hour store and started yelling at him. He made him go back and return everything to the store. Kim was driving on the highway, but he was thinking about further plans. How should he act better? When he came to perform the task, there was a portable walkie-talkie on the car. He took it in his hands and began to examine it. And now, when he was already on his way after completing the task, the boy expected that he would be contacted to conclude a deal. Along with the walkie-talkie, there was a note indicating the company's hours of operation. Hun came to the master, but he could not meet him in such a state. He wanted to ask Chai Hyu to help him, but at that moment, his phone rang. He picked up the phone and asked what happened. There was new information about the Skull Guild and he was forced to turn around and go there. Park Van wanted to deal with the new problem quietly as usual. He did not want to explain why. His mercenary asked if he had spoken to the person he was supposed to protect. Park said he hadn't yet, but he would after they finished talking. Then he promised to explain the situation to his subordinates in the same way. In any case, the main thing is not to let him die and help him get out. He will do the rest himself. He was standing on the balcony when his mercenary was leaving. It seems that Park Van is up to something. It was interesting how well he knows the Skull Guild. A man approached the boy from behind and said that he was also curious to know. Park Van may have been an influential person, but it was futile to think that he knew about the Skull Guild. Covering himself with his business, he said that he wanted to know more about the Skull Guild. He also said something else strange. He was meeting him. It was very difficult for him to share information about the Skull Guild even with Park Van. He was more cautious than usual. But he also wanted to tell him a secret about the Skull Guild boys who died in the dungeon. President Hun couldn't believe what he said. If those words were true, he wouldn't be able to figure it out on his own. He would have problems if he told the master. Hun asked the man who he was talking to. It was Sean. He often collaborates with him. He is a mercenary who does not belong to any guild and will do whatever is asked of him as long as he is paid money. The president thanked the Messiah Guild for its support and information. But in any case, he was still in debt to the Messiah. Hun thought about it. He approached Sean and asked for a few minutes to talk. He recognized this man from the Messiah Guild. He didn't know what Park Van told him, but he had another suggestion. Something related to cooperation with the Messiah Guild. The mercenary asked to speak in simpler words to understand the situation. He was telling him about a business that could bring him a good income. It seems that making a deal with him will take longer than Hun expected. Park Van was parked at the intersection on the car. His secretary managed to seize the public dungeon, as he requested. But it seemed to her that, in such situations, he uses other methods. This could only complicate the situation if they intervened directly. The Skull Guild must spring into action if he has caused so much noise. Now the locations and supporting actors have been chosen. He decided to set the stage for the main character. He called Kim Jin. Hun sat in a cafe and thought about his plan. He wanted to know what Park Van invented. If he asked 5 men to protect this person, he must have been an important guy. His name is Kim Jin. This name was on the list of participants for this dungeon. But it can't be that he went alone to the entire veteran guild. It was a very obvious bait, and he didn't know if he should talk about it or not. Kim was contacted by radio the next day and told that he completed the task much faster than expected. He was asked why he hid his skills. Kim showed his skills only because he was asked to. Hyun said that the boy wanted to buy dungeons from him, so he put a list of the dungeons he managed to secure in the 19C branch at Elson Station. He could look through it and contact him if he liked something. But he said he had to do his business now. He said he would call him in a few days. Hyun said he would wait. The assistant asked Hyun if he really planned to make a deal with him. He just had a strange feeling inside that he was very dangerous. But Hyun said that his feelings were always wrong. And in general, being a broker is a very risky profession. Kim came to Park Van and said that his idea was risky enough, and he wouldn't really want to be the bait. He didn't know what rumors were going around about what they were talking about. It was only a matter of time before they reached the Skull Guild. But he would lose the meaning of life if he just sat and did nothing. He specially hired several experienced guys for him. He offered to trust him and enter the dungeon with them, but his life was at stake. He was not sure that this was the only right way out. Park Van was unfortunate because he was the debtor of these guys. And he was the kind of person who can't stand when he owes someone money. Kim agreed, but asked for a significant increase in his salary, because he risked his life. And his life is definitely worth more than what he is being paid now. Each of them rejoiced because they ate the bait. Kim's plan also worked very well. Park agreed to raise his payment. The secretary gave Kim some papers and said that the boss has prepared something for him. If he becomes stronger, his rating will also increase. Everything happens proportionally. Park handed him a skill page. Before going back in time, Park Van met with the Yamato faction. It all ended with the fact that he followed the path of betrayal. But Kim could not have thought that he would receive a skill as a gift. It turned out to be much more useful than he thought. The guild moved through the dungeon. One of the fighters said that with such a rating, everything will end with the fact that he will only pay off the Borgums until his death. The master told him to shut up and move on. Park and Hun abandoned them to their own devices. It was not fair at all, because no one would ever allow themselves to treat their warriors who earn money for them like this. It wasn't even their fault. They didn't understand how much longer they had to stay in this dungeon. He was offered to kill more monsters if he had time to whine. One of the monsters was following them. The meeting took place under the metro bridge. The mercenary called Park Van and said that the preparations were complete. He hung up. The mercenary asked that all they had to do was hand Kim Jin over to them. But it seemed to him that they pay very little. Given that they are losing an important client, they should pay much more. The mercenaries made significant concessions. If it was money, then Hun could always give more after the task was done. Also, he could find them another client if they wanted it. Instead, he wanted to make a deal with the Messiah. If they could arrange that, they didn't need any extra payment. But he could not do this because this request was of a personal nature, which was in no way related to the guild. Hun left. The mercenaries hit a gold mine. When it's all over, they'll be rich. They didn't think there was someone like him in the guild's mission. But they are all human, not like Lee Jun. It didn't matter to them. The main thing is to use this opportunity and enjoy life after receiving the money. The dungeon was cleared. Everyone from the Skull Guild survived. But what happened to the members of the Phoenix Guild? Are they all dead? They were all professionals from the Park Van faction. The man asked the soldiers to wait, and asked if they knew what happened to their members. He asked this in order to tell their families. One of the characters said he tore them apart beyond recognition, and they got into the car and drove off. But the master asked them to be careful not to make a fuss. Makamoto called the management and said that they had completed their task and were ready for a new one. He had found a target. Someone was going to enter the dungeon as soon as the day was over. They had to leave right now. Otherwise, they would just miss this opportunity. And then they would have to answer to the master and find justification for their actions. They agreed to talk when they got there. Meanwhile, at Park Van's office, he stood by the window and thought that there was a good opportunity while he was using the Skull Guild. It is a foreign faction in Korea. He always knew that working only in Korea was a waste of time for him. Even if everything goes wrong and Kim dies, at least he will have information about the Skull Guild. Now that time is almost here. Kim approached the mercenaries. He looked at them with not very happy eyes. They called him to them. They met and introduced themselves to each other. The mercenary was going to do everything he could to clear the dungeon. Another group was supposed to come, but they were a little late. A white car drove up. The mercenary said it was them. It was a group of healthy men. Kim looked at them. Then he asked where their toilet was. But most likely the mercenary did not want to let him go, and said that he was just about to go there and promised to show him. And here they are in the toilet. The mercenary was waiting for the boy under the toilet. But their conversation was not long, because they needed to enter the gate. The rest didn't know they were on the same side, so they shouldn't be seen together inside the dungeon. But then Kim had to move on his own. The mercenary asked not to worry, because they would always be there, and someone would always look after him. Most likely there will be an ambush on the second level. If they start killing each other from the beginning, it will be very difficult to clear the dungeon. He didn't need to worry at all, because they were professionals in their field. He just needed to trust and enter the dungeon with them. Then he decided to do as they said. The mercenary asked him to go in first because it would be very strange if they went in together. And the boy left. The mercenary hoped that it would be easier than he expected. The entrance is closed. Meanwhile, Fighters Park and Hun continued to be in the portal. The first level seems to be more related to research. The clearing conditions were not very difficult, so they need to split up and move one at a time. As for the boy, since he came alone, they will give him a partner who will keep him company. Chin Uk said he would go with this guy. They didn't have much time now, so they needed to kill the goblin quickly and head to level 2. They parted ways. The mercenary looked at the boy. Kim looked back at him. He did not look away. The real fight will be on level 2. One of the soldiers asked why they are not going after Kim now. Because if they kill him, they will not be able to complete the task and, accordingly, will not receive their money. The guys they hired will move with him. It will be more problematic if things don't go very well. And Kim Jin will be able to escape. But he should not distrust their skills. The boy asked not to resent him for this. He came here to get rid of Sean Hun and his boys as soon as it was all over. The mercenary asked what Kim was doing right now. He was told that he was hunting orcs. He was experienced enough to use the poisoned blood skill to catch them. He asked what else Kim was using. But the boys assured the mercenary that they would be able to keep him without any problems. But he was interested in how easily everything was progressing. Is everything going according to plan? Park Van and Hun are not the kind of people who will spend large sums of money just like that. He asked if Chinook still misses him, but he decided to join him because it would give them more confidence. And the moment he loses his vigilance, they'll grab him. They approached the area where he was supposed to be, but no one was there. If he even went somewhere, they would be able to track him down. Judging by the smell of blood, it was the right place. But why is Chin Uk not visible? He was interested in what happened here. Something was obviously wrong here. One of the boys said that something was happening ahead. Chin Uk lay dead there, and Kim Jin is dead nearby. The leader ordered to inspect Chin UK first, and then check all the surrounding areas. They split up. The guy approached Chin UK. Everything was very bad there. His neck was injured. He asked him not to move because he would not be able to stop the bleeding if he tried to speak or move in this state. He tried to cover the wound to stop the bleeding. Then he looked at Kim. They should hand him over to the Hun anyway. But he wasn't thinking about the client. He just wanted to save his comrade's life. The manager asked how Chin Uk was doing. He was in a serious condition, and if things move at this pace, he may die. But what happened here was unknown. It cannot be that they fought with each other, because they both knew that they were on the same side. It was about the Messiah, so you have to be careful. It was necessary to make sure that no one would find out about it. Was he planning to kill them too? The guy then tried to heal Chin UK, because he was bleeding. His magic did not help to heal him, and then a skeleton of warriors appeared behind him. He turned his head back, and the skeleton struck him. Blood appeared on his body, and it became more and more. They started shouting. They injured Chin UK because they wanted to get to their doctor. They specifically killed their doctor. Someone who was used to killing did it. They thought the Hun had tricked them. They had to guess because the request was strange. They were surrounded by skeletons. They tried to conserve their energy. These monsters knew exactly who they needed to kill, and they were moving towards one of the fighters. But most likely they were attacking him because he smelled so bad. Next time, he needs to use less perfume when entering dungeons. They started fighting because this perfume was very expensive. There are many monsters with a very good sense of smell. Now he had to deal with them. Everything was normal as long as he performed high-quality fan service. The monsters were heading towards him. He grabbed one, raised above his head, and looked him straight in the eyes. After that, he tore it into 2 parts. The next monster pounced on him. I wanted to grab it, but the fighter destroyed him with a U-turn. The remains of the monster fell to the ground. His face was covered in blood. One more monster left. The sun was barely visible through the trees. The mercenary didn't understand how Kim could betray them. But he was dishonest even when he was 1 step away from death. Kim is no longer surprised to see players using their power only for their own gain. But his greed has crossed all boundaries. Earlier, he said that the value of each person is measured differently. There was something special about this guy, considering how interested Park Van and Hun were in him. He said to save Kim's life, most likely to ask something. If they can't kill him, then Hum won't be able to enjoy his hobby. If he is about it, then he can fill it next time. There are many people to hunt. The boy looked with fear at each scar in honor of the slain opponents. It would be nice if they get more tasks like this. If they earn more when they kill 3 players than when they clear dungeons. Every person's life is different. Everything has its own value. They must kill with a method comparable to the cost. Kim became curious. How much is the life of a mercenary worth? And cut off his head. After that, he turned around and left. The night was dark. He was hiding in the same place as before when he conquered his dungeon in his past life. Now he needs to move to the next level. If the Skull guys are waiting for him. He cleared the first level of the dungeon. The first level was cleared, and the Skull Guild did not understand how it happened or who did it. Chong was to wait and send a signal in case he found the goblin. Judging by the reaction, everything did not go according to plan. The first level was cleared very unexpectedly. Probably they are going to go to level 2 and wait for them to appear to kill. It was very obvious. They understood the real plan. No one could have thought that he would be the first to receive a blow in the back from them. Kim finished cleaning. He put his hand to the gate. They opened up to him. He looked inside and moved to the second level. Meanwhile, in Park Van's office, he didn't understand what he needed the items for, because most people buy them before they enter the dungeon. The secretary said that he had purchased a flask for the liquid, and that seemed strange to her. He knew that blood, body fluids, monster skins, and many other things sold at high prices. But there would be no valuable items in the dungeon that he could sell, so she reported this information to the president. Why did he buy the bulb if his life was in danger? What is he thinking about? The skulls also came to the gate. They guessed that some guys had reached the second level. They might be waiting for them in an ambush. You have to be very careful. Thanks to someone, the thug will be able to have even more fun during the hunt. He was ready to express his gratitude. He was ready to get even with Chong and make him pay for humiliating him. They went inside to the second level. After that, the gate was closed, and a terrible red eye opened. Before entering the second level, they expected to be attacked immediately, but they were wrong. Chong believed that they were just hiding out of fear. He looked ahead, and arrows flew from there. They started fighting them off. Inexplicable glass containers with blood began to break. The arrows were still flying. Chong didn't know if it was blood or regular paint. It was a flask for collecting liquid. They didn't understand anything because it was such a good chance to attack them. But the smell was unreal, disgusting from this liquid. Sweating, Kim appeared and apologized for the arrows, because he thinks this kind of smell suits them. They asked him to stop and not think that he would be safe here after betraying them. As he expected, this guy thinks he's on the same side as the Hun. He replied that he didn't understand what it was about. He knew that they planned to kill Hun and his team after that. He didn't expect them to follow them all this way. But he believed that now was not the time for these unnecessary conversations. They saw something on the horizon. It was a gigantic monster. They couldn't even see him completely because he was so big. His eyes were burning with fire. They exchanged glances with each other. They stood still for a few more minutes. Then they exchanged glances with another guy. During this time, the monster ate one of them. They did not understand what he did. Kim Jin said that the liquid he poured on them belonged to a goblin, and it was also the favorite snack of the lizard. Therefore, he decided to pour this mixture on them so that they would become a wonderful dish for the lizard. They promised to kill him for such actions. One of the warriors jumped on him. Chong couldn't believe that Makamoto was leaving them. A battle began between them. He said he would scratch his eyes out alive. But Kim Jin didn't care about dogs like him. He looked down, and I saw the master's sword in his hands. He thought he was a normal guy when he ran here. It seems that he is an apprentice of a master swordsman, but it was unclear how he found out about it. And where were the Hun boys? Because Kim Jin wasn't the main problem. They could clear this dungeon without a problem, even if they were alone. Chong asked to help him instead of just standing still. It will be very bad if Hun shows up now with his guys, and at this point, all their forces will be scattered all over the second level area. The lizard rose to its feet. Their swords met. They were focused. Kim believed that their master had lost his grip. It was hard to believe that someone like him would become his apprentice. The boy was satisfied that he was subject to his provocations, but he was really experienced. It would be difficult to defeat him with only a sword. But Kim was smiling. Their fight continued. They carried out attacks in turn, but dodged them just as well. Makamoto was giving all his strength to this battle. Kim let out blood from his mouth. She got into the enemy's eyes. After that, he lost his balance. In his opinion, he had no right to spit blood at him. This blood was poisoned, so his stamina would decrease over time. If he uses poison, a very long fight puts him at a disadvantage. He decided not to waste time and kill him now. Matsumoto raised his sword up. Kim had 1 second to think. Perhaps it was a skill that was only available to those chosen by the halo. His sword was on fire, and he started attacking Kim. The boy did not understand how he should behave during this attack. He simply disappeared from the battlefield. The poisoning began to show on Makamoto's body. He wanted to regain his strength. But Kim turned out to be alive and attacked him from behind. He didn't understand how he managed to dodge the blade of destruction. He weakened very much. His face was covered in blood. He could not normally hit the enemy with his weapon. As a child, he was happy that he had achieved the ability of the blade of destruction, but he could only use it once. He was good at repeating after him, but it was still too heavy for him to use it in a real battle. His arm was in terrible condition after he used the blade of destruction just once. This strike has a powerful force. He should refrain from using this strike against someone who knows his weak points, because otherwise everything can end badly for him. He will meet a monster that will remain alive even after this blow, and will be killed by this monster. Today was the day when he met such a monster. Chong saw him die, but the lizard did not give him the opportunity to help his friend. He fell to the ground, and he continued to lie down from hopelessness. They all boasted that they were apprentices of a swordsman, but they all turned out to be weak. Hun never showed up with his guys. Now he won't win for anything. He wanted to make up with Kim and said they didn't need to fight at all. He begged for a truce and offered to conquer the dungeons together, because otherwise he was sure that they would be destroyed by monsters. But he doesn't need to worry about that anymore. If Kim kills them, it will be much easier for him to clear the dungeon. Makamoto had no idea what he was talking about. A skeleton hand appeared on the ground. Then there were a lot of them. In addition, he could not trust the person who tried to kill him a few minutes ago. He had in reserve not only the skill of blood poisoning. A lizard monster was also chasing him behind, who was ready to eat him. He hit the boy, then raised on the ground, spilled blood, and swung his clawed paw to strike. Matsumoto hoped only for a miracle. Chong survived and chopped off his paw. He started screaming that he has been asking for help for an eternity, and now he is begging for mercy. A lizard surrounded him, and she began to choke. "Hold in your strong arms." She looked into his eyes. He told her to put her stupid head away because he was about to suffocate from her stench. The lizard began to squeeze him further. If he wants to get out of here alive, he has only one option left. He himself definitely won't be able to handle it. Therefore, he can only run away, hide until the other guys conquer this dungeon. And he decided to deal with the rest later. Now the most important thing was to survive, because he could not die so easily. He started running, but something seemed to pass by him. The skeleton soldier attacked the lizard. He didn't think that a skeleton could move like that. His movements were similar to those of a high-level player. In addition, he was not alone, but there were as many as 5 of them. If Kim was that strong, then he could easily destroy the Hun team. This explains why they have not appeared until now. How they killed the Skull Guild in the dungeon. Now he understands. He just needs to get out of here and tell how everything really happened. But the lizard saw that he wanted to run away, and ran after him. The skeletons continued to attack the lizard. There was nothing she could do about it. As a result, she fell to the ground. Makamoto saw that they had defeated the lizard, and they will not let him escape. The lizard looked at him. She was not dead, and she turned her attention to the boy again. He didn't understand why she was always after him. It was as if the skeletons were invisible. Now that he is distracting the warrior lizard on himself, it was much easier for Kim. He probably does not fully understand the situation that has developed now, because of the time when people could only rely on their level and items. While clearing a dungeon, the girl did not understand why she should put it on her body. The man himself did not know the details, but he heard that the lizard's eyesight is not very good. So when you put something on yourself, it can help camouflage. Kim Jin was right. But that was not the point. I wonder how well these guys are doing now. The lizard continued to catch up with the boy, But he couldn't run away from her all the time. It seems that the lizard only hunts players. He believed that he should not suffer alone. Kim must also run away with him. He saw Makamoto running towards him, but a skeleton stood in his way. He did not allow to reach the boy, but he did not understand how the skeleton dared to block his way, and jumped over it with ease. But there were more skeletons. He accepted the fight with another. He needed to defeat the skeletons to get to Kim Jin. His eyes were bloodshot, and as a result, he was caught. But one of the skeletons did not allow him to get to Kim. The guy was sitting on the ground. The lizard ran to him again. And finally, she caught him. Kim watched all this. She injured his leg, and at that moment the lizard continued its attack. But the skeletons began to finish her off. Now he could escape because they had killed her. Kim thanked him for keeping the lizard away from him all this time. But this concert had to end. Makamoto asked what he needed from him and asked him to help him get out of the dungeon. It is better for another guy to deal with his request for salvation. He came back, and again he saw a lizard in front of him. He was very interested in why he was chasing only him. His eyes work as heat sensors. It is clear that he has no interest in cold skeletons. He lay frightened on the ground, and the lizard pounced on him. In the news, they started writing that the boss of the dungeon is a tailed lizard. The Phoenix Guild refuses to enter the dungeons. Park Van was watching the news with the secretary. It was hard to believe this, at a time when they were planning to conquer the 6th level dungeon. One could not even imagine worse. As she had expected, public opinion about Felix's guild was terrible. But the president believed that if he listened to the weaklings, he would only waste time. Now they should concentrate only on the level 6 dungeon. The Messiah Guild has agreed to open the entrance to the dungeon. If this is a high priority issue, then they have plenty of time to conquer the dungeon. Society has found a new idol. Although the Messiah Guild delayed its entrance, it is obvious that it is not just called the Snake of Death. France, America, Japan. It's been 2 years since it first appeared in their countries, but they still don't know much about this monster. Another player hasn't returned from hunting this monster. There's no point in even discussing it when it comes to this monster. It is even hard to imagine that such a dangerous monster appeared in the country. There is no information about him. People accepted the guild's decision without question. But did they really announce it without ulterior motives? He looked at the tablet and couldn't believe it. It was necessary to see it with one's own eyes. I wonder what will happen if all the guilds postpone the entrance to the dungeon. Then only the fearless will gather together. Although it may still be very difficult to clear the dungeon. And over time, the authorities will want to get rid of this dungeon. Other countries will also open dungeons. It's true. The dungeon will be conquered on a much larger scale. But what will happen if someone appears at this time who can defeat this lizard? They will become quite popular. Then the Messiah Guild purposefully tries to get more time. He's not sure, but if you think about their abilities, there must be a reason why they are in no hurry to enter the dungeon. The longer they delay, given the growing fear, the more items will be in the dungeon. When they defeat the lizard, they will be able to gain both wealth and fame. Meanwhile, the skeletons finished off the lizard and increased their level. Everything ended much faster than he expected, because skeletons do not have body temperature. If he contacted guys who have connections with the Messiah Guild, it will be difficult for him to move calmly. The skeletons completely killed the lizard. As a reward, he received a sword made from the shell of an armored turtle. A weapon used by a master swordsman. Not the worst option. He gave it to the skeleton and told him to use it now. The skeleton saw his reflection in him. He approached Makoto and said they needed to talk. The dungeon was cleared. The guard congratulated Kim, but he said that everyone was killed except him. The man asked for details so that he could write an extensive report and provide it to his guild. The boy said that he could write simply that the lizard was much stronger than they expected. The guy was on the phone and said he had done his job. Everything was exactly as Park Van said. One of the boys who wanted to kill him possessed a sword of a unique rank, which had previously belonged to a master swordsman. As it was known, the master was an important member of the Messiah Guild, and also the head of the Yamato faction. He is sure that this faction is the main branch of the Skull Guild. The boy thought about it. He also said that he couldn't see anything, but he could find more information if he looked into it better, and he would contact them later. The guy turned off the light, but his TV looked like it had an eavesdropping sensor. He went out into the yard, but Kim knew about it. They gave the bug to their fighter. They decided to take such measures because he had to interact with the person being monitored, and he placed it behind the TV and warned Makamoto about it. Kim wanted the Skull scum to fall into his trap. Now he was wondering how the Skull Guild would deal with Park Van. He put his hands in his pockets, and Park Van called him. He said that he heard about what happened, that they killed everyone except him. This time, luck was on his side, and the president asked if he had anything special. He said that he couldn't notice anything because he was focused on survival. But he now knows where the head of the Skull Guild is. He invited the boy to his home so that he could tell him all the details. He got into the car and started it. 19 Elson Station storage box. Si Chang was a reasonably cautious broker. I wonder if he knows that he is also his target. He looked inside and hoped that the list would not disappoint him. The guy got back in the car. It was no wonder the Messiah Guild saw him as a problem. Its content and quality were excellent. Remembering the dungeon he conquered when he was a Messiah warrior. Now he finally understands where they were taken from. Si Chang became a target for a reason. The guy saw something. Some unusual dungeon. There wasn't much information about the lizard egg. Even he couldn't find the source or the variants. It was interesting what kind of eggs were inside. He can only find out directly. Only Si Chang possesses this knowledge. It was a hint to get closer to the truth. He was supposed to be the one to clean this dungeon. He turned to Si Chang over the walkie-talkie. He asked if anyone could hear him. Finally, it was time for their first deal. Meanwhile, in the Park Van office, he couldn't believe that the Hun group fought with the Skull group, and all died in this battle. One of them was much stronger than the other Skull guilds. Judging by their sword skills and ammunition, they are definitely related to Japan. Some factions have quite a large influence in Japan as well. As soon as the dungeon is cleared, he will need to deal with this problem. Park Van challenges a level 6 dungeon. Since he was the only one to come out of the dungeon in which all the members of the Skull Guild were destroyed twice in a row, they will start following him. You need to refrain from impulsive actions until he clears the dungeon and returns. The secretary said that his money was transferred to his account. This was his compensation. The president said he would contact him after clearing the dungeon. The guy went out into the yard. I wonder when he will return from the dungeon. Now that these bastards know that Park Van is backing him behind their backs, they're more likely to focus on him. He looked forward to Park Van's reaction after they met next time. He's done with all his urgent matters. Now he needs to go against Park Van's warnings and start acting on his own. Blue Wagon. The secretary reported that all preparations were completed, but she does not know if Kim will accept this situation. He asked her not to worry about this. If there is a problem, he will talk to him. Kim was approaching this blue wagon. He overheard the conversation between the secretary and Li Qin. He asked not to be called Mr. when they were not in the dungeon. He repeated many times that he does not like it when she calls him that. Anyone who hears it may think that he is a woman. Li Qin of the Phoenix Guild. Is this really the guy? He went inside. The secretary said that the experimenter would accompany him because he did not choose a dungeon that would match his level. If he agreed, he had to sign the relevant documents. He could also ask questions that interested him. He was an immortal player. When he was a seeker in the Messiah Guild, he was able to escape twice, but he wouldn't get a third chance like that. It was interesting that he was related to Sishan. The boy heard for the first time that he needed an experimenter. In any case, they said that he should enter the gate with this person. He should have heard what he said to the secretary. The guy apologized and said that he forgot that he likes to be called Mr. After the conversation, Kim went to the dungeon with Yoon's assistant. His task was to find out what kind of person this is and to find out if he is really who Kim Jin thinks about. They had a not-so-pleasant conversation on the ground because Lee Chang was very emotional and always spoke his mind without considering the consequences. In the dungeon, the skeletons were doing the work for Kim. He was completely confident that they would do everything clearly. Lee asked Kim what his skeleton friend's name was, because he fights really well and shows the level of an unusual assistant. His abilities exceed some heroes. He had always wondered about it, but now it all became clear to him. He didn't need explanations because even a child would understand everything here. In this way, Kim cleared the dungeon every time. Everyone thought he was doing it on his own and didn't understand how he managed it. But if people found out about it, he wouldn't be so popular. Lee still could not believe what he saw with his own eyes. He thought that this skeleton was very weak and, on the contrary, would interfere with the performance of the task. But he could swing his sword very skillfully, and he was also very strong and sturdy, like a high-level player. Also, as the player levels up, he can summon more and more of these skeletons. They will also be able to level up. And in this way, he can create his own army, which will be able to oppose absolutely any enemy. He will become invincible. Lee understood that it was dangerous to be his enemy, so it would be wiser to find a way to befriend him and gain his trust. As he expected, this was an unusual person. After returning, the boy was going to urgently report this to his supervisor, Hyun. While he was thinking about his next course of action, Kim demonstrated his fighter skills. Lee said it was great, and now he's not at all sure he needs help fighting monsters and clearing dungeons. He warned Kim that he would tell Hyun about their battle after they were done here. The boy agreed. Lee turned his gaze to the boy and asked what just happened. He unexpectedly spoke to Lee informally. The guy even got up from the stone to clarify that he understood everything correctly. Beside them, magical black forces began to rise and form something resembling a tornado. But it was Kim who called more and more new skeleton warriors. Due to the fact that he clears many dungeons, his strength and level grow. In this way, he can create his team of fighters, constantly calling new ones. There were already so many of them that they can clear the dungeons by themselves. It seemed to Lee that these skeletons began to behave more aggressively, but he did not understand what had changed. There were 5 skeletons, and Lee wanted to know how the guy controls them, and how he gives orders so that they understand it correctly. Kim was now in a position of strength. Before they entered the dungeon, Lee said he would just sit and watch him until he begged for help, because he couldn't handle it on his own. The boy began to get nervous, and the best he could come up with was to say that it was a joke. He apologized and said that he did not mean to offend him with his behavior. He went further, but after a few steps, he suddenly jumped and waved his hand at Kim. His smile never left his face, but Kim grabbed him and threw him over himself. His plan was interrupted very quickly. The sky seemed neon and very bright. Lee opened his eyes. He saw Kim near him, but he couldn't move at all because he was afraid. The guy scolded him for initially trying to attack instead of the conscript's skeletons. It was actually a very good and logical idea. Kim moved as if he knew in advance what was going to happen. He had been hiding his skills until this moment. The only question was why he approached them, through Lee or through Hyun. He didn't know what Kim wanted from him, but he said that he would get absolutely nothing from him because he was good at keeping secrets. but he wasn't sure that these words were true. In any case, it didn't matter. Lee turned his head and saw the swords in front of him, which did not allow him to move and do some rash actions. He was caught and tied up. He hung on a tree tied upside down. After a while, he asked how much time had passed since they hung him on the tree. He demanded to be given food because it was mean to starve him. Kim cut the rope he was holding onto. Lee fell to the ground. Kim said he would give him a chance and let him prepare for this challenge. He said that before this, he showed all his abilities, and now he wanted to see the same sincere display of skills from Lee. He ordered him to become a decoy so that the skeleton warriors could easily attack. Then he would let him go. But the boy did not like these rules at all and was not going to follow his orders. But Kim took the rope in his hands and asked if he wanted to continue hanging on the tree tied. If not, then he would have to do it. Lee was angry. This guy was crazy. Lee made an innocent face and said that he was right. He had no complaints because he was the best tank. And so the boy began to follow orders. He moved fast enough, which gave him an advantage over his opponents. Monsters even attacked in groups, but he managed to repel their attacks and counterattack. But there were a lot of them. They gathered a whole army and attacked all at the same time. Only the hand was visible from the boy. One monster stood and watched what was happening. He didn't get into a fight, and a skeleton of warriors approached them from behind, who raised his treaty sword to show his dominance and confidence before the enemy. He and several of his companions began to destroy the monsters, several creatures at a time. It looked like a real difference. Monsters flew in all directions. Lee also got up and continued to fight for his survival. Kim calmly watched everything that was happening. He sat in a tree while the destroyed monsters flew everywhere. Lee seemed to breathe new life and was not like himself. His hands were covered in blood, but he was able to overcome them, although he received support from the skeleton warriors. His face was also covered in blood, but his level had increased. Kim continued to sit in the tree and watch. His eyes glowed with a bright fire. He saw Lee in the case. Although he wasn't in as good shape as before, he wasn't easy to kill now either. It will be a sweet purchase for him in the future. The night was dark. Lee continued to fight the monsters. His face was covered in cuts and wounds. These creatures ran after him without stopping. Kim didn't even give him a breather and threw himself into the fight with the monsters again. Skeletons also destroyed these creatures. It did not bring them any problems, only pleasure. They scattered them like children's toys all over the surrounding area. Lee was already powerless. He followed all orders and gave his best. He saw a monster near him, which bit his leg. It was the last creature. He held his leg very tightly with his teeth. Lee grabbed him and threw him to the skeleton, so that he dealt with him. The skeleton stared at Lee intently. Thanks to their efforts, the first level of the dungeon was cleared. The boy told the skeletons that they were being overworked here because they met the wrong master. He said that they work diligently, unlike the others. Kim Jin stood by the tree and heard everything he said. Lee tried to shake the skeleton's hand, but he did not understand what was required of him, and just turned around and walked away. Lee was very angry. It was insulting to him that the bone puppet ignored him. He wanted to hit him for it, but he dodged very sharply. Lee asked if he could do anything at all but stare at him. He told the skeleton to attack him because they had to settle their rank. He wasn't really what Kim remembered him to be. A powerful man with an immortal body who fought against the army of the Messiah. Lee was then one of the strongest people he recognized. To use immortality, he used a fighting method that involved his bones rather than his skin. Kim was unable to match him due to his destructive method. But looking at him now, there wasn't the anger he had before. He has no memories of Si Chang, but it seems they were close in the past. Maybe Si Chang's death awakened anger in Lee. This meant that if Si Chang remained alive, there was such a possibility that the Messiah Guild would be destroyed from the future. Kim Jin continued to watch him. Lee didn't understand what this guy was up to. But he lured just enough monsters here so that he could kill them and not die. It wasn't just a coincidence. It wasn't just an analysis of monsters and dungeons, but something that could only be done by someone who had an absolute understanding of what was going on around them. This kind of feeling wasn't just a high-level ability. Lee didn't want to admit it, but he had the better of him in every way. After they destroyed all the monsters and cleared the dungeon, Kim said that now they are moving to the second level. It will be much more interesting there than here. The door to the second level opened. Lee was very tired and didn't even expect to survive after this battle, because he was used to sitting and doing nothing but eating. He was asking Kim to take a break because he had been fighting all day. The guy gave him 4 vials of some kind of liquid. It wasn't like an elixir. Kim asked if he ran fast, but the boy did not understand what this question was for. Kim broke those vials right in front of the boy. He did not understand what was happening and why Kim was doing it. Kim advised him to start running now, because something very dangerous is coming. Lee began to spin, and he saw a huge creature moving clearly in his direction. It was a lizard. Lee couldn't even relax properly because he was constantly overloaded with work. Now things will become even more intense. They predicted that this would happen if the Messiah Guild refused to participate. But how long will the list of foreign guilds be? The secretary said they would finish the list in the morning. It would remain to be analyzed. There was still plenty of time before Lee returned. They had to hurry. She asked if Mr. Lee was going to be okay. Meanwhile, he was already running away from a terrible monster. His anger knew no bounds. And how it happened that only he is being hunted. The skeletons acted as before. They attacked the lizard. He didn't understand why, but this time he needed to act like a decoy. He ran without stopping. The lizard was not even going to leave him alone and continued his hunt. Lee remembered Kim's words and didn't understand how it should be better than the first level. He hoped that they would get out of here and he would kill him. Lee stopped and decided to confront the lizard. Kim Jin saw everything that happened on the battlefield. He was surprised by this decision. A large cloud of dust rose above the ground. Lee struggled to stand. He held the lizard's jaw so it couldn't grab him and swallow him like candy. He decided not to delay any longer. The skeletons were already close and ready to attack. He wanted to end it. The skeleton was already on its way to the lizard and pierced it with a sword. The lizard was damaged by the blood infection skill. All the skeletons attacked her, and the skill was activated to the maximum. These skeleton warriors looked as if they had been individually trained to such a high level. Anyone else would only call upon the skeletons to distract opponents or bide time. In connection with the use of the blood infection skill, the health of the albino lizard decreases. The skeletons continued to attack the lizard with other methods as well. They surrounded her and prevented her from attacking normally. She did not understand what to do. The lizard looked clearly into the eyes of the skeletons. Then the skeletons looked at her clearly, and the attention for some reason switched to them. Lee realized that she can't see skeletons, so she only chases him. What kind of magic did Kim Jin possess that could use such tricks? The boy recalled how he advised him to flee immediately after breaking the vials of an unknown liquid. He planned it all from the beginning. While Lee was standing still, the lizard attacked him and knocked him off his feet. You could see from his face that things were bad for him. The blow was so strong that the boy broke several trees with his body, and the last fell on him. The dust rose again over the ground. Only Lee's leg was visible through it. He could barely get up. He had the Reki Stick's blessing skill activated. As expected, he fully recovered from such severe injuries. The lizard was already preparing a new attack. Her mouth was drooling because she was so hungry. Lee believed that this was an illogical expenditure of calories. Something was happening with his hands. He stood up, prepared to give a decent fight. And he decided to attack himself, not to expect any support. Having previously approached the enemy, he swung his fist, but he didn't even think about the consequences that might await him, and hit the lizard. He thought that thanks to his powerful blow, he would be able to do at least a little damage to it. Her eyes shone with misunderstanding, and she suddenly moved from her place without even feeling the blow. The skeletons in turn attacked her from behind. While she was chasing Lee, they used it as bait. Just like their master, the skeleton attacked the lizard from behind with a sword. Another was also helping him, and together they made the lizard suffer and lose its health. The blood poisoning skill was spread throughout the lizard's body. Another skeleton attacked the lizard's head because it was already weakened enough. And he succeeded. The lizard fell to the ground. Lee was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Kim came down from the tree. He got an award for killing the lizard. It was a catalog. He was smiling because this victory was worth the reward. Meanwhile, the monster was confronting another hero. His opponents were skeletons, but they were much weaker than Kim's skeletons. They attacked one after another, and the monster was still destroyed. Their master was standing nearby, watching everything. Stupid skeletons. If they keep moving like this, they're all going to die. Need to call for more warriors. He earned the Troll Hunter achievement. He killed 50 trolls by himself, but still can't get his attention. He was wondering who he was. Kim was standing next to the killed lizard. Lee was starving to death. He asked to leave the dungeon if they finished, but it was not clear whether it was necessary to overcome someone else. The guy replied that the most important thing remained. He began to touch the lizard, walk around, and look for some places, as if purposefully looking for some object or thing. And so he stopped at one part of the lizard and said that it was about this area. Kim cut the skin of the lizard in that place. He did it with ease, and finally it was in his hands. This is an albino lizard egg. They cleared the dungeon. The Messiah Guild has come a long way for this egg, and right now he will find out what it is. That is, the condition of clearing this dungeon was the protection of the object. Lee had forgotten about it as he had been tossing and turning all day. It didn't matter what he was going to do with the item. Kim smashed it with his sword. He didn't understand why Kim did it. Lee thought he did it because they didn't know what it was capable of. The shell fell on the ground, and a bright light was visible from inside. This was the skills page. Lee was also surprised that there was a tutorial page inside. Kim was disappointed that he had come this far for such an award. This was Apophisa's power. How could this guy's skill appear here? The king of deadly poisoning dealt with all kinds of poisons, but he didn't take any damage from them thanks to Apophisa's power ability. A scoundrel who uses his power to take what he needs from people and brutally kills them with poison. At the height of his crimes, the Messiah's Guild declared that they would try the king of fatal poisoning. Many people lost their lives during this process. Even now, he still remembered each of his comrades who died from the poison of this scum. Kim didn't know anything about the lizard egg except that it was possessed by the Messiah Guild. He had never heard of this skill, but the king of deadly poisoning couldn't steal it. The only option is that the Messiah Guild gave him to the king of deadly poisoning. They specially created the king of deadly poisoning as a thief to look like saviors. Lee Jun once again made Kim realize that the death of his comrades was in vain. If he mastered this skill, their useless deaths would never happen again. He came to a conclusion that he needs to kill Lee Jun with his own hands. Lee did not understand why the boy was in such a bad mood. Even though he kept the prize for himself, Kim said they needed to get out. And now the portal opens. They entered the room where they had talked before visiting the dungeons. Lee immediately grabbed the bag of food that was on the table. He was very hungry. For this, it is a huge torment. But when he opened the package, there was only water and a walkie-talkie. Hyun held his finger in his ear. He was wondering who was thinking about him now, because his ears were very itchy. His walkie-talkie called. It happened faster than he expected. They finished clearing the dungeon in less than 3 days, even though it wasn't very low level. He asked how everything went and what was happening at the portal now. He turned on the computer and started to follow the news. Now there was no news from Park Van, but there was a problem with foreigners. The Big Guild and the Border Guild, which belonged to the 5 leading world guilds, united. A dragon hunter caught a golden dragon in a level 5 dungeon. In the past, when the first golden dragon appeared, they were only interested in its skin. The skin was strong and well-resistant to high temperatures. They thought that armor made from the skin would open up a new world for players. But it was the dragon's stomach juice that changed history, not its skin. He wasn't sure how to use it. But later it turned out that he can help in removing seals and curses. Lee Jun's seal was also removed with the golden dragon's stomach juice. Its value exceeded all expectations. Kim should get it before people find out. These are the only significant events of the past 3 days. Hyun then asked the examiner to tell all the details. He promised to give him a regular phone to contact him in the future. Their communication would be untraceable, so it would be much safer that way. He ordered Lee to hurry back to the office. But he was dissatisfied that he was not given time to rest, because he worked very hard. Hyun said he would give him 1 bowl if he came back quickly. He replied that 1 bowl is not enough for him. He needs at least 10. Lee got out of the car and hoped that he would not see Kim Jin again in the future. They exchanged glances, and the door closed. After a while in Hyun's office, Lee was showing his displeasure again. He didn't understand why he was called so early. In fact, he had already submitted a report yesterday, but the boss said that he needed to speed up his plan. Lee asked what was so important to call him to breakfast. The boss gave him the information. He was surprised when he saw what was written there. There was a task of hunting a lizard, but Lee had already felt what a lizard was and was not going to go there alone. Hyun replied that no one would send him there by himself. It was clear that he would go there with someone who had the skills. Lee began to wonder who it could be. A dragon hunter or some kind of agent? It couldn't be Sejun because he was too high level for such a dungeon. He didn't know who it could be with skills below level 35. Hyun asked why he doesn't consider Kim Jin. Lee immediately jumped up and said he never wanted to work with him again in his life. He told the boss about it yesterday. Despite his skills, this guy is sick. People should at least have some sense of respect. This guy definitely has problems, because he made him pray for a monster. He said if he had to work with him again, he would go on a hunger strike. Hyun replied that it would be even more profitable for him to go on a hunger strike. He needs a partner who will not interfere during the battle. He did not care about his personal qualities. Only skills are important. He will be happy if they find him a suitable partner. Hyun recalled what Lee said earlier. He was angry that he was being recorded. And in general, he could not believe that the boss would do something like this. In any case, Hyun has already registered both of them, so this will be a very good bait. But the boy did not understand what he meant by the word bait. Hyun was silent and thought about the rough plan Kim would use. Abandoned places in Seoul, where there were almost never people. Kim came to the workshop in order to sharpen the sword and repair the damage. It was badly damaged and most likely needs to be taken to a repair shop because it will not be able to repair itself. But first he needs to do something. He reached for the case. Sejun had the same item. Ever since he decided to kill the Skull Guild guys, things only got more interesting. He wants to try to use this item when he meets them. Meanwhile, in Hyun's office, Lee asked if there was any poison left in the lizard dungeon, because the authorities had already allowed a foreign guild to participate. Hyun told him not to worry about it, because he and the secretary had prepared everything earlier. It might be very difficult for him and Kim to participate in this in the remaining positions. He wondered how much money he was willing to spend this time. The door to the broker's office opened. Hyun said he didn't need to spend a lot of money. The secretary came back and he asked if she had done all the work. She replied that the Moscow Guild had finished trading. She also brought the item he had prepared for Kim. These were the masks he requested. He was satisfied. The news already talked about foreign players. Nonsense. It was a city where foreign guilds were concentrated. The Moscow faction was also part of them, and together they formed a fairly powerful alliance. The boy was uncomfortable with this mask. He constantly wanted to take it off. It is very uncomfortable to eat in it, and he is not used to wearing such a thing. The guy was worried, so he constantly ate without stopping. But he said that he had stopped worrying since he was born. The man did not understand why he was so calm, if no one had yet returned from the tailed lizard's dungeon. The boy asked the man why he was so scared. He added that he should not worry, but just believe in him. The most important thing is that he doesn't forget to buy meat for his last attack, and after he's done. In any case, in the dungeon, they should fight together. So he asked not to do that strange thing like last time. Didn't expect Si Chang to have such an item. Kim called and said they heard about his great performance in the dungeon. Therefore, they asked if he had not yet decided to take part in the lizard dungeon. But he answered that he did not know yet, because even just going there is already dangerous. He was asked if he was good at dealing with skeleton warriors, because a suitable item of legendary rank was prepared for him. King of the Undead. Although Jonjor dreamed of getting it, he did not manage to get it. But now it is in other hands. He had never seen this guy use it before, so he didn't know what effect it had. His plan to destroy the Messiah will come true sooner. The players of the Moscow Guild were ordered to prepare. They got up. One of them wanted to use the priest's mask at the first level. Got a notification that you need to live for 5 days to move to the next level. This is a survival quest. Nothing could be worse. Everyone was worried they were worried about their lives, and it was logical. Literally every participant did not want to die. It may seem simple as long as they survive and don't get killed in a certain amount of time. But it will be very difficult to survive alone here. There can be any number of monsters. First, it was necessary to conduct a test. Lee was surprised. He didn't want to believe it, that he would have to do it again. He only mentioned it in the waiting room. The man just got a new item and it would be wise to check it out. We need to find a quiet place. They went into a dense forest, and they called a skeleton warrior to learn new abilities. Armor was prepared for him from a killed lizard. He put new and improved armor on the skeleton. Then he put on the mask, which he did not like at all, but he knew what power it gave. The mask of a gloomy priest. That's what her enemies called her. Increasing magic power is not so bad. There was a thread above the skeleton. It was almost invisible. He didn't understand how to control it. But it was his first time, so he didn't care at all. He constantly made some movements with his hands, but there was no result. And then by chance his nerve endings connected with the thread, and he joined. The skeleton's eyes changed. It was as if lightning had struck him. And then the man caught him and held him in his hands. He noticed that the skeleton was moving very strangely. And then he told him to remove his hands. The man immediately jumped away from him because he was very scared. The skeleton wanted to approach him, but for some reason he moved very strangely and resembled a small child who was just learning to walk. He collapsed almost immediately, without even taking a few normal steps. The man thought he was dead, but that was not the case at all. At first I touched him with my foot so as not to approach him, but his friend told him not to. Controlling the skeleton is much more difficult than he expected. Yoon Chun was asked what their next course of action would be. Should they stay put or check the surrounding area? They don't know what monsters might appear here, so they need to act slowly. He decided to observe for a few days. He saw that the others had also gathered here. It would be wise to combine their forces in order to survive. They gathered here with the same thought. In any case, no one here has as much influence as the Messiah Guild. Being with the crowd in this situation is smart. The other guys needed to be convinced so that their guild could focus on hunting. It was night outside. The boy destroyed trolls, thanks to which he quickly increased his level. For him, it was an enjoyable pastime, and it shortened the time spent in the dungeon. He was so worried about the survival quest, but there are only a bunch of weak monsters. Is it possible that he became stronger? Behind him, he saw the trolls attacking the skeleton. He tried to escape from them. It looked hopeless. The boy did not understand what was happening. Then he noticed a man making some movements with his hands. At first, walking seemed unreal to him. He still sometimes fell, but still he was running very fast now. Summoned skeletons are very serious things, but now he can control them directly. It wasn't fair, because the rest are fighting the monsters directly, while he hides in a safe place with his mask. The boy turned his head in the other direction, and saw a huge skeleton of a warrior. He was shocked because he had never seen anything like it. He can use a summon skill while in this state. He was able to do this by being a skeleton-connected warrior, but it used up his magical power in a triple amount. The boy wasn't sure if he could use the blood poisoning skill. The skeleton asked the man how he was doing. He replied that he needs to learn good manners, to look the other person in the face when talking to him. He had a strange feeling that even the normal bones seemed to ignore him. Did he need an injection of etiquette as well? His friend spoke to him, but he did not understand where the voice was coming from. He realized that he had sneaked up from behind, and decided to ask once again how he was doing. He felt better after giving a lesson to those who don't know anything about manners. Just not in the sense that his friend doesn't understand, but he was talking about monsters. He replied that it was time for them to leave. But the comrade was not satisfied with this decision, because he was fighting like a madman not just to leave. He wanted to destroy more orcs. The guy replied that it was just the beginning. If you think about it better, his body was not feeling very well, and he already wanted to agree and get out of here. He invented that he was sick with anemia, and as if he suddenly felt dizzy, something caught his sword behind him. It was a skeleton that seemed to threaten him with its weapon. He said he heard about anemia, so he decided to give him iron. But he just poked at him with his sword. The iron will get into his body in any case. The guy was scared. His friend thought that he got better if he started screaming like that. He ordered to follow him because they needed to prepare well. He understood that he could not do anything against his friend. It was very quiet in the dark forest because there were no people here but them. First, the twig began to shake, and then a whole tree fell. It was Kim who cut down the trees, but did not say why he needed it. No one understood why he was doing it. From the moment they entered the dungeon, all he did was cut down trees. It was interesting to see what he was thinking. It was already the second day in the dungeon. Teams destroyed trolls and orcs to do something on the quest. All low-level monsters. This allowed them to improve their abilities and level. It was already the third day in the dungeon. They continued to destroy the monsters. For some reason, it was very sad. It was a survival quest from the very beginning, but it shouldn't be like that. Even the monsters were very few. The survival quest was in an A-level dungeon, but they were all very relaxed together. They had to explore the area around, even if it was dangerous. The big fence they built thanks to Kim. The man came to him to learn the skeleton warrior skill. He fell silent and watched his partner, and waited until his skill was achieved. They needed to move on, but the comrade did not understand why to go on now. They can use all this that they have built. They worked there yesterday to create it. But the situation changed, and he revised their plan. He did not understand why the situation changed. Did the number of monsters increase? He took off his mask and approached the corpse, touched them, and summoned more skeletons. The friend was waiting. They already had many large skeletons. The man wondered how he was able to do this because he could only summon 5 skeletons before. But he replied that it was before. Now everything has radically changed. Many fighters moved constantly through the forest in search of prey. In addition, they study the terrain and new territories. This time, it was Yun with his group. They found a place where there were many corpses of orcs and trolls. Some of them were still alive. There were so many of them that even they could not count them all together. It was more like a different than a battle. They were wondering who was capable of such a thing. He thought that all the most talented guys were in his group. He must have missed someone. His assistant saw that there were even more of them on the other side. Yoon looked over there to analyze the situation and asked what even more means. But then he understood after a while. There were whole pits of corpses that had been killed for several hours in a row. They were in the form of a labyrinth. He started running on it, and he saw that there were corpses scattered all over the labyrinth. It was a maze of wood to lure monsters and trap them. The further into the depths of the labyrinth, the more corpses there were. But it's no match for the inside of the maze. What was this guy thinking before doing all this? It's very different from all the battles he's seen before. That's why they were able to relax, despite the fact that it was a survival quest. He made the wrong statement. He needed to gather all the members of his team quickly. It was not in his taste to use such traps to catch monsters, but rather the situation demanded it. But why did they move on? They had worked so hard to build all this. He wasn't going to make these mazes anymore. But Kim said they didn't need them anymore. Now that their power has increased, traps and mazes will be nothing but a waste of time. It will be faster to just track them down and destroy them. This time, Lee promised to show his skills. But Kim drew his sword and held it up to Lee. He asked not to stab him with a sword, because he was already cured of anemia. Kim said he took him out because he would lead their team into battle. Then Lee promised to give it his all, and he wouldn't worry about anything but the guy running in front of him. It turned him on and got him in the mood. But after a while he started asking to stop, in order to rest a little. All the fire in his eyes was gone. He saw a skeleton running towards him. He stood and looked at him, and ran back. Lee was furious that the walking corpses were laughing at him. He demanded that he come back and they would sort out the men. Kim Jin had unreal endurance. The boy did not understand how he managed it. Even his fighting style is completely different. Lee attacks with his bare hands because his stamina drains much faster, while this guy attacks the enemy from behind and easily avoids damage. This is a very effective fighting style. He also really wanted to learn it. Kim stopped and asked him if he didn't promise to show him his skills and worry about him. Lee hoped he had already forgotten about it. He started running towards the monsters and was ready to defeat them, even if he had to die. He pounced on the monsters and began to destroy them. Kim watched this and thought if it was the Lee he knew, he would definitely use the moves he was showing him. Until this moment, no one could properly direct him. Therefore, he only believes in his immortal body and rushes mindlessly into the attack. This is an ineffective fighting style, but after a while, it will become more useful. More precisely, Kim will have to make it more useful. Day 5. There are 24 hours left until the end of the quest. Lee didn't understand why he was so serious about the survival quest. Did he lose something because of the monsters? Lee thought that it was too much for one person. He worked for 8 hours in a row, although he is not a machine. He needs time to rest. He was looking for a place where he could sit down. They still sat down to rest, and Lee began to eat his favorite candies. A skeleton approached him. He offered him a snack. He needed to extend his hand, and he would give it to him. And the skeleton really extended his hand. Lee was shocked. He considered them dumb creatures, but now they began to open up to him. He boasted to Kim that they now had a real friendship. There was something unusual about it. He then asked Kim if he was hungry. The skeleton brought candy to Kim. It turned out that he was the one who controlled him and took this candy. Lee considered this the last degree of disrespect and abuse. He replied that he wanted to know what the company tasted like. Kim said that Lee did a good job, but instead of buying him food, he steals his supplies. If he likes free things, he'll soon be bald like Hyun. Kim first heard about his appearance. Something happened in the sky, like a flash. It looks like a signal that warns of trouble, and there is not much time left until the end of the quest. They had dealt with quite a few monsters, but some still remained. Kim said that this was not a signal of trouble. Then what was it? Asked Lee. After the survival quest in the first level, they have to move on to the second, and so they gather all the players to decide in which order they will hunt the snake. Was it not enough for them to join forces? This is how they also decide in which order to hunt? They are very high-minded. Kim said that they let them relax in the last 5 days. Of course, that gives them confidence. They need to check the catalog and they will come back. Lee has never seen this item. Was it a gold catalog? This was the main skill used by John George. Dead Man's Explosion. It could be used when monster corpses were nearby. And now all the players gathered in one place. Yoon asked for a moment of attention for his presentation. All the survivors gathered there. After a few minutes, the survival quest will be over and they will go to the second level. The Union will be the first to attack the snake. Everything was exactly as Kim said. They really chose in which order to attack the monster. Yoon warned them of one thing. Under no circumstances should they interfere with their hunting. If anyone dared to interfere, he promised to immediately kill the violator. Kim realized that this warning was specifically for him. Lee asked what they were going to do now. What was the plan? Some player jumped up to the boys and asked if they clearly understood what they were told. This guy was crazy. Kim prevented Lee from starting a fight and grabbed his arm. Although Lee was angry, he listened to the boy. Kim came forward and wished everyone good luck. This man also calmed down. Lee asked Kim why he stopped him. This man was close enough to finish him off. Kim replied that maybe he would deal with this guy, but then they would have problems with the whole guild. The red ribbon on their arms means they're on the same team. But Lee hasn't noticed yet. There were enough of them. Lee said he couldn't help but notice. But why was everyone else silent? Then the boys saw that they were all there with red ribbons. Did that mean they had no chance against them? But Kim did not think so. They went to the next level where there was a rattlesnake. When she crawled by, everyone held their breath and hid behind the trees. She was very big and dangerous. No one knew how to defeat her. Everyone was afraid of her power. She could strangle anyone with her body. Who will stand in her way? Yoon gave the signal to begin the hunt as she crawled on. They used magical abilities that could hit a target at a distance. The snake felt the force of the Alliance's attack. Lee and Kim just stood on the hill and watched what was happening. Lee asked how much longer they would stand and just watch. At this rate, they would be able to catch the snake. But Kim said it was impossible. Lee asked why this is not possible. Because they have so many people, isn't that enough? Kim asked Lee, what is the first thing he does when faced with a monster? The boy replied that he would try to attack him and strike because he does not know what he is capable of. It is difficult to deal with unexpected developments when you show everything you are capable of in the beginning. Kim said that everything is true. Now, if we talk about this particular monster, will you hit her too? Lee thought to answer in a structured way and not come off as dumb. Then he clearly replied that he would have done exactly the same, because it would be better to destroy her immediately. Of course, it would be nice if it was really possible. But if it was really such a simple task, why hasn't anyone conquered it yet? Did they lack people? Most likely, they had not less people, and maybe even more. Yoon led the team. He ordered to move in the direction of the snake after the attack. The snake was a little beat up, but it was unlikely to die from a single attack. She regained consciousness and started moving much faster, because she knew she was being attacked. She crawled very quickly. Yoon believed that if things continued at this rate, he would be the first to defeat this snake. She looked very powerful. Her eyes burned with yellow fire. The snake began to activate its abilities in response to the attacks. The knowledge source master skill has been activated. She moved as if she had prepared something. Lee and Kim watched the whole process. It seems that these guys knew everything in advance, even the fact that she would start running away. Kim said that everything was just beginning, although Lee thought that it would be over soon. The needle snake never attacked properly. In addition, it had something like needles placed on its body. It was strange enough. Yun ordered to increase the pace of the attack and not stop. He also told the team to focus on the head. The snake took the attacks with dignity. A lot of magic was used against her. Archers fired arrows every second. But then they saw the snake's tail behind them. She hit the area where the fighters were located with her tail. Her body was so long that she could be almost on the opposite side of the forest and attack. She perfectly understood what needed to be done. The archers were knocked off their feet, but they must continue to attack, because they were assigned to defend this territory. One of the fighters looked to the side, and I saw how they were trying to hold the snake. The boy grabbed the ground with his hands and started running. The attacks on the snake did not stop. Yoon reported that her movements had become slower and ordered the battle line to attack. Most of the fighters were standing in an open area in the middle of the forest. The snake noticed them, and she obviously prepared her attack. Yoon didn't expect this. She directed her needles at her opponents. Yoon ordered everyone to stop attacking and just stay in their positions. The snake began to release its needles, which flew very quickly. Most hit the target. Even when these needles hit the ground, a piece of it flew into the sky. The snake began to hiss. Lee and Kim continued to watch everything that was happening. Kim suspected that her needles were coated with a deadly poison. Lee admitted that it was a very powerful attack. The snake continued to move. Yun was able to assess the situation when the dust settled a little. He could not understand if this was all the snake was capable of. He understood that the snake would have an ace up its sleeve. But it was only one attack and from a long distance, so it wasn't such a terrible problem. Many were affected by this attack. One of the fighters decided to look at these needles. He didn't think they would break so easily. They were also empty inside. Yoon saw a snake. Now she had no more needles. You need to attack until it recovers. The snake moved along the entire perimeter, and it was difficult to understand where it ended. The Union began to attack again. Yoon was sure that they were capable of killing any monster. All fighters ran to attack. They were ready to destroy this snake. But one of them noticed that someone got sick, and he fell to the ground. But the man could not understand what had happened to him. Another fighter also knelt first. Then he fell to the ground and blood flowed from his mouth. One by one they started filing, and no one understood the reason. But the whole reason was in the needles that the snake released. They had poison inside. Now most people couldn't attack. Yun couldn't understand how this happened. There was nothing to indicate that his fighters had been attacked by poison. He couldn't believe that those spikes were full of poison. If all the tanks fell, then the poison was fatal. The skeleton watched as these people pleaded for help. It was so disgusting. Lee asked to explain to him what was happening there. Kim said that due to the poison of the needle snake, their plan failed, and now they are retreating. The boy was surprised how they could get poisoned. Those needles that the snake released were just thorns, which is how the poison appeared there. But here, it was logical to guess that they were poisonous from the very beginning. But that was not the point. Before the massive attack, dealers had already received damage. And if the spikes were saturated with poison, they would be the first to receive damage, not tanks with high health. But at that time, it was not clear at all how they were poisoned. Their attack was very smooth. It is not for nothing that it is called a deadly snake. Lee asked how they should act in this situation. Maybe they should connect with the people who are left. But Kim refused. Now that they've found all the hidden trump cards, it's their time to act. Lee did not want to go down to the poisonous snake. But in any case, he had to go to the needle snake. He just had to wait and prepare. At first, he breathed a sigh of relief, then said that he would not follow his orders. Then Kim offered him to go to the needle snake. He did not mind. Lee started to wriggle out and said that's not what he meant. He was saying that he would stay here and follow his orders. The snake felt confident. She poisoned the main fighters of the Union. Colorless and odorless. The poison has no odor and is easy to miss. The players simply relaxed their vigilance. Now it was clear why the attacking groups were destroyed so quickly. They were already damaged by the time they noticed the poison. But Kim was different from them. He had the power of apophysa. When this power is activated, even the poisoned blood skill improves. It was very convenient. He approached one of the corpses and began to look through his system. Kim wanted to test the spear, because with such a strong body, her skin is probably very tight as well. Cut them off one by one with a knife. Defeating her in this way will be much more effective. Yun hit the tree with his hand. He completely lost his vigilance. All the blame for what happened lies on him. He asked how many people escaped. One of the soldiers replied that when he ran, there were about 30 men. But now they are all scattered over a large area. The man offered to find them, but Yun refused and said that they needed to gather the remaining men and attack again. Those who remain there are most likely dead. The fighter said that, with the people they have left, they will not be able to attack at all. They especially lack tanks, because they were the first to die. Yun replied that they would only lose more people if they searched for the dead. It would be better to reorganize the squad and try again. He no longer expected victory, but turning back would be the same as dying. The man grabbed his head. He was sure that some of them were still alive, but they had no choice but to abandon their comrades. Even if they regroup and attack, the result is still obvious. Fighting without tanks is the same as rushing into battle without a shield. But in such times, you need to keep a cool head. They heard a strange sound. Everyone hoped it wasn't a needle snake. Yun ordered to confirm the needle snake's location. The fighter jumped into a tree. But there he saw something strange. The rest asked him to simply voice what he saw. Probably no one will believe it. But he said that the needle snake is now fighting with the player. Yoon was shocked. No one could believe it, but everyone asked for details. The scout told those who did not believe him to go upstairs and see for themselves. This cannot be. Someone can breathe near her poison. It really happened. You can't get too close to a needle snake because of its venom. How could he do that? Maybe the poison was gone, but that couldn't happen. Even in this case, there may still be people alive. They should also go there. Yun asked his fighters to go there again, even though he had said moments ago that it was tantamount to death. He said that the poison is gone. This is the perfect opportunity to correct their past mistake. If they are gathered here, it is unknown if they will ever have a chance like this again. She was very aggressive. But the archers still attacked her. They were unusual archers. They were skeletons. As Kim thought, the arrows couldn't penetrate her thick skin. But there is one very easy way to bypass this defense. He can simply poison her. But you need to think through the strategy very well. It will be difficult enough to do. The skeletons just stared at her. The snake came very close to them and began to attack. But the skeletons managed to bounce back. Kim came up behind. He took several poisoned spears with him and pierced the snake's skin with them. The needle snake was poisoned. She noticed Kim. She no longer had spikes. Instead of them, there were only many holes. He could poison her through these holes. They are like human pores. It must be very painful. She was already in pain. Last time she pretended to run away. But that was because she was forcing people to come to her. Those guys had no idea that she was cheating on them. The fact is that unimportant spikes specially fly out of her body to leave behind holes from which a large amount of poisonous gas comes out. Her eyes just burned. She was poisoned. Her whole body should soon spread the poison through the blood. Kim followed her. She made so much noise for her size. Meanwhile, Lee was destroying the trolls. Kim ordered him to hide as much as possible, but climbed forward himself. Who would want to collect dead monsters here? He belongs to talented people. That is, it is very bad for him. This drove Lee crazy. But Kim just connected to this skeleton and heard and saw everything. He asked if Lee had prepared everything he asked him to do. The boy replied that he had prepared everything. And he also asked why he thought that the snake should crawl right here. But there was no time to explain, so he asked to finish faster. It seems that all the preparations have already been completed. It's time to start. Somewhere far away in a dark forest, the skeleton tried to harm the snake. Then he wanted to bite her. And at that moment, Kim connected to this skeleton. He saw a sword near him. Next were spears. He took one of them and ran in the direction of the snake's head. He ran very fast. Kim was moving there too, between trees and bushes. And finally, he attacked to write off the snake. She winced in pain. She was poisoned again. Kim disconnected from this skeleton. The snake wanted to eat him. But another skeleton jumped and headed towards the head. He reached the pores that had needles and attacked them. It was the most vulnerable place. He promised to make her live up to his name. The spear penetrated the very middle. The needle snake was poisoned again. Its characteristics have significantly decreased. She could no longer fight normally. Although due to its size, the effect of the poison appeared later than he expected. He threw another spear. The skeleton climbed on top of the snake, ran along it, jumped out, and grabbed the spear that was thrown to him by another skeleton, which was controlled by Kim. He held it tightly. Then he aimed again at the snake's head and delivered another accurate blow. Her performance continued to decline. The skeletons had to hold on because the snake was writhing in pain. Her body was in constant pain. Skeletons began to jump from her to the ground. Now that she can't handle the poison, she runs away. Kim was pleased. She headed straight to where Lee had prepared a place. She was running towards the corpses, at which point Kim activated the ability to explode the dead. And there was a very loud explosion. The snake was defeated. She was taking her last breaths. She tried to run away, but she ran again in the direction of the corpses. And Kim activated the explosion of the dead again. She understood that this was the end. The explosion blew again. There were fresh news in the newspapers. This was the end of the elite troops, which Park Von gathered with all his might. It is getting more and more interesting. The appearance of a level 6 dungeon may hurt his pride. Hyun asked the secretary to rent a car and send her to the entrance of the dungeon. But she didn't understand the point of doing that if they were only supposed to get out in a week. He didn't just spend a bunch of his money like that. Hyun told him to focus on showing his abilities and not to pay attention to others. Then they don't need to rent a car at a junkyard as usual, if they work under Russian cover. She said that she would prepare a car for the diplomats to take them out of any possible situation. Hyun started to get nervous and immediately asked how much such a car would cost. He stopped the secretary and asked whether diplomats drive small cars or not. She replied that they don't drive. After the second explosion, the snake was already exhausted. Kim not only guessed where the snake would try to escape, but also deliberately set off explosions to corner it. Finally, she turned and calmed down. Her body was covered in spears. She should be panicking by now, but it's too late. The skeleton shot at her with a bow. She turned to him. But he kept doing it. She didn't have enough strength to resist even a skeleton. He continued to shoot. There is no point in dodging the attacks, because the poison has already spread throughout the body. Over time, her health will only deteriorate, and she will only make things worse for herself. Yoon and the remaining people head towards the snake. These screams have been going on for some time now. He was sure that this had attracted the attention of many players who entered the dungeon. But who was this guy? Everyone was notified that the needle snake had been defeated. The surviving fighters began to discuss that now they will be able to return from the dungeon alive. And if they can do everything right, then maybe they will even manage to steal the skin of a needle snake? Yun couldn't believe that he had actually killed that snake. The man called him. They couldn't leave the dungeon empty-handed. He should at least see his face. Kim received the title of the first needle snake hunter. He received a notification with his preferences. His level was increased. He was awarded a mastery stone. The new notification stated that he was to retrieve the yellow dragon gem from the needle snake's body. She was completely dead. Lee was on Yoon's way. He told them not to come. They didn't understand why he blocked their way. Yoon said that they didn't come to cause them trouble. He said that they just want to explore the area. They are not bad people. But there were 3 huge skeletons behind Lee. This was his main argument. Warrior skeletons are not affected by poisonous gas. Therefore, they are effective in the fight against the needle snake. But something does not give him peace. The attack that they had failed simply couldn't be successfully carried out by just these dumb soldiers. Hundreds of players tried to attack the needle snake. Something was definitely wrong. He wanted to see the snake's corpse to make sure. They saw something terrible. Everyone did not look away. Each and all. It was the skeleton of a needle snake. Yoon knew perfectly well that it was her. Is he trying to summon her like skeleton warriors? He wanted to see at least his face. He sped up, but he was met by Lee's heavy hand, who threw him to the ground. His face was as shocked as possible. Yoon rolled back far. He did not understand why he was not allowed. But Lee clearly said that you can't go there. Yoon said that they needed to escape from this dungeon and ordered everyone to remember this man's face. The snake was reborn into a skeleton, and finally he saw what he was looking for. It was very easy. The skill rank is very low, and he was unable to summon a needle snake as a skeleton. She fell to the ground, and fell into small pieces. Kim took the yellow dragon magic sphere. Reporters have been guarding the dungeon for about a week, but so far, no news has been received. From the very beginning, no one at all expected that this campaign would take place. If it turns out to be successful, it will be amazing. They just wanted it to be over as soon as possible, so as not to sit there forever. Maybe he should just quit being a reporter. The dungeon was cleared. The reporters did not understand what was happening. Immediately, a bunch of people rushed. They started asking who is the boss, and where is the support group? Yun began to focus on the boys and say that they were the ones who killed the needle snake. And they started pointing the finger at them. Reporters ran up to them and started asking how they were feeling and how they managed to defeat the snake. The security stopped all the reporters and the boys approached the car. Yoon also tried to sneak in there, but she has already left. It was an embassy car. Hyun spent normally on renting such a car. Now you can finally relax. Lee asked what was up with the item he got after killing the needle snake. It must be amazing, he asked, at least to tell what kind of object it was. Kim called Hyun and said that they just came out of the dungeon. He immediately asked if he liked the role of the hero. All the news was now about him. It would be unwise not to capitalize on his current reputation. If they add importance to this name, then he will be able to play on the big stage. If he agrees, then he is ready to offer a deal. In any case, this name will be needed to gain authority and enter a special dungeon. At first, he wanted to voice this idea, but everything turned out to be even simpler. He proposed it himself. The guy agreed and said that he was looking forward to their cooperation. Hyun said that something interesting happened while they were in the dungeon. Jinmi led the team into a level 4 dungeon, but no one survived. It's not unusual for a player to die in a dungeon, so it didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary had happened. But he checked some information, and it seems that there was a spy from the Skull Guild in her team. He got information about the players who were sponsored by the Yamato faction. The Skull Guild had come to the right conclusions. He asked why he needed this information, but there was really no point in hiding anything from him. He knows everything about their relationship with Park Van and the Skull Guild. The audition began to take effect on Park Van. As he thought, Hyun was not so simple. They stopped the car somewhere in the suburbs. Kim said they needed to get out. Lee asked if Hyun promised to feed them for such fruitful work. Even if not, he really wanted udon with fried tofu while they were driving. Kim said to change to another car. Lee didn't want to do that. He got so used to comfort in those 10 minutes and finally felt like a person. He didn't understand why he had to change to another car at all. They could easily go to the office in this one as well. Still, no one would see them. That's how it works. Even though he rented an expensive car, he didn't care about their wishes. It looked like a car from a junkyard. It was also very dirty, and he didn't understand at all who drives such cars at such a time. Kim said it was his car. Lee changed his point of view and said that small cars very compact are the best in the country because they don't need much fuel. Such a person must be a great patriot and a smart person. Kim said he has food aid in his glove compartment. He allowed to take if Lee was very hungry. He was very happy. Finally, he will be able to buy his favorite dishes with this money and fully enjoy their taste and aroma. Now he does not depend on anyone. He can eat as much as he wants and wherever he wants. But there were several coins inside. His face immediately changed. News came out every minute. The mood of the press changed from curiosity to hatred. Especially after Yoon's interview, the public's attitude worsened. The secretary asked if what her boss ordered should be done now or not. He replied that it was because it was necessary to answer them. Journalists always make loud headlines and do not even think about the consequences. They should be taught not to take facts out of thin air. Hyun impressed Kim. Because it is very difficult to change society's attitude. Now that this statement has been made, the Messiah Guild will not be able to stand aside. They may try to recruit him or win his disposition. Never thought that he would use public opinion to lure the Messiah Guild to him. He was very much waiting for their answer. It is necessary to prepare well before the Messiah contacts him. And so he received a notification. Park Van has launched a level 6 dungeon. He was in his office. The secretary ran up to him and said she had to report to him. He wanted to put it off until later, unless it was very urgent information. But it was very urgent. Jin Mi's team that had gone to the dungeons had been completely destroyed. He didn't like it very much. He called his guards. They said that the press conference was over, and he had to go to an important meeting. A press release will be prepared and published by the Phoenix Guild. He asked her to talk about the details in the car. They got into the car. A few days ago, an anonymous informant sent a bank statement to their office. The secretary does not know the reason for sending this information, but it seems that it is partially true. According to the report, most of the team members were killed by stab wounds, so it's possible that they weren't killed by the monsters. Jin Mi's team was the only one that went to the dungeon, so the other guilds can't be involved. That is, she wanted to say that there is a rat among his guards. The Skull Guild tricked them. They were considering what to do with Park Van in the future. One of the leaders said that she would leave him at the mercy of public opinion. The Swordmaster was currently working in the Skull Guild, so he wanted to deal with all of this. But now was not the time for rash actions. She asked what happened to the last dungeon of the Lizard Warrior. If she was going to do something, she had to do it right. Even Kim, who was on their side, must be dead by now, because he got into this situation too. Is she going to show their skull problem to the whole world? It's not his business to interfere with how they do their job, but he couldn't ignore it. Kim is scum. He doesn't even have skills, but how many times have he been mentioned here already? This upsets him. They can no longer work with the Skull Guild. It is necessary to stop all matters related to them, but the master could not do this. The head of the guild is not even here. They cannot simply choose a solution. She said it was the chairman's decision. All the masters looked at each other, not understanding what is happening and what her words mean. The leaders of the Skull Guild realized that they most likely needed to break up with the Messiah Guild, because they no longer wanted to work in its interests. It was important for them to preserve the structure of their guild and develop further. The next day, at the Park Van office, Kim came to his office and said that he thought Jin Mi's team was very qualified, and he was very sorry that this had happened. He would never have thought that something like this could happen. Park Van admitted that he wanted to make a business with these bastards in order to make a profit. But everything has changed, and now it is better to destroy them. Kim stood and listened to Park until the end. Then he decided to answer. But first, he analyzed the situation in his head. Park Van was more ambitious than anyone else. A few years later, he would sell all possible items to Japan and go into exile. People who didn't know the truth called him a traitor, but the real reason he moved to Japan was because he was afraid that the Messiah Guild would take away everything he had created. He will turn his back on his own country in an attempt to protect his life and wealth. Of course, that is why he will not leave the situation. And Kim agreed to become his bodyguard. The boy understood that he needed him in order to deal with them. But he did not want to be thrown out after. Will cease to be necessary for him. Park Van didn't think he would have such an idea. He planned to pull him over to his side even if he had to threaten him. Although his intentions are of little interest to him as long as he is able to get rid of the Skull Guild, he asked the boy if he was willing to destroy the Skull Guild for him in exchange for his protection. Kim confirmed his words and said that they should protect him well if they really need him. He also has something to repay the Skull Guild. He was waiting for such an answer. The guy left the office and is now fully responsible for his actions. I was on Mr. Park Van. He was sincerely grateful. He needed to go to the company and sign the contract. His conditions were changed to the highest level. He was under their supervision. When he was convinced of this, he left the office. No one understood how he managed to become a royal bodyguard. He only joined the guild 6 months ago. The man had built a pretty good reputation working here, but he wasn't sure that this day was enough to become a royal bodyguard. They weren't sure, but it was most likely because they didn't know. Park Van wasn't one to make decisions without a reason. Meanwhile, in the elevator, there was a lot of talk among the workers about the traitor among the guards. They talked about how he could get there. Someone talked about the fact that he managed to get a rare item. But there is nothing to be jealous of. In the end, he has to do obscene things to get to the top. It was impossible to deny the fact that he was lucky, but it was not important. The hunt was just beginning. Kim called Hyun. He picked up the phone and began to joke about his role as a Russian. He guessed that he had a very important business if he could find a moment in his busy schedule to call. The conversation was about fake documents. Lee asked what this jerk was trying to do this time. Hyun continued to talk and said that he could theoretically do it. But it's a bit difficult to manipulate the people who run the guilds and are in charge of the dungeons. But he still agreed and said that he would do it. He said that Kim wants to use fake documents to enter the dungeon. Soon they will find out everything themselves. But Lee said that they don't even know the details of why he agrees to help. Did he fully trust this Kim Jin? But he reminded the boy that he doesn't believe in humans. He's just trying to figure out which direction he's holding the sword in, to determine if they're on the same team or not. All the dots will be placed when they learn his ultimate goal. Because human desires don't lie. A white crossover was moving very fast on a country highway. Park Van heard that Kim was going to destroy the Skull Guild. It was very likely. Looks like Park Van is ready to declare full-scale war on the Skull Guild. Most of the guild members enter the dungeon these days, so this was the perfect opportunity for Park Van and Kim Jin. But they can't rule out the possibility that Kim has created his own team and is using fake documents. But he didn't care. All he needs is for Kim to enter the dungeon. On Yen Shan Island, when Kim approached the workers, he was asked what they could call him. He said, Lee Shan. They asked if he had come alone and asked him to sign some papers. They don't do dungeon briefings, but he could read something. Although it is a level D dungeon, it contains 61 people. It seems that the leadership of the dungeon is not very responsible, so there is no better place to deceive people. He already talked about it, but this dungeon is an obvious trap for him. Headlights flashed in front of him. Men started getting out of 2 cars. He expected to see experienced people, but this guy, Hyun, didn't understand what Yunchai's name meant. The secretary also checked the list. She believed that he joined the dungeon under the alias Shan Vun. It was the same dungeon that Kim Jin went to. Lee asked who it was. He replied that it was a troubled rookie with a level below 50. He is one of the Knights of the Round Table. They screwed up. Among the men, the boy noticed Yan Chai. He didn't think the Messiah Guild would send him away so quickly. Come to think of it, this guy is one of them. The Knights of the Round Table are a group of players who own legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur, as well as those under his command. The Knights of the Round Table took up arms in the face of fallen power to protect the victims. Over time, the knights who had weakened became the guards of Park Sin, who owned the Merlin staff, and took root in the Messiah Guild. Much later, he found out that it was all planned at once. The Knights of the Round Table were weakened by the king of deadly poisoning, and many knights fell victim to it. The necklace of Gawain that Yan Chi now possessed may have belonged to one of them. If they were knights, it wouldn't be difficult for them to repeat something similar, if there was anyone left. But it was still a dangerous item regardless of who possessed it. There was no need to guard one's strength. They entered the dungeon. There was a command to prepare. Notification: get rid of 3,000 monsters to advance to the next level. All the players were unhappy to have to destroy such a large number. They would have preferred to kill a few monsters harder. It would have been much easier. 3,000 monsters, it won't be too dangerous, but it might take some time. In the midst of this chaos, it would be easier to stab Kim in the back and pretend it was an accident. Yan Chi ordered not to waste time and find him as soon as possible. His fighter turned his attention to some boys. It was the Skull Guild. They entered the dungeon wearing such clothes. Do they not understand the situation they are in? They are not able to deal with the situation on their own, but they continue to spoil everything around. They were as incompetent as possible. He was sure that they had been warned not to interfere personally. How dare they listen to the head? He vowed to kill them after he got out of the dungeon. He ordered to ignore the Skull Guild guys. They are here to do their job. No matter what happens, they have to deal with Kim Jin with their own hands. He thrust his sword into the ground, and he ordered to report to him as soon as they find him. The skill of the target, blood poisoning, so you need to act carefully. He gave permission to kill everyone who will interfere with them. He will take responsibility. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, one of the boys didn't think that they would attack the Skull Guild at the first level. Usually, they are not so serious. He hid behind a tree. Park Vana's royal guards also entered the dungeons. His eyes widened. He saw the skeletons of soldiers. One of their team members brought a necromancer with him. But for some reason, he couldn't find Kim Jin. He looked away, and there he saw a boy. He was ready for a fight. As a result, Kim won, and this guy tried to justify himself and said that he had nothing to do with the Skull Guild. But the thing is, the guy above said he was from the Skull Guild. He looked up and saw one of them there, but he couldn't say that. Makomoto had also failed. So even if they were in danger, he ordered him not to interfere, despite the fact that he had to survive and report what happened in the dungeon. That was more important than their lives. The guy started to prove that he had never met this guy before. Kim killed him for lying. He fell to the ground. They can only be trusted when they are dead. Lee was asking because he didn't know. Kim was a much better player than him. He was already regretting that he had dared to ask, because now he had lost his appetite. This was said by a guy who ate 5 boxes of pizza. He began to complain that he couldn't even eat the pizza he bought himself in peace anymore. Also, he shared a large slice with Hyun. The boss said he understood what he meant, because of what a player Kim was. Lee said that he was the most cunning of everyone he knew and saw. He never engaged in an unequal battle. If he knows that there is no chance of winning, he will never fight. Blood of skeletons. Yanchi was confused. It's early, but it looks like he's summoned all of his skeletons. At least they know what to do when they find this coward hiding in fear. He was more concerned about the whereabouts of the Skull Guild boys. They did not know what awaited them ahead, so it would be nice to meet them sooner. The next day, the forest is again being surveyed, but no one has seen Kim yet, even though he has also moved to the 2nd level. Is he going to hide until the end of the dungeon clearing? Something moved behind them. Only he remembered the boy, and here he is. He drew his sword and got into a fight. He and his skeleton warriors surrounded the robbers. He took time, but now he finally appeared. It seems that among his companions is a necromancer, because he summoned skeletons. He went out to them. Jan asked if he would use skeletons to fight real players. He found it funny. Kim and the skeletons stood and listened intently. If they hadn't found him, maybe he would have been able to survive. But it's good that he escaped in time. Now they will test his skills. The skeleton ran forward, and the rest began to join him. Jan adopted a defensive stance, and the fight started. The skeletons moved very skillfully and easily. They dodged all blows and did not give the enemy any chance. He was outraged. They had just dodged his attack. He had never seen skeletons move like that. While he was standing still, Kim approached him. He was even faster than skeletons. He moved very intelligently and sharply, constantly changed direction to avoid encountering an enemy attack. And now he was already there. But their swords met. Yanchi was very strong, but he turned out to be even faster than the boy thought. They fought with swords. There was no pronounced dominant for some time. Jan asked what he was producing. Had he waited so long to see such a weak player? He pushed him away with one blow. The boy knew that this was not a simple enemy. It was not easy to fight with him. Compared to other opponents, he could not fight with him, save his strength and remain cool-headed at the same time. Yan saw that the boy had received a notification. Kim was focused on the fight. Yan only got these notifications when he was fighting worthy opponents. Does that mean he got the patron's attention too? The reward should be nice when he kills the guy. It will be really hard for him if things continue like this. Hyun asked Lee to start eating right, because fast food can cause big problems in the future. But the guy didn't think it was a problem at all. He said his thoughts are becoming like Kim's. Kim, meanwhile, summoned the skeletons. Yan realized that these were his fighters, not his ally. He was saving his strength to fight him. He liked it very much. They met swords again. But now the skeletons have also joined. Yan was sure that he would deal with him without any problems. They moved together enough, like a real team. He turned his head and saw something incomprehensible. He didn't need him, and his other fighters. They called for help because there were too many skeletons, and they could not cope with them. He thought they were incompetent and asked Kim why he was using such cowardly methods. But on the contrary, it was a very well-done job. He called him a puppy if he couldn't even fathom the situation he was in now. But he replied that he did not contact that. He activated Gawain's necklace. His appearance has changed. Finally, the boy waited for him to use it. Skeletons attacked him from behind, and it made Yan uncomfortable. He had to fight them off, and he did it successfully. It was one of the items that belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. The effect was as powerful as he expected. Now that he had used it, the next stage must begin. The boy ordered the skeletons to retreat. They did not understand what was happening. Why are they retreating, if at the moment they had complete dominance? Yan thought that he wanted to hide again because he couldn't win in open combat. But he had to finish him off before the rest of the guilds cleared the dungeon. He ordered the soldiers to deal with the skeletons, and he would pursue the boy. He moved through the forest. Yan Chi has not changed at all. Just like in the past, he did not care about his subordinates. It is probably due to self-confidence. It is clear that the necklace will not help him with this. This item significantly improves all characteristics. But since he doesn't know how to use the item, in his hands it is like a pearl in a pig. He mindlessly pursued the boy. Although it was impossible not to notice the difference in characteristics, he promised to catch him no matter how far he ran. He will not be able to escape from it after he has received the blessing of the sun. While he was talking, an explosion occurred in front of him. A very powerful explosion, most likely prepared by Kim. It was visible even to all the guilds. They did not understand what kind of explosion it was. They tried not to panic, because their commander cannot be defeated by such an explosion. It is necessary to quickly finish off the rest of the skeletons and go to help. But skeleton archers started working here. They worked very clearly. And now, thanks to the poison, their bodies were poisoned. They realized that these pawns cannot be underestimated. They passed the time perfectly. Yan emerged from the dust and told the boy to stop running away like a mean coward. But he didn't care how it looked, because it was logical that he would lose in a direct confrontation. Therefore, if he wanted to catch him, then he needed to run faster. He vowed to tear it apart with his bare hands when he caught it. He ran after him further. Additionally, Yan activated the running skill, and so he got as close as possible to the boy. And it seemed that everything would end right here. He swung his sword, but the ground beneath his feet disappeared. He did not understand what was happening, and sharply moved down. There were trolls in the pit, and the explosion rang out again. After it, a very large hole remained, as if an asteroid had landed there. But Yanchi was alive, and his patience was running out. The guy said he still doesn't understand what the strategy is. He thinks Kim is playing tag with him because he's bored. Developing a strategy based on your enemy's weaknesses, the topography, taking into account all possible options for the development of events, All this was the basis of the battle. And violent and stupid leaders like him, who rely only on their own strength, bring nothing but harm to their comrades. Isn't this the famous assassin from the Messiah Guild, Yan Chi? He was the only survivor again. The people heard that he had to be eaten by the monsters without options. He got angry and ordered everyone to shut up. And if anyone wants to say something, let him go to the middle and say it to his face, so that he knows who to tear apart. Judging by the way he speaks, he does not regret the death of his wards at all. And this is not surprising, because instead of brains, he has muscles, which are not capable of emotions. Obviously, considering that a place was chosen for placing the camp, about the danger of which the man warned several times. He jumped on him and said who he was to teach him. But the man looked into his eyes and dodged the blow. After that, his legs became tangled and he fell to the ground. He was sure that the members of his group died because they were weak. It wasn't his fault. He was just a worthless leader who brought nothing but harm to his comrades. Kim's tactics reminded him a lot of Suzuki's. Maybe that's why it's hard for him to restrain her there. But he promised to kill everyone with his own hands. And now is the time. That's what he told him. He didn't need to give orders to his skeletons out loud. And therefore he didn't need to shout retreat. But why did he do that? Yan listened to him carefully, and he understood that this boy had specially lured him here. Finally, he realized, and if he was not mistaken, then the blessing of the sun must soon end. He didn't understand how he knew the duration of his skill. Yan started shouting and asking what he was. He still does not know who Kim is, the guy decided to tell him. The man climbed out of the pit. The effect of the blessing of the sun has ended. Kim was happy that he followed his provocations until the very end. And it seems the skeletons have also finished their work. They surrounded him. He was so focused on catching him that he didn't even notice where he was. In fact, this place is not far from the place where he first encountered them. It turned out that they were just running in circles. Because of this, his allies killed his allies, and they were able to get here quickly. He couldn't believe his team was dead. Yan was very angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. He activated the speed ability and jumped out of the pit, but wanted to destroy Kim. But for some reason, he stood still. Because he had assistance. The skeleton absorbed the blow. Kim knew all his actions in advance, and thanks to this, he could control the situation. If he could control his emotions, then maybe it would have brought more problems to the boy. Lee was driving home. He believed that his boss was overloading him with work. Why did he have to check him? He sent Lee to the dungeon of headless dogs. He decided that it would be more peaceful if they visited him. Lee said that they didn't need to check anything. He was sure that Kim would come out alive and well. Did the boss really care if he would survive? In fact, they needed to make sure that if Yan Chi lost, they needed to make sure to come up with their next plan. He believes that Kim thinks the same way. He is not a stupid guy, so he wants to know their goals, like the reason they created a fictional name or the relationship between the Park Van faction and the Skull Guild, or why they continue to help him, knowing that the Messiah Guild is behind it all, that it's just part of a grand plan to destroy the Messiah. Even if Kim kills Yan Chi, it will be difficult to understand his true intentions. But they need at least confirmation of whether he will continue to cooperate with them after that or not. There were not many cars on the highway. It was already night in the dungeon. Many skeletons were destroyed, but they did not die in vain, because Yan Chi was almost powerless and additionally had poisoned blood. They were enough to fight on, and they continued to attack him. He still couldn't believe that these were the skeletons of warriors. The man defended himself with the strength he had left. He turned around, and he saw that he was also attacked from behind. His blood was poisoned again. He clenched his teeth in anger and pain. But he tried to continue his fight. but his body was getting weaker. His legs refused to stand. He held up well against 12 skeletons. Now there are only 2 left. Everything would have been much worse if he hadn't increased the number of skeletons with the Mastery Stone. Now that he's completely under the influence of the poison blood, Kim doesn't need to entertain him anymore. Although he demanded that the boy fight and not transfer all the work to skeletons, he asked him to fight. Yan was lying on the ground and had no strength to get up. But he still wanted to fight Kim, despite the fact that his eyes became completely white. And as a result, he died. The boy approached him, opened his system, and took Gawain's necklace. It was his first item that belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. If the next one is someone like Yan Qi, then he will show himself worthy and die with honor. The man was willing to bet that it wasn't easy for him to get here with his brains. But then he corrected himself and said that he meant his assistants. Then he said that he was going to the master, so this time he would let him go. But the next time he met him, he would definitely break his skull. He replied that he would look forward to it. Yan Qi became a member of the Round Table that day. It was an honor for him to meet the great hero. One of the members scanned it carefully. Finally, he showed his face. The Messiah Guild won't just leave it like that when they find out he's dead. Everyone who supported Sejun's ambitions, not justice. He will make them pay for it. The trolls were lying on the ground, and it was not clear if they were alive. The team wanted to catch the 2-headed dog, but this could not be done without first thinking through each step. When he starts eating, they agreed to attack him, and then there is a chance to catch him without loss. But while they were waiting for a good moment, the 2-headed dog was already destroyed, and the dungeon was cleared. Kim got out of it, and Lee was waiting for him there. He asked what he was doing here. He replied that he was carrying out the boss's errand and drove up here because he heard something interesting, and he needed to convey something to him. They agreed to talk on the way. They got into the car and drove off. Lee said that Hyun wants them to enter another dungeon together. He then asked how things went with Yan Chai. The guy was expecting this proposal, but they knew. Judging by Yan Chi's memories, he entered the dungeon under a fake alias. That is, Hyun knew why he asked for fake documents, but he agreed anyway. Lee asked how strong Yan was in the dungeon. He replied that he was definitely stronger than him. Lee was angry and asked when he managed to get the power meter profession. How could he know about his true skills? Maybe he wasn't showing them fully. Yan Qi, during the battle with 12 skeletons, he killed 10 of them by himself. If he really wants to prove that he is stronger, then it can be easily done. All he needs is consent, and he will verify him. Lee replied that a real man never flaunts his strength, and he suggested moving on to really important work topics. Dungeon of the Horned Fox. There were 12 failed attempts to clear it. Lee decided to skip the explanation if he already knew everything. It should be obvious, but he has to go there again as Isaac. It was easy to understand. Send him immediately to the Horned Fox dungeon right after he defeated Yan Qi. And he agreed. He dropped Lee off and drove home. He immediately called the boss and said that he was right about the fact that there was nothing to worry about. He never chooses a losing option. He agreed immediately and even knew all the characteristics of the dungeon. The boss said that from now on, Lee must make a decisive choice for himself. If Kim accepted their offer, there was no going back. He still couldn't fully trust him, but if they wanted to oppose the Messiah Guild, they needed to act now. They don't have much time left. 2 years, or 3 at best. If a group capable of restraining the Messiah Guild does not appear during this time, they will not hesitate to bare their teeth. Kim arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Looking back, he now realizes that it happened after he cleared the Horned Fox's dungeon. A girl appeared in front of the boy. She said that she followed him in the dungeon, and his skills outweigh the rumors about them. She offered to join the Messiah Guild. The boy replied that if she wants to recruit him, then her master should do it personally. He liked his rudeness. They need his power to save the world. He offered to become his ally. It was the first meeting with Si-jun. He got a message. His candidacy was approved for the Horned Fox dungeon raid. Just like before, he was sure that the boys from the Messiah Guild would be there as well. He closed the phone. Kim decided to show off his skills in a way that would make their hair stand on end. He will be very busy to finish his training on time. But since he was already clearing this dungeon, it will be an ideal area to show yourself. Sports Stadium. The players had a command to prepare. So soon there was an entrance to the dungeon. He asked Lee if he was ready. Kim was the guy who conquered the Needle Snake dungeon when everyone thought it was impossible. Dungeons were pieces of cake for him. Lee said he wasn't sure he could eat the piece because it was frozen. There was a command to change their clothes to winter clothes, especially mages with low health and priests. If they fall behind because they can't take care of themselves, they automatically become a hindrance, not an ally. She knows what she is talking about because sometimes natural conditions are worse than any monster. Even the Lee tank was cold. How many degrees were there? Kim said it was time for them to go. And they started to move. Everything around was frozen. Lee asked if it would be a good idea to move with the Messiah Guild now. It is very difficult to operate alone in such weather conditions. Was he one of those who could not use his strength in the cold? He denied. His surname is the Siberian polar bear. Such a temperature is the same for him as a light breeze. He felt very good because the sweat dried immediately. That's good. He should know that this dungeon will be harder than the Needle Snake dungeon. He was concerned about this information and asked how much harder it would be. Kim said he would soon find out. Kim suggested moving around to keep warm. Lee agreed, but he said he hoped to be fed this time. Lee asked what their plan was for this dungeon. If it's a survival quest, then they need to build the maze again like last time. But Kim replied that it was not necessary. Lee was happy that there would finally be no manual labor. Skeleton warriors were summoned. They appeared in clothes. Lee asked why everyone was dressed up. If he was already spending money, he could at least try to choose a normal style. But then he noticed that it was the skin of a needle snake. Despite the fact that they both worked very hard, he took all the skin of the needle snake for himself. It is very expensive to make armor alone. And he has every skeleton in this. His fate had to be delivered to the office. He realized that this bald scumbag had tricked him and taken everything for himself. His ears were very itchy again. The participants noticed that 2 Russians were missing. They began to talk about it and find out from others that maybe someone had seen them. They came back and apologized. They were busy setting up their camp. The master said that an apology would not help here had they forgotten her order. Clearing the dungeons was important, but it was even more important to understand whether it was worth creating an alliance with the Russians. She ordered to finish the camp before her return and guard it. And send scouts. Everything was fine. She just needs to know about everything that is happening here. To understand how professional they are. The monsters were very hungry. Skeletons fought them. Lee also took part in the battle. These skeletons have become much stronger. They were smarter than normal summoned fighters. The master followed them. She saw the skeletons. They were different from all the skeleton summoning skills she had seen. It was a completely different level. Her assistants asked what they should do. It is possible to help. They showed off to show that this was their hunting territory. They will only interfere with them if they interfere. These guys are above her level, as expected from a player who cleared a dungeon of a needle snake. She needs to report this to the guild. They should recruit him and encourage him to join. A single, long beep sounded. This is So's signal. Most likely, something happened in the camp. Kim noticed that they were being followed. The monsters broke through their defense line. There will be a lot of them. The task was to hold out until the arrival of the captain. There were a lot of them. They moved so fast as if something attracted them. And then something jumped on them, and they flew in different directions. It was their captain. She asked what they were doing here. They were only level 1 monsters. She ordered them to stop and take defensive positions. They will protect the camp. You need to go back slowly. If someone was wounded, you need to retreat. The wolves continued to summon new monsters. They could be heard throughout the dungeon. The earth began to tremble. The scout climbed a tree. He couldn't believe his eyes. A huge wave of monsters was coming at them. Their defense line had already been breached. But it wasn't even a wave of monsters. Kim and Lee watched what was happening. They will be destroyed if they do not help them. But Lee hoped that Kim was not planning to do that and go there. He surprised the mister when he asked for the skill page. But luckily it was on sale at a discount. Kim thanked Mr. O. Aura Field. Releases aura from buff or debuff effectors. Finally, he doesn't need to put it on anymore. The participants were surrounded by monsters. She should have guessed that the 12 teams didn't lose so easily. She was very confident because they were still in the first level. While they were thinking about what to do next, there was a very loud explosion. Some people thought that it might be reinforcements. But the fact is that there was no one in this dungeon except them. She turned her head and wondered what it could be. Kim was holding the monster's corpse in his hand. Then threw him down the hill. He activated the corpse explosion. Each corpse he threw down destroyed 50 monsters. Skeletons and Lee also came to the rescue. It was moving fast enough for a tank. The skeletons also did their job perfectly. They made a circle and destroyed all the monsters. He then activated the blessing of the sun and joined the skeleton warrior. These were fighters of a completely different level. Fear was palpable in their eyes. With the help of additional abilities, they could be made real killers. Lee was also surprised. The skeleton opened its mouth and began to scream. He had a crazy aura. Lee had never seen a skeleton warrior act like this. They looked like they were on steroids. They were all of the same strength. Such skeletons could destroy a monster with one blow. And so it happened. They behaved like berserkers. This Kim. What kind of amazing magic he used. This is not suppression. Just imagine that you are hunting a large number of monsters. And instead of using the sun's blessing buff on its own, activates an aura field that allows others to use its effect as well. This is much more effective. They just destroy everything in their path. Kim threw another corpse to clear the area that still had monsters left. There was another explosion. They have formed a barrier and are blocking the monsters in the very middle. Is this the true ability of the snake hunter? The wave stopped. This was their chance. The captain called everyone to follow her. Meanwhile, at Hyun.Win's office, he offered to help the Messiah Guild avoid arrest. Because they are shown as heroes, and they will not be able to go against their saviors. Moreover, under public pressure, the Messiah will be forced to reward his saviors. In other words, he wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The secretary thought it was a good idea, but it had to be implemented very well, and there was no way around it without luck. She advised him to think about the fact that the Messiah Guild has many players in this level range, all with excellent skills. In order for the plan to work, players with vastly superior skills are needed. Is he sure that Kim is that strong? Hyun said he was sure of it based on how fast he had been developing his abilities lately. He was even willing to lend him money. The secretary thought, does he really rate him so highly? That is why he is now in the dungeon with Lee. They must make every effort not to reveal their identities, so that they can profit as long as possible by hiding behind a mask. Participants finished off the last monsters. Finally, it was all over. If it weren't for the Russians, they would have very big problems. Thanks to them, they did not lose a single member of their guild. She thought they probably didn't speak Korean. They left, but the captain tried to catch up with them. Lee asked if they were just going to leave now. What about their plan? Kim said they had killed a bunch of monsters. It wasn't dangerous anymore. Staying with them would only increase the chances of being exposed. And now that they've demonstrated their skills, they won't be able to claim that they did this sweep on their own. This place has just become a good place to level up. Lee's biggest fear was that they would have to do the same thing as last time. Kim smiled. It was getting dark in the dungeon, but it wasn't too noticeable because the snow and the moon provided the light. Lee thought he was crazy to team up with such a jerk. His level has increased. Kim reached level 35. There was no point in thinking about anything else except to destroy the main target. He opened the system. The poison blood ability has increased in level. Poison blood and dark blood will help him achieve his plans faster. Lee asked why he had such a serious face, which was wrong. He said that everything is fine, but before they go to the second level, there is one more thing they must do together. They need a snack. At the second level, they will need more energy. Lee's expression immediately changed. They were roasting chicken on the fire. Lee finally felt that they were a team. Kim wanted to ask for something before they went to hunt the horned fox. Even with an immortal body, you still feel pain. He asked if he would lose consciousness during the battle because of it. Lee replied that he was not such a weakling that he would shut down during a fight. Kim asked, in that case, if the fox pierced him with its horn, how long would he be able to hold out? He was confused and did not expect such information. The second level of the dungeon. They could not fight her. She was very fast. There was very little chance that they would be able to destroy it. One of the participants turned his head. Before he even had time to react, the fox grabbed him and pulled her away. At this rate, everyone will die. They couldn't do anything. They needed a way to slow down the horned fox. A man came out in front of them, who said he could catch a fox and kill her. They could not understand what he was up to. The captain yelled at him that he wouldn't achieve anything if he just threw himself at her. A fox was visible in his eyes. He was walking straight towards her. She was preparing another attack. It was a very easy target for her, almost motionless. She rushed at him. The fox was faster than he thought. It was not yet clear what his plan was. Everything was happening, as Kim said. The damage was small, but she was very fast. Now he could only block her blows. It would be very difficult to attack back. He stopped. It was very slippery. The fox attacked him again. This time, it was a powerful attack. But still, the real danger was her speed. A warrior skeleton would immediately break, so this option was not suitable. And a trap made of a wooden fence would take a very long time. That is, it was necessary for Lee to stop her movement. And then he wondered why it was so unexpected that Kim offered to have a snack. He expected an answer. Will he not cope with this task? He caught the fox and tried to restrain her. At this time, Kim was waiting for the right moment to activate the blessing of the river Styx. He was in a lot of pain, but he was able to catch her. He had held her long enough. The captain could not believe that he was able to stop the horned fox. But he will not be able to stand like this forever. Everything will be in vain if he does not defeat her while he is holding the fox. And then a big arrow flew in her direction, while Lee held her. She saw this attack, but she couldn't do anything because she was limited in her movements thanks to Lee. She was exposed to dark blood. After that, the skeletons attacked. The captain had no words. She just silently watched everything that was happening. She couldn't believe their levels were below 40. The skeletons pounced on the fox and began to finish it off. Compared to the participants, they were simply monsters. They successfully defeated the horned fox. At the exit from the dungeon, they were met by a bunch of reporters and journalists who were trying to find the one who was able to clear the dungeon and kill the horned fox. They had to ask him questions in order to write a good story. A diplomatic car drove up there. It was Isaac's car. He was holding a fox horn in his hand. He called Hyun and asked him to release his statement. He came back earlier than planned, but why does he need to make a statement? He asked to let them know if the Messiah Guild wanted him. They would be willing to sacrifice a horned fox horn. Lee was very angry. They had to go through so much to get this horn, and he wants to give it away so easily. Hyun thought that he had a serious plan, but Lee said if he doesn't need this horn, he should give it to him rather than the Messiah Guild. And he also asked to emphasize the part if the Messiah wants to receive him. The boss promised that he would fulfill his request. After a while, the news was all about Kim. In this case, you can rely on them. They will do everything as he asked quickly enough. The guy got a call from Park Van. Meanwhile, at home in the Park Van, with endless guesses, who is hiding behind the identity of Isaka? Recently, only he is being talked about. Either way, he's doing better than he expected. These scumbags from the Skull Guild seem to have completely turned all their operations over to Korea and returned to Japan. A part of him still wants to destroy them, but he's happy with how things turned out. If he fulfilled his part of the agreement, he should be rewarded accordingly. He asked him not to give up and to continue to develop, because he still has a lot of work for him. He gave him an ability page. Blood Mist. Creates a mist from one's own blood. He could become even better if he joined his squad. Urgent news. The Messiah Guild released an official statement. They are grateful to Isaac, but are willing to take his word for it. Instead, they will send him a gift as a thank you for saving the lives of the guild members. As a result, they simply lose, protecting their pride. If he remained silent, they would try to steal the horn without influencing public opinion. Wolfit only works against those people that the Messiah Guild considers enemies. In addition to saving their members, he stated that we'll present them with an object. After this, even they will not call him an enemy. If they want to save the face of merciful heroes and get a horn from that fox, they will have to pay a big price. Their losses will depend on what they reward him with. Park Van gave him a level 40 ability page, so he wants Kim to focus on leveling. He asked if the president could provide him with some dungeons so that he could raise his level. He replied that there was no problem with that. He asked to buy them from a broker and sent him an invoice. He will take care of the rest. The boy thanked. The Messiah Guild plans to send Isaac a gift as a thank you. This guild generously rewards those who risk their lives to save the world. Lee watched the news and understood now why Kim put on a spectacle with the foxhorn. Because he knew in advance what would happen next. He knows his business. Now he will receive a gift from the Messiah and keep the horn. I wonder what they will send him. The boss replied that they will send the skill of summoning golems. Lee asked how he knew that. They had it all figured out before a public statement was made. It doesn't matter what the gift is. It's always better to give it before the press finds out about it. They suggested the golem summoning skill, and they immediately agreed. Lee was opening another candy. Then he asked what was on his account, because he also works very hard. Why didn't he get anything? Shouldn't he at least get breadcrumbs from the table or something? The boss put the boxes on the table. He knew that Lee loved food. Therefore, he kept them specially for him. They were gifts sent by people who thought they were Russian. He didn't understand why he pretended that he had bought everything himself. But after some time his aggression ended, and he began to destroy all the food that was there. The boss said that he received a request to purchase the dungeon from Park Van. It was as if he was trying to break off their cooperation. Besides, the boss called him a scum who only thinks about how to fill his own pockets with money. Besides, He has already gained power over the Phoenix Guild. Why did he need a broker? He wrote that he wanted to purchase some dungeons for his new elite soldier. I wondered who this warrior was. Was it Kim Jin? Lee guessed that maybe they want to cooperate with him together to blackmail. It's called business, the boss suggested, asking Kim Jin to teach him business. He gave him a tour of the dungeon. It was a quest for survival. Dungeons that immediately show that they are a survival quest are rare enough, so it should be good to make some extra money. Survive 7 days in a rank B dungeon. Looks like the perfect place to level up at the risk of your life. The boss ordered to go and hand it over to the customer. He also needs to raise his level. He began to say that, in his opinion, this was not the best option. The boss noticed that Lee was finally starting to understand the dungeons. They moved to a new dungeon. Another dungeon with this horrible person, Kim suggested, starting with a light walk. The #1 financial company in Korea. They became the most influential company in the world, sponsoring the Messiah Guild. Yan Chi went into the dungeon with word of hunting Kim Jin, but never came back. Why did he need to do something that no one asked him to do? The woman asked where Gawain's necklace was. If it was stolen, it must be returned to its rightful owners immediately. It is not difficult to find a replacement for Yan Chai in the guild, but they do not have an item that can replace the necklace. At first, the frequent failures of the Skull Guild did not seem like anything serious. But that little spark turned into a flame, creating tension between them. The master swordsman and the master archer. The union that seemed perfect began to break down. The source of their problems is Park Van. If she had known what would come of this, she would have killed him earlier. Now that his powers had increased so much, she needed to take it gradually. She asked about the new member of the elite Park Van squad. The assistant replied that they will do everything possible to destroy him. But Park Van is protecting him with all his strength, so you can't even get close to him. Also, he seems to give him as many items and ability pages as possible to level him up. She only wants to know about the plans to destroy him and nothing else. They are already forming a team to catch him. She can only trust the one who has Lancelot's ring. Now they are on full alert. Kim reached level 40 and was finally able to use the gifts he was given. The more Lee learned about Kim, the more impressed he was. Probably only he could raise his level so quickly and with such ease. Setting traps after exploring the territory is more important than it seems at first glance. He knows not only the type of monsters, but also their number depending on the dungeon. He knew exactly their location. In addition, he has information about the most effective methods of defeating them. As if this had already happened to him. Now Kim could even get out of the tiger's cave unscathed. They had achieved their goal, and Lee hoped that now they could clear the dungeon in peace. In fact, it was the opposite. Because Kim had acquired new skills and he urgently needed to test them. In this way, they would be able to understand how much offensive power they currently possess. They returned from the dungeon. They were met by the secretary. She asked if they were all right. She thought Lee was injured, but really he was just hungry. Kim wanted to talk to Mr. Hyun. She gave him the phone and told him he could contact him through it. He was supposed to be in Kisan at that time. He said he wanted to go somewhere. Of all the possible options, it should be Kisan. After the appearance of the gate, the isolated Korea opened a small door so that the whole world would have the opportunity to help her. It became a special city of Kisan. Free entry for all, and if you destroy the dungeon, you get absolute permissiveness. As a result, Kessen became a place for players who committed a crime, and over time were completely absorbed by the thirst for profit. Kisan. Kim disguised himself and went to Kisan. On the bus, a man approached him and said that it was the first time he had seen him here. He also asked if this was the first time he was working as a porter. A domestic donkey, so that they could take as many items from the dungeon as possible. He said that was not true. The man added that it was clear to everyone that he was here for the first time. He looked like someone wanted for a particularly serious crime. He asked him not to worry because they were all in the same boat. Although it is possible that he is not with them, because most of these men are murderers and rapists. They are not touched because they are players. They can come back at any time if they find a way to make money. The man asked how he ended up here. He replied that he was betrayed by someone he trusted. A story about betrayal. He had no idea who the traitor was, but he was sure that if he tried hard, he could get even with him. He left and said, "If you need help, to call him." The fact is that the man spoke for the betrayal of the whole world. He was sure he would make him pay. He got a message about what the situation was like. The bus arrived at its destination. The men started getting out of the bus. Meanwhile, in the broker's office, Lee could not believe that he really went there. The worst scum gathers there. What is he looking for, that it was necessary to go to this accessible world? Really crazy. Lee leaned here in the evening to suck all the juices out of him. He just remembered how Kim said something about the skin of a needle snake. In any case, the boss did not understand why Kim went to Kizan. Lee saw that the boss was changing the topic of conversation because he had something to hide. What a bad time this guy is now in Kizan, thought the boss. Lee asked which guy he was talking about. Hyun said that there is one monster that is stronger than Kim. Most likely he is level 50 right now. No one can match him at this rank. He hoped he was wrong because he didn't want these two to face each other. Lee did not believe that there could be a person who is stronger than Kim Jin. If he really existed, then they would know his name. He most likely heard his name. Suzuki, the Messiah Guild dog who did the dirty work. The queen called him and said she wanted them to level up at the same rate through the next objective. But what was their next goal? It was Kim Jin. He got off the bus and heard people talking about him. If she wanted them to prepare carefully, then surely this is an unusual guy. But they just had to fulfill another order. As soon as the new victim is known, they need to quickly clear this dungeon and start an investigation. They received a message from the boy they had left in charge. He said that everything was under control and they could proceed according to plan. Suzuki ordered them to prepare. He definitely did not think that they would meet like this. Just a few days ago, he avoided him like no one else. A dog that would tear anyone to shreds for the sake of the Messiah Guild. Barely reaching the 100th level, he was limited in his actions as this level was very high. For this reason, the Messiah Guild had to raise a new dog to work in the shadows. He found out about it later, but if things had gone differently, this scumbag wouldn't have come looking for him personally. Still, there's no need to underestimate Suzuki. Besides, he's probably already got Lancelot's ring. If he doesn't deal with him now, it will be impossible to stop this monster. He should nip it in the bud while it's still possible. They entered the dungeon. One of the porters had just killed one of their men and fled. They asked the captain what they should do in such a situation. He killed him without hesitation. He delivered a single accurate blow to a vital organ. He had definitely killed before. Their plans change. There were other carriers to worry about. Everyone moved with him, pushing the sword into the portal. They had to appear near the bearers. They surrounded them. Although they had no weapons, they began to be killed one by one, in front of others. They wanted to escape somehow, but it was impossible. It is impossible to escape such people. They came to the captain and said that they had done everything as he asked. He escaped and only killed one guy to bide his time. He himself most likely plans to kill them one by one when they split up. Should they follow his rules? We need to find information about the victim. This task was a priority. He looked away and saw a golem there. His patron is the messenger of the underworld. If he can't use other summoning skills without sacrificing himself, The golem is obviously just a diversionary maneuver to buy time. And this means a change in their plans. They need to pursue him, but deal with this golem first. He used the Knowledge Fountain Keeper skill. This limited the golem's movements. They have a high resistance to cutting weapons. Against it, you need to use shock weapons. They are not so dangerous if you leave them without legs first. They began to attack his lower part. They are able to change weapons without orders and work well in a team. And they also know where to aim first. The golem had almost no legs. One of the players took a run and jumped on top of the golem. After that, he inflicted a fatal blow on the head. It was finished with him. Some strange sound reached them. It was an arrow attack. She flew in front of the captain's face and attacked one of the players. She was stopped. The captain was surprised. Do not underestimate him just because he works by himself. He aimed precisely at the doctor while the rest dealt with the golem. Moreover, he knows what a doctor looks like. He probably has very good skills, capable of ranged attacks and can summon monsters. Who was this guy? Another attack. Some players appeared on the horizon. Surely they did not enter the dungeon themselves. Archer said he could buy some time. His arrows were like lightning. He could fire several arrows per second. They flew straight to the target. Their speed was incredible, but they could not destroy the monsters. The shots went right through. They were very close. They were skeletons. He wounded one soldier, but he dodged the attack. It was very flexible and mobile for a warrior skeleton. He was not alone, and they attacked them. They didn't stop because they didn't have to worry about getting hurt. He had never heard of skeleton warriors fighting using their minds. The Holy Light Executioner skill has been activated. Skeleton warriors copy the actions of their master, which gives him an idea of their captain's abilities. Nothing good will come of this. They continued to fight. One of the players was scared. The captain said that you shouldn't relax thinking that they are just warrior skeletons. They should be treated like veteran players and use their power. You also need to aim at unprotected places. Everyone has heard that it is necessary to focus on gaps in the armor. They were good against skeletons. They were able to destroy them. He felt Kim. He was somewhere nearby. If he deals with the captain. Here he appeared before him. The Suzuki stopped and started running to him. He wanted to strike, and he did it. But it did not cause any damage. Kim was already behind him. He didn't even have time to blink. A boy was standing behind the cut fabric, in a mask in the form of a skull. Could he be the Isaac Needle Snake Hunter? They found an approach and now understood how to kill skeleton warriors. There are only 2 of them left. Was Isaac the Needle Snake Hunter in front of him? Does he not have friendly relations with their guild? It is time to implement the second part of the plan. The warriors' skeletons were destroyed. Kim began to run away. He wanted to wear them down. He is a necromancer. If they give him time, they will lose their advantage. They lost 4 men, but Suzuki ordered them to wait until they learned his intentions. They didn't have time for that. It was clear that he had weakened. If they were acting according to the rules, then when he lost his puppets, they should have run after him. But if he has more than just summoning skills, the captain was calling them back because it was a trap. There was an explosion. Corpse detonation skill. But some strange smoke began to be released into the air. The captain ordered them to be ready because they didn't know what was coming next. A silhouette began to appear in the smoke. It was a wounded fighter, but he was poisoned. His blood was black. The doctor told him to stay put, and he would cure him. But the captain said that the color of his blood had changed, and it was too late. He fell to his knees, and he asked for help. He said that it was only poison and that he was normal. He started running to them and said that he did not want to die here. The captain made a decision. and finished it halfway. No one talked about the fact that Isaac uses poison, but he still used it so strong that his subordinate died immediately. Why didn't he use it from the start? Maybe there is a reason. One of the fighters had a wounded cheek. The other has a chest. Due to the explosion, they didn't notice, but for some reason, this dark fog does not disappear. It was poison. The captain ordered everyone to move away from the fog. But what does this mean? No one has smelled any smells. As a result, everyone was poisoned. He wanted the poisoned fog to leave them defenseless. While the captain was talking, a skeleton approached him. He turned his head and wanted to defend himself. But his goal was not him, but his team. It helped him. Attack Suzuki. The executioner of Holy Light is interested in this battle. Notice from the patron. The messenger of the underworld became interested in this battle. As expected, his level is very different from that of Yan Qi. He wanted to distract him and destroy him with one blow. If he is not careful, he can die himself. Meanwhile, at Hyen's office, the secretary managed to track Kim's location as the boss guessed he went to that dungeon. He really went there to kill Suzuki. If so, then he is targeting the Messiah Guild. Kim will be a good ally for him if he comes back alive. The secretary asked what they should do in such a case. He said it was time to get what she had been working on for months. The power of the Pharaoh. His entire team was dead. Suzuki destroyed the last skeleton. Only the two of them remained. Even though he changed all the effects of the sun blessing on himself, the difference was so huge between them. He is much stronger than Kim remembered. He was very confident when he decided to meet with Suzuki. He said that Kim was the first person he had to deal with. He lost a lot of blood, so he didn't have long to live. If it were not for this ring, he would be dead already, as well as his subordinates. If he loses a little more blood, he will also die. He swung at Kim. The boy was ready to accept his death, but remembered something. Because his blood is poisonous, they will not be able to provide the necessary medical care or transfusions if he is terminally ill. So the boss prepared something specially for Kim. Maybe it won't be necessary when he gets stronger, but until then, she has to save his life at least once. The skill page he gave him. His eyes opened, and he continued to fight to the last. He used his last ability. The blood absorption skill was used. Suzuki's body began to self-absorb. Kim used the last of his strength for this blow. They fell to the ground. The captain was bleeding profusely. All of his characteristics were drastically reduced. Kim regained 5 of his health, and his bleeding stopped. He must know the true nature of Sejun. But why did he still obey him? Everyone says the world is going crazy, but it's not. For those who have power, for players, ruling the world is justice. It is foolish to ignore the laws of nature. He took Lancelot's ring. Kim was stronger, so he had to accept death at his hands. He finished his task and returned back from the dungeon. But he was expected. People in uniform. He was right. The fact that he killed Suzuki was impossible, and he could not say that he did not know who he killed. He asked if there was any problem that he killed the Messiah's dog. The boss listened to him, and he said that he had no problems, but he did not think that there would be so much work because of him. At first, it seemed to him that he was just a high-minded buyer. In any case, he understood his message clearly and clearly. They wondered what he was going to do next. Hyen suggested that they meet and discuss plans. It was an important matter that they should discuss live, not through these irons. Everything suited him, and he saw no reason to refuse. If he is going to talk about the destruction of the Messiah, then he agrees. Somewhere on the outskirts of the city, Secretary Hyun came to check her vault. She reached into her drawer and got a photo. She was very sad, but she managed to pull herself together and turned back. The forest was burning. There was a battle. It was a signal to retreat. Many fighters fled. Only Lee showed no signs of escape. He was very angry. He couldn't grab that burning thing. Was he afraid of getting burned when he has such a strong body? But he replied that he was not afraid. He just wanted to know if this plan was even real. Kim asked him to wait 5 seconds until she became motionless. He would take care of the rest himself. He gave him Lancelot's ring. He asked to wear it for safety. Lee began to voice his displeasure. But Kim closed his mouth and said that this ring protects the wearer from almost everything except burns. But then what good is it now if it did not protect him from burns? If the flame of the firefox has an effect on him, then this ring will save his life. He should know that in such dungeons, there will always be risks. He promised to buy him as much food as he wanted if he could restrain the fox for 5 seconds. He suddenly jumped out and ran straight to the fox. He grabbed her by the neck, following a similar principle as with the previous fox, and did not let go. His task was to hold for 5 seconds. Her eyes were burning with fire. He was very hot. The flame of the fire fox gave him the curse of darkness. He was blinded. The ring activated against this prolatu. He should get out and he will finally eat until his wallet is empty.